The rain felt like cosmic irony, washing away the blood and filth from a battle I had already won. They called me a genius, a monster who could clear the ancient gods' ruins even under a curse that aged my body 100-fold. And for my reward, I got a sword in the back from the very people I fought to protect. Why? I coughed, the taste of my own blood filling my mouth. Why betray me now? I'm your brother. I screamed her name, a name I once cherished, now a curse on my dying breath. Qin Xiao Yu. She looked down at me, her eyes colder than any winter. Brother, she mocked. You're just an adopted child my parents pitied. Then he appeared, the man she truly adored, the snake I never trusted, Song Fei. He explained his parting gift with a smug grin, a soul-stealing blade buried in my gut, draining my very lifespan to claim the divine artifact I had won. I raised you, I protected you, I gave you everything I had when this damned game descended upon our world. I see now how I misjudged you, my dear sister. Your nagging, your controlling nature, it was all just to keep me useful until your lover could take everything from me. He sneered, promising to take good care of her as he twisted the blade for the final time. Even as my vision faded, I swore a single burning vow. Even if I die, I won't let you get away with this. His blade fell, and my world went black. It all started in 2025, when a godforsaken game forced us into its world every time we slept. A world where lifespan was the only currency. The strong could bring their powers back to reality, shattering the old world order into chaos. To protect my sister, I clawed my way through hell, becoming one of the top 100 powerhouses on the planet. I finally conquered the ancient gods' ruins and obtained the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment. For the first time, I felt I had the power to truly reach the peak. But the price of my success was a knife in the back for my only family. All my struggles, all my sacrifices, only paved the way for someone else's success. As I lay dying in the mud, a single thought consumed me. If I could live again, I would only fight for myself. Then I felt a strange warmth. My eyes shot open. I was in my old bed, in the real world. Looking at my phone, my blood ran cold. 2025. I was reborn. Back to 9 years ago, the very day the game descended, the door to my room was kicked open, and there she was, the face of my betrayer, Qin Xiaoyu. She immediately started shouting, angry that I hadn't answered her call. Of course I remember this day perfectly. She was having a tantrum because I wouldn't support her precious brother Song Fei, that worthless pretty boy, a scumbag who tricked gullible fans out of their money and their bodies. I had forbidden her from seeing him, but she never listened. Now she was demanding the money our parents left us, all to boost his ranking. In my past life I would have argued, pleaded, and eventually given in. This time I simply walked over and struck her across the face. She fell to the floor, stunned, her hand clutching her cheek. I looked down at her with utter contempt. If you keep barking at me, I said, my voice dangerously low, I'll smash that mouth of yours. I tossed a bank card at her feet. For our parents' sake, I won't stoop to your level. I walked out of the room, pausing at the door for one last declaration. Listen up. From now on, I, Qin Feng, have no sister like you. Let her cry. In my last life, protecting her cost me countless opportunities. I gave up secret treasures and dungeons, all to keep her safe. Not this time. With a handful of sleeping pills, I forced myself into an early slumber, ready to use my knowledge to get a head start on everyone else. Qin Xiaoyu, you're on your own now. And Song Fei, I'll be taking your head personally. My consciousness faded and then reformed. I was back in the career choice hall, a place I remembered all too well. Last time, I was nervous, taking hours to decide. I chose the warrior class, a living shield, all for her. Without that burden, my choice was obvious. This life, I'll be an assassin. But then, something impossible happened. The divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, bound itself to my soul. It followed me back through time. This artifact was the reason for my second chance. Suddenly, a torrent of shadow erupted from my body. The artifact wasn't just with me, it was changing me. I felt my very being get torn apart and remade. The darkness receded, and my reflection showed a stranger with white hair and eyes that burned with cold fury. My hands felt different, humming with a new kind of power. The system confirmed it. I had unlocked the highest tier hidden profession for assassins, Shadow. This power was nothing like the warrior class from my past life. The Eye of Judgment had guaranteed my success, granting me access to a primal authority that surpasses the very rules and order of this game. In my previous life, it took humanity 7 years just to learn such a power existed, and no one ever obtained it. I have it on day one. A new goal burned in my mind. I wouldn't just conquer the game, I would ascend to godhood. The system asked for my name. Since I was born from the Shadow, my choice was simple. My alias is Shadow. I was transported to the god's abandoned realm. Shelltown, the first safe zone, was already filling up with confused and frightened players. They chattered amongst themselves, trying to make sense of their new reality. I ignored them. If we wanted to get ahead, we couldn't wait for anyone. Nearby, a group of pathetic fools were licking their wounds after being killed by a level 1 monster. They cried about their lost lifespan, weaklings unfit for this new world. One of them, an archer, noticed my unique aura and approached me. She offered me a spot on their team, boasting about their experience. Experience in being killed? I have no need for dead weight. She scoffed, calling me arrogant and predicting my death. Her party decided to follow me from a distance, hoping to watch me fail and maybe loot my corpse. Let them watch. They are about to see what a true monster looks like. I can feel their eyes on me as I survey this desolate town square. They came here expecting a game, relying on what they call years of online gaming experience. Pathetic. Now they're dissecting my appearance, thinking a different weapon and a faster stride are clues to some simple secret they can exploit. Of course I notice them. Their clumsy attempts at stealth are an insult. I have no time to waste on these insects, so I let the shadows answer my call, wrapping around me like a second skin. This is the signature skill of my class, Shadow Sneak. I dissolve into the gloom, leaving nothing behind for them to follow. He vanished into thin air? They gasp. their pathetic minds struggling to process what they just witnessed. They correctly assess the danger and flee, but they're mistaken about its source. It's not the world that's too dangerous, it's me. They chatter about treasure chests and NPCs, still clinging to the futile hope that this is just another game. My shadow class provides a passive skill, stealth mastery, that makes my invisibility absolute to anyone in this early stage. They run to the beginner town for shelter, but it's just a cage where the weak wait to be slaughtered. The shadows recede as my stealth nears its end, but the cooldown is short. I check my status, level 1, with a lifespan of 75 years, the standard issue for all new lambs. My previous life as a warrior granted a pitiful bonus, but the shadow class gives me a staggering +8 to agility, and I still have 5 points to allocate. Most fools would dump their points into strength, chasing meaningless damage numbers. I pour every last one into agility, the only stat that truly matters. In this world, monsters will always hit harder, so the only way to survive is to ensure they never hit you at all. A scream pierces the rain-soaked air, signaling that another group of incompetents has met its end. I find the source, a crawler, feasting on the fallen. The system shows it's a level 1, but it's already in the process of evolving. This is the creature that wiped out that party, and it's still absorbing their lifespan to fuel its own growth. They managed to wound it, but it wasn't enough. In this world, death only makes the monster stronger. It senses my presence and lunges with predictable fury. The attack is laughably slow. I easily dance out of its path. As I hang in the air, the shadows coil around me once more. I disappear completely, its claws swiping through nothing but empty space. It's lost, confused, giving me the perfect opening from behind. Its stolen life force mutates its body, sprouting a second head to search for me, but it's a futile effort. It is time to put this thing down. My blade finds its mark with a stealth break strike, the first attack from the shadows always dealing the most devastating blow. A single clean strike is all it takes. 174 damage, and the creature falls silent. The damage is amplified by my backstab passive, which doubles all damage dealt from an enemy's blind spot. I remember my past life as a warrior, struggling to deal even 40 damage with a critical hit against one of these things. I remember the faces of those I couldn't save because I was weak. I watched their life force fade away before my very eyes. This time, however, I am the one who reaps the rewards of battle. The system rewards me with 54 years of non-tradable lifespan. 5 people died to this beast, yet I only received half their lifespan. The crawler must have consumed the rest. But then a new notification appears. The Eye of Judgment's authority has granted me a primal talent, infinite evolution. Now whenever I kill monsters solo, I'll gain evolution points I can use to upgrade my skills. I've never heard of such a power in my past life. This is an ability that breaks the fundamental rules of this world. I don't hesitate, spending 4 points to immediately upgrade Shadow Sneak and Backstab. My Shadow Sneak's duration is now 16 seconds, and Backstab enhancement gives me a 15% damage bonus. With my Stealth Mastery, I can now remain invisible for 32 seconds, a state of near-permanent stealth. I overhear more fools nearby, one of them boasting to his companion about how he'll protect her. They are so absorbed in their own pathetic posturing that they fail to see what's watching them from the trees above. The elf approaches me, offering to carry me through the forest, mistaking my solitude for weakness. I identify the creature in the branches, a nurturer, and simply fade into the shadows, leaving them to their fate. He laughs, thinking he intimidated me, but his laughter dies in his throat as the massive spider descends upon them. CCA, the bravado evaporates, replaced by the pure undiluted terror of prey. A bronze-grade monster, far more than these two rookies could ever hope to handle. It's not just the nurturer, it commands a swarm of smaller spawn spiders, a death sentence for them. For me, however, it's the perfect opportunity to test my new power. I unleash a stealth break strike, obliterating one of the smaller spawn spiders instantly. Before the nurturer can even react, I use Shadow Sneak to vanish once more. A weak point attack dealing 338 damage. The massive beast screeches in a blind rage. That last strike dealt over 300 damage. The feeling of such overwhelming power is intoxicating. The creature thrashes wildly, a testament to its fury. It's enraged, which means it isn't mindless. It can think, it can adapt, and it can be outsmarted. It begins attacking my last known location. It's spawn on high alert, meaning I can't simply rush in again. Its intelligence is its greatest weakness. It makes the beast predictable. I remain hidden and hurl a simple rock from the shadows. Just as I thought, the rock connects, dealing 299 damage. My class enhancements are so powerful that even throwing a rock triggers all my ambush bonuses. The strategy is simple. Wait for my skill to cool down, then throw another rock. The projectile triggers the ambush, backstab and weak point bonuses all at once. Another hit, another chunk of its life gone, and it still has no idea where I am. I reactivate Shadow Sneak, reposition and prepare another attack. I will bleed it dry, one stone at a time. With the final blow, a system-wide announcement echoes across the entire starting area. Player Shadow has slain Nurturer Bronze and is the first to reach level 2. The lambs in the town are thrown into chaos, unable to comprehend what they're hearing. The party that followed me earlier realizes it was me, stunned that I could kill a boss so quickly. Even the 2 fools I just saved are left dumbfounded, completely oblivious that their savior was the very person they just mocked. The system confirms my victory. Level 2. As the Nurturer's corpse dissolves, I receive my rewards, a reputation point and the key to the leaderboard. But there's something else. A skill book, Greedy Hand, a bronze tier assassin skill. In my past life, a man in the Godslayer Guild became a legend with this skill, which grants a chance for extra loot. A mere 20% chance for him, but for me, with my infinite evolution talent, I can upgrade this skill endlessly, creating a power that will shatter the very foundations of this world's economy. The voices of the ignorant are like background noise, easily filtered out. On the street below, my so-called sister walks with her friend, oblivious to the world that is about to shatter around them. Her friend nags her, demanding she apologize to that sycophant, Song Fei, for some petty squabble. She claims she did nothing wrong, and for once she's probably right. But her friend worships the ground Song Fei walks on. They notice a crowd gathering near their classroom, their faces masks of dull curiosity. It's begun. One of the students is flickering, turning semi-transparent, the first sign of the world's forced evolution. Another fool with a phone confirms it's not an isolated case. The phantom-like state is a global phenomenon. My sister's friend panics, urging Saiwayu to call me, but my sister scoffs. She mutters that it would be better if I just dropped dead. A sentiment I'll be sure to remember. While they wallow in their confusion, I am already claiming my throne in the new world. My unique skill, Greedy Hand, evolves to gold rank, a power they couldn't even comprehend. Activating it, I feel the system's energy course through my gauntlet. The rewards are immediate, 2 evolution points and another 46 days of tradable lifespan. The world's governments are just now scrambling to understand. But I am already planning my next move. I equip a corrosive dagger. Soon these items and skills will be extractable into reality, and I will be prepared for the ensuing chaos. Grinding these pathetic monsters is inefficient. I need a true boss. As I move deeper into the woods, I hear the panic shouts of other players. From my vantage point on a cliff, I watch them. A level 2 sprint predator is tearing through their ranks. Perfect timing, and then I recognize their leader, Wang Meng. So, the rumors from my past life were true. He's already assembled his team of hidden class users, shouting, "Holy Barrier," like some hero from a children's story. His class, a Holy Shield Warrior, boasts double the stats of a regular warrior and an invincibility skill. A decent tank, I suppose. His mage casts her spell, a swirling ball of fire. It strikes the creature for a pitiful 70 damage. She's a prophet, a hidden class with double spell damage, and yet her output is still laughably weak. His party is filled with them, a sharp-eyed shooter and an oracle priest, all with twice the base stats of their mundane counterparts. Their combined assault is a flurry of light and noise. The predator barely flinches, swatting their attacks away. Their archer whines that their ranged attacks are useless. It took him this long to figure that out. I watch their pathetic struggle with cold amusement. Wang Meng is trying to chip away at its health, a strategy born of desperation and stupidity. He's forgotten the most basic rule of these wilds. A protracted battle is an open invitation. And right on cue, 2 corruptors rise from the muck. One of his men spots the new arrivals, shouting a useless warning. Another hidden class user, a swordsman of some kind, moves to intercept. He strikes the sludge monster, his blade sinking into its formless body. The damage number appears, a pathetic 33. He's shocked by its high defense, the fool. The corruptor retaliates, vomiting a wave of putrid sludge. The muck spreads across the ground, and their movement speed plummets. The mage screams for help as the creature looms over her. They stare in utter disbelief as my dart strikes true from the shadows. The corruptor dissolves instantly. It one-shot the corruptor, one of them yells, his mind too small to process what he just saw. My second dart flies, and the other corruptor meets the same fate. Wang Meng is stunned but rallies his team, assuming I'm some benevolent stranger. With only the sprint predator left, he thinks the fight is back in his control. The system confirms my kills, granting me experience, lifespan, and a new skill book, Venom Dart. I learn it instantly. As I do, the predator lunges, catching one of Wang Meng's men off guard. The man screams as the creature's claws tear through his chest. He is thrown aside like garbage, dying. Before his body even cools, the loot light from his last kill vanishes, stolen by my greedy hand. I emerge from the shadows just long enough to offer a piece of advice. Out in the wilds, don't trust people so easily. They stare at the spot where I stood, speechless. Wang Meng, ever the opportunist, introduces himself to the empty air. He is a useful piece on the board. With his government connections, he'll be the perfect sales channel for my unwanted items. Now to finish this, my venom dart strikes the sprint predator, and it shrieks as potent poison liquefies it from the inside. The kill is mine. Over 90% of the damage dealt. I reach level 3 and gain another 55 days of life. My class passive amplifying the poison's effect is a pleasant surprise, and Wang Meng's team can only stare in awe at the impossible damage numbers. He watches as the boss's loot light glows brightly. Then, just like the other, it vanishes into my inventory. He tries to thank me again, coughing through his injuries. I repeat my warning, a lesson I will not teach a third time. He finally understands, gathering his battered team to leave. He is smart enough to know when to retreat. Wang Meng will serve his purpose as a reliable pawn. I use Greedy Hand on the boss's corpse, and the rewards are magnificent. Evolution points, more lifespan, and new assassin class greaves. My bag is nearly full. It's time to head back to town. This time my growth is 100 times faster than my last life, and with this power I will settle all my debts. Song Fei, I'll be coming for you soon. The weak ones struggle against pathetic low-level fodder, their numbers growing by the second. Their self-proclaimed leader screams for retreat, his morale shattering at the first sign of trouble. They are frozen paralyzed by an enemy far beyond their meager comprehension. It unleashes a torrent of dark energy, a beautiful efficient display of carnage. And just like that, the fodder is culled, skewered like insects on a pinboard. Back in the safety of town, the survivors lick their wounds and complain about their own incompetence. One suggests a larger party, a fool's hope, only to be told a team of 10 was annihilated just as easily. Then comes the useful intel. A group of 40 stumbled upon a curse master, and were erased in a single strike. The grim reality of our prison finally dawns on them. Our real bodies are wasting away while we are trapped in this game. Their despair deepens as they look at the leaderboard and see my name, Shadow, sitting comfortably at the top. The blonde one, a leader by the looks of her, immediately assumes I have a trick and decides they must find me to carry them. She makes a public offer of 10 million in cash, believing such a pathetic sum of real-world currency holds any power here. While they scheme and barter, I continue my work, dispatching another polluter with a single precise strike. The system rewards my efficiency, experience, and more importantly, an evolution point as its corpse dissolves at my feet. With enough points gathered, I evolve the one skill that truly matters. Greedy Hand. This is the key, a chance to upgrade the very quality of my spoils, turning trash into treasure. And just as I planned, my hunt leads me to a far more valuable prize. The Curse Master. It's in a state of transformation, consuming life force to ascend to a higher silver tier form. A minor inconvenience arises, my inventory is full, and killing it now would be a waste of its potential loot. Logic dictates the course of action. I will mark its location, clear my inventory, and return to claim my prize. I retreat into the shadows, my plan set. The town is buzzing with news of the bounty on my head, the desperate clinging to a hope I represent. The commoners despair, believing themselves doomed while the rich try to buy their way out of this hell. It is time to capitalize on their desperation, so I manifest in the center of their square, their chatter falling silent. My stall opens for business, a temporary beacon for the hopeless, offering salvation for a price. Then the realization dawns on them. They are looking at the number one player on the leaderboard. A mage, her face concealed, steps forward, inquiring about an icicle spellbook. I name my price, the only currency that matters in this world, 100 days of her tradable lifespan. She balks at the cost, attempting to haggle, but I recognize her as Grey Rose, ranked 11th, a minor player. I dismiss her protest. A common skill that drastically improves grinding speed is a bargain, and her worldly cash is worthless to me. She hesitates, clearly consulting her party through a private channel, weighing their lives against their progress. Their desperation outweighs the cost, and they agree to the trade, pooling their very lives for a chance to escape. The transaction is complete. 100 days of their collective future are now mine. Just as my business concludes, the arrogant blonde archer and her entourage finally find me. She stands over me, offering me the chance to serve her, dangling her useless money as a reward. But I know exactly who she is from my past life. Jiang Li, the leader of a criminal syndicate. She built her empire on the broken bodies and stolen lives of others. She is scum. I refuse without a moment's hesitation. If she is not a customer, she is an obstacle, and I inform her plainly that her cash is worthless here. Her face twists with indignation, the spoiled brat unable to comprehend rejection as she threatens me. Say one more word. I warn her my patience gone, and I will kill you until your lifespan hits 0. Another small transaction completes as they run, a bronze robe for 19 more days of life. The fool who bought it celebrates his newfound strength, oblivious to the true power dynamics at play. With my business concluded and my lifespan reserves replenished, it is time to deal with the Curse Master. I vanish as quickly as I appeared, leaving the crowd to wonder, unaware that in the world to come only personal strength matters. My blade hums with dark energy, a thirst that these weaklings could never hope to understand. While I hunt for real power, the girl Lizzie stumbles back to the starting village, breathless and humiliated. Her mind is a storm of indignation, furious that I not only refused her pathetic offer but had the audacity to threaten her. She vows to kill me once she returns to reality, a promise as empty as her skill set, but her tantrum is cut short by an approaching stranger. A man with an utterly ridiculous hairstyle introduces himself as Mao Lijun, presenting himself as some kind of expert. He dangles his supposed tricks for leveling up, shamelessly trying to poach the 10 million she had offered me. His grand secret strategy? Put all 5 initial attribute points into agility. A truly revolutionary idea, if you're an idiot. Her face falls as she realizes her mistake, having dumped all her points into strength like a brainless barbarian. Desperate for any advantage, she offers this new fool 5 million to carry her, completely oblivious to the fact that I am the only one who knows what's coming. He eagerly accepts, already counting the money he'll fleece from this naive woman. He even has the nerve to mock me for turning down 10 million, blind to the fact that I'm hunting for stakes far greater than their pocket change. Leaving the insects to their squabbling, I move through the downpour toward my real objective. There it is, the Curse Master, already a silver tier boss, wreathed in a mist of dark power. It's still evolving, a process that would take hours to reach gold tier, but I have no intention of waiting. I'm simply too lazy to wait for my prey to become a moderate inconvenience. A single venom lace strike rips through its defenses for 659 damage. I immediately follow up with a stealth break strike, shattering its concentration. The creature lets out a piercing screech as my calculated blows land one after another. Using Shadow Sneak, I dissolve back into the darkness, its frantic retaliation striking nothing but air. A silver tier boss may have twice the health of a bronze tier, but that only means it will take a few more seconds to kill. It shrieks, gathering its cursed energy for a wide area assault. The volley of dark projectiles it unleashes is impressive, I suppose. If you've never seen real power, to me its entire health pool is equivalent to just 2 or 3 of my venom darts. The ground where I stood moments before erupts in a shower of dirt and cursed energy. This is a mage-type boss, its attacks are powerful but predictable, focused entirely on area of effect spells. After my initial strike, I had already calculated its attack range and backed off accordingly. A direct hit would have killed me, but precision and foresight are what separate predators from prey. The monster howls in frustration, its magic utterly useless against a ghost. My strategy is simple. Wait for my stealth skill to cool down, then exploit the next opening in its attack pattern. It pauses for a fraction of a second to draw in more power, and that is all the invitation I need. Now is the time. Another 659 damage from my venom, followed by a devastating stealth break strike. Its screams grow weaker as the poison spreads through its corrupted form. Each tick of damage brings it closer to its inevitable end. Finally, its primitive survival instincts kick in, and with its health nearly gone, the boss turns to flee. Good. A futile, drawn-out struggle would have been boring. Surrendering without resistance makes things so much more efficient for me. I close the distance in a flash, my blade delivering the final silent blow. The system notifications flood my vision. I've reached level 5, gained 4 evolution points, and secured another 124 days of tradable lifespan. An excellent haul, but it's not over yet. I activate my unique skill, Greedy Hand. Success. The system confirms I've received the bonus rewards a second time. This one boss has granted me a total of 12 evolution points and 372 days of life, and better yet, the Greedy Hand has upgraded the item drops to gold tier. The only annoyance is the pile of loot itself. My backpack only has 10 slots, forcing me to waste time managing inventory, but as I sift through the items, a brilliant golden light catches my attention. Just as I'm about to inspect my prize, that same group of players teleports back into town. They're celebrating their meager accomplishment of reaching level 3. Utterly pathetic. The red-haired woman whines that I, the big shot, rejected her, blaming her muddy clothes for my disinterest. Her friend foolishly suggests that if she had offered me gear, I might have agreed. They still don't grasp the scale of this game. Their pointless chatter is cut short as the leaderboard updates for all to see. Shadow has reached level 5. The shock on their faces is palpable. They can't process how I leveled up twice in the 10 minutes since they last saw me. They just reached level 3, and I'm already at 5. The chasm between us is widening with every second, and the dread is finally setting in. They decide to log out, to warn their families about this god-forsaken game, as if their warnings matter. With talk of the world falling into chaos, they vanish in a pillar of light, running back to a reality that is no longer safe. Back in the real world, the man they called Brother Wang awakens with a gasp. His subordinates rush to his side, frantic with worry. Ignoring their questions, his eyes burn with a new terrifying understanding as he gives a single sharp command: gather everyone. Something has shifted, and at a nondescript police station, the first tremors of a new world order are about to be felt. My blade hums with an energy these fools can't even comprehend, a darkness that will swallow them all. While I hunt in the shadows, the so-called authorities are busy debriefing the insects I spared, trying to piece together a puzzle whose picture is my face. They speculate about my level, my methods, my origins, grasping at straws while I operate on a plane they can't even perceive. One of their agents, a girl barely out of adolescence, seems more interested in romantic fantasies than the impending extinction of her species. Her superior rightfully chides her. Their entire organization is a circus of incompetence and distractions. Finally, their leader addresses the god-forsaken game, presenting new research that I figured out on day 1. They finally confirm that when your lifespan hits 0 in the game, your pathetic life ends in reality. He concludes they're being invaded by higher beings, a rather dramatic way of saying they are out of their depth and terrified. Their grand solution is to form vanguard teams and build an army, as if conventional tactics could ever work against the forces at play. They fret about losing global authority, pathetic political games played on the edge of a knife, before appointing the daydreaming girl as a team captain. The boy I saved, Wang Meng, is made her second, and their primary mission becomes clear: find me. Their commander hopes for my cooperation, desperate to glean the information I possess while maintaining the illusion of control. The meeting is dismissed, and the pawns scatter across the city, convinced their plan has merit. As dusk settles, I watch them chatter amongst themselves, consumed by trivial fears about family and the future. My dear sister Qin Xiao is stewing over our little disagreement, wondering why I didn't come crawling back to her to apologize. She fixates on the fact that I struck her, a single moment of discipline for her infuriating behavior. Her entire world revolves around some vapid pop star she skipped her studies to see. She actually weeps over this manufactured idol, a pathetic display of misplaced emotion. Then, a thought pierces through her shallow grief. She realizes that since everyone enters the game upon sleeping, her precious brother Song Fei will be there too. The prospect of finding him in this death game fills her with a sudden idiotic glee. Instead of preparing for survival, she immediately messages another fool, Zhang Wei, asking him for strategies. He of course sees this as an opportunity. A smirking predator sensing a naive lamb has wandered into his path. She lies in bed, asking him for the most basic advice on how to build a magic-type character. The boy promises to carry her once he's strong enough, and she readily accepts. Another parasite looking for a host. Qin Feng, I'm entering the game, she mutters, convinced her childish tantrum means something. She truly believes she'll surpass me, a delusion so profound it's almost pitiable. While she dreams of celebrities, I've just claimed my latest prize, a gold-tier cursed ring that boosts all my attributes. Equipping it is like gaining 3 levels in an instant, and its weak point multiplier will make every strike I land devastating. And with it, a new skill book, Instant Shadow Slash, a teleporting attack that grants invisibility. I absorb the knowledge immediately, and decide to invest my evolution points into upgrading my greedy hand. The skill evolves to Jade Diamond, guaranteeing extra loot from my kills. Killing 1 monster will now be as profitable as killing 3. With my remaining points, I elevate Instant Shadow Slash to Gold Platinum, extending my invisibility and the number of targets I can strike. The rest of the loot is garbage, but a sound in the rain alerts me to a new opportunity. A pack of crimson abominations emerges from the gloom. Level 4 limb crawlers, perfect targets to test the fruits of my labor. I activate my new skill, and the world dissolves into a blur of blue light. I become a phantom, a whisper of death weaving through their ranks. The air fills with the sound of slicing flesh as I strike them all down before they can even react. My kill log updates, granting me experience and, more importantly, precious lifespan. The entire battle took less than a second, a testament to my overwhelming efficiency. Now my sole focus is reaching level 10, the threshold for true power. Only then can I begin to merge my abilities from this world with my physical body in reality. The rain fell in sheets, masking the forest in a miserable gray shroud, but it did nothing to wash away the memory of their greed. I'm constantly reminded of the fools who think they can leverage their pathetic real-world influence in this new reality, promising wealth to a naive girl for her loyalty. They called me a blind idiot for not bowing to their so-called Dajang industry, laughing as they schemed to turn my lifespan into their pocket money. The arrogance of these insects is truly limitless. They proclaim themselves geniuses for simply understanding that this game's currency is life itself. I had no more time to waste on them. Their short-sighted plotting was an annoyance, nothing more, so I activated the teleportation circle. The system chimed, confirming the formation in Shelltown was now online, granting me a meaningless reputation point. This was only one half of the key. The teleportation formation is useless until someone activates its counterpart in Jianghai City, but I had already planned for that. Setting an alert for the moment, Songfei inevitably completes the circuit for me. Trivial matters aside, my true objective was clear: reach level 10 and enter the god's abandoned realm. That is where the real game begins, far from the petty squabbles of these starter towns. Back in the town square, I materialized to a familiar sight, a crowd of desperate players. They swarmed my temporary stall the moment I appeared, clamoring for the scraps of power I was willing to sell. A warrior bellowed that he wanted the Battle Roar skill book I was offering, and just like that, I was 300 days of life richer. Some onlookers scoffed, questioning the price, but a smarter man immediately understood its value with that skill. 300 days could be earned back in 2. In less than a minute, my inventory was empty, and my lifespan had climbed to 217 days. It was a decent haul, but still a drop in the ocean compared to what I need to bring my true abilities into the real world. Just as I was about to leave, a young woman pushed through the crowd, claiming to have a treasure for me. She looked nervous, but determined. She presented her offer, a space ring, a 12-slot inventory item that doesn't occupy an equipment slot. The crowd gasped. Even these novices knew a special storage item this early was practically a myth. In my past life, a ring like this would sell for 600 days, but she wasn't asking for lifespan. She simply wanted to befriend me and get my help killing a boss. An unusual request, but I saw no reason to refuse. She told me the boss was a gold tier, a tattered boat she found in a swamp. The description was unmistakable. The Golden Ghost ship, a rare world boss. This boss was known for dropping incredibly valuable equipment, and its appearance always sparked a war between the major guilds. But for her to find it at level 5, and to have also found a space ring, the pieces started to connect. I realized she might be the fabled koi fish from my past life, a person whose existence was blessed with absurd reality-bending luck. Her answer was simple. She got bored with her slow party, went for a walk, and just found it. The rumors were true. It wasn't a smokescreen for some secret information broker. This impossible luck was real, and it was standing right in front of me. She noticed my intense gaze and fidgeted nervously. "Nothing," I said, turning to leave the town. From the corner of my eye, I spotted a group of players watching us, their leader smirking as his subordinate reported our departure. He foolishly assumed I was distracted by the girl, ordering his men to follow. As we walked, the girl, Black Plum, laid out her terms. Any equipment I could use was mine. Her only request was a discount on any loot for her party's captain, a demonstration of loyalty that, while pointless, was at least predictable. We walked deeper into the woods, the path growing dark. Suddenly she froze, her face a mask of fear. "I am enough," I stated, my voice flat. "I can handle this." Watch from a distance. Her eyes widened in disbelief, stammering about the impossibility of one person killing a gold-tier boss. She called my confidence ridiculous, a child's fantasy. Instead of arguing, I simply dissolved into the shadows, my form melting into tendrils of dark blue energy. The thugs who were tailing us watched from the trees, their leader confused by my sudden disappearance. He must have tricked that girl and abandoned her, he laughed, ordering his men to capture her. His crony cheered him on, praising his intellect as they moved in on their target. I reappeared behind them, a phantom they wouldn't see until it was too late. Their laughter died in their throats as I unleashed my skill. Instant shadow. In slash. One by one they fell, their bodies hitting the muddy ground before they could even process their own deaths. It was over in a second. A system notification confirmed the kills, rewarding me a pitiful 12 days of lifespan for their pathetic lives. I absorbed the golden motes of experience from their dissolving corpses. It was a swift, silent, and utterly efficient extermination. I rematerialized beside the girl, who jumped in surprise. "A few people were following us," I explained calmly. "I sent them back to town." She somehow concluded I had an invisibility skill for taking bathroom breaks in the wild. A line of reasoning so absurd it wasn't even worth correcting. I cut her off. "Hurry up and lead me to the boss." The blade in my hand hums with an energy these fledgling players can't even comprehend. Just as I predicted, another one materializes in the starting town, a fresh lamb for the slaughter. She gawks at her surroundings, murmuring about how real it all feels. The novelty will wear off once the true nature of this world sinks its teeth into her. Her mind is an open book of petty ambitions, scheming about some hidden class and how to use her so-called brothers. Then her eyes land on the leaderboard, and she sees my name, Shadow, at the top. Her thoughts immediately shift to how she can use me to climb the ranks, just as a pack of incompetent fools nearby complains about needing a healer. She approaches them with a practiced, innocent smile, offering her services as a hidden class healer. Their trivial dramas are of no concern to me. The rain washing over this forsaken land is more interesting. I stand on the precipice, gazing down into the gloom where my true prey awaits. The Blackwood Swamp, A fitting graveyard for a so-called immortal being. There it is, just as the ancient text described, the golden ghost ship. I turn to the temporary tool I brought with me. Hide here and be careful of ambushes. I command, I will deal with the boss. A pulse of dark energy erupts from me as I step into the boss's domain. The system confirms my knowledge, a violent domain that accelerates the loss of lifespan by 100-fold. A meaningless penalty for those who possess an eternity to spare. The ferryman of this swamp finally shows itself, a skeletal mockery of a guardian with a 45-minute countdown ticking above its head. I draw my blade, the energy crackling in the rain. 45 minutes is an insult. I'll only need 5. My instant shadow slash cuts through the downpour, a perfect azure cross carving a path toward the vessel. The strikes connect, peeling away its defenses, but the creature retaliates with a pathetic volley of venomous darts. I sidestep its clumsy attack and land a devastating critical hit right on its core. Now for the stealth break strike, targeting the first of its 4 predictable weaknesses. Its real vulnerability isn't the skeleton, but the ghost fire bell hanging from the ship's prow. As expected, striking the bell provokes the swamp itself, and pillars of water erupt around me. A high damage area attack that would obliterate any silver-armored tank, but my agility makes it trivial to evade. The second phase begins on cue, summoning 12 decaying water ghosts from the murky depths. Their grotesque forms rise from the swamp, reeking of death and desperation. These silver tier minions are meant to overwhelm a party, to induce panic and chaos. They don't realize I am not a party, I am a force of nature. From the shadows I find the perfect angle, the one vector that intersects all of them. Another slash bisects the clearing, and the summoned trash is erased from existence in a flurry of damage numbers. The girl I brought watches from the cliffs, her mouth agape at the display of overwhelming power. She mutters something about her own weakness, a sentiment I wholeheartedly agree with. I appear before her in a flicker of movement. You don't need to do anything, I state coldly. Wait for me to revive. She sputters in confusion, unable to grasp a strategy that involves intentional death. Then she tries to correct me on her name, as if such a detail matters in the slightest. Meanwhile, on another cliff, a different kind of insect is throwing a tantrum. This one whines to his lackeys about his past glories, bitter that a little girl is outperforming him. His scout points them in my direction, and the fool's greed takes over, planning to steal my kill. I turn my attention back to the boss for its 4th and final trick, the only one that poses any real threat. A massive soul surge emanates from the ship, a wave of purple energy washing over the swamp. This attack is undodgeable, designed to paralyze its victim for 5 seconds, a guaranteed death sentence for anyone else. The girl watches in horror as the energy swirls around me, a vortex of spiritual power. I make no move to resist as the ground erupts, impaling me on blackened spikes of earth. The damage is absolute, far beyond what any mortal could survive. A system notification flashes before my eyes, confirming what I already knew. You've died. The cost is steep, over 1,000 days of tradable lifespan and hundreds of years of my own, but the sensation of rebirth is exhilarating. The scavengers on the cliff erupt in laughter, mocking the arrogant expert who got himself killed. Their leader, blinded by the glowing orb of lifespan I dropped, orders them to charge the half-dead boss. One of them hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he glances toward the heavens. He was right to be afraid. My blade hums with shadow energy, eager to silence the pathetic creatures infesting this world. From a safe distance, the so-called elites who ran from the boss are still whining about its power, completely oblivious that my shadow attack was what crippled it for them. One of them grits his teeth, his fragile ego shattered by a power he can't comprehend. I arrive back at the swamp, the lingering scent of ozone and failure hanging in the air. Little Black greets me amidst a sea of glowing orbs, a testament to the incompetence of those who came before. He confirms my suspicions. A group of overconfident fools were wiped out by a simple water column attack. I remember this golden ghost ship from my past life. Its greatest strength is also its most exploitable weakness. It's programmed to flee and reappear elsewhere when its health drops below half. A tiresome mechanic for anyone without my foresight. But I have no intention of letting it run. My poison-laced dart flies true, a whisper of death streaking through the rain. The toxin seeps into its ethereal form, a clock ticking down to its inevitable demise. I've already seen through its every move 1,000 times before. As my instant shadow slash tears through its defenses, I notice a pack of hyenas watching from a nearby cliff, waiting to scavenge my kill. That woman from before is with another group, watching the would-be thieves with irritation. She decides to play the hero, gathering lightning in her staff, as if her petty squabbles concern me. Her spell strikes the scavengers, their skeletons lit up for a brief, satisfying moment of agony. Their leader screams in rage, ordering his men to kill the bitch who dared to interfere with their grand plans of theft. Predictably, she runs, her courage evaporating the moment she faces actual consequences. Her companion watches from the trees, his face a mask of useless concern as she's hunted down. He clenches his jaw but does nothing. A perfect portrait of impotence. My attention returns to my actual target. The golden ghost ship is nearly finished. The poison has done its work, but the onlookers on the cliff remain, convinced they are the predators here. They truly believe they can wait for me to exhaust myself on the boss, then kill me and take my reward. It was a good dream, but a miscalculation on their part, and mine. A server-wide announcement declares my victory. The first gold-grade boss kill, forever cementing the name Shadow in their minds. Back in the starter towns, the masses are buzzing with confusion and envy over my achievement. They debate the impossible gap between them and me, with some already plotting how to use my strength for their own gain. The scavengers on the cliff see the shower of loot and assume I've left, their greed blinding them to the obvious trap. Their leader orders his archer to use a tracking skill, just in case I'm lingering nearby. He draws his bow, releasing a phantom horned eagle. A spectral bird of prey erupts from the arrow, its purpose to hunt the unseen. It circles the swamp, a beacon of their misplaced confidence. The eagle's anti-invisibility magic washes over the area, a decent trick for a low-level hunter. A shame for them that my invisibility skill is on an entirely different level. Their spell can't even register my presence. Thinking me gone, their leader smirks and orders his men to secure the loot before the ownership rights expire. They approach the glowing orbs, their faces alight with triumph, completely unaware that their lives have already been forfeit. I move, before they can even process my reappearance, my blade has already passed through them, and just like that, the forest is quiet again. As for the girl who interfered, I'll find her later. Right now, I have loot to collect and skills to upgrade. My greedy hand skill is ready for an evolution, a guaranteed increase to the quality and quantity of my rewards. I reach out, my power coalescing around the scattered lights of my fallen enemies. I draw all of it into my grasp, a satisfying harvest. The system acknowledges the activation, a formality before the true prize is revealed. The rewards are staggering: evolution points, hundreds of days of lifespan, and a special item drop. I received not one but two Ghost Fire Bells special items that can immobilize my enemies without even taking up an equipment slot. Extremely convenient. Just as I'm admiring my new tools, a pathetic cry for help echoes through the trees. This tiresome noise again. Little Black, where has he gone? The rain does little to wash away the scent of filth in this forest as I search for a specific girl. They call me an assassin, but that word is too small for what I am. I am the shadow that consumes all light. Little Black, where are you? I call out into the gloom, tracking the trail she left. It seems I wasn't the only one looking for her. A pack of hyenas had cornered their prey, promising her a trip to heaven with lecherous smiles. She was holding her ground, but her defiance was clearly wearing thin against their numbers. Faced with capture or the abyss, she made her choice without a moment's hesitation. She threw herself from the cliff's edge, a desperate but respectable move. But her fall was arrested as her staff snagged on a root, leaving her dangling precariously. She really jumped, one of the thugs muttered, a hint of surprise in his voice. This girl is quite resolute. My business here was concluded. All right, wait for me there. I will pass the stuff to you. I transmitted to my contact. I'd already died and returned once. Pain is a concept for lesser beings. The rewards for my hunt were substantial. My tradable lifespan now exceeded 3,000 days, and I'd secured 21 evolution points. It was time to grow stronger. My skill, Greedy Hand, was ready for its 10th evolution, but the cost was a staggering 210 points. The return on investment, however, was astronomical. My Jade Shadow Slash evolved into the Diamond Tier Instant Shadow Slash. 7 invisible slashes that could tear through anything in my path. The spoils from the last kill were impressive. Thanks to my greedy hand, I acquired multiple pieces of equipment and skill books, 3 of which were perfectly suited for an assassin. The first were the Ghost Ship Dual Blades, a platinum-grade weapon with a beautifully simple effect. Every normal attack strikes twice. The agility bonus alone was significant, but the increased attack speed would make my skill chains utterly seamless. Next, a set of gold-tier Ghostfire leather armor, which added a ridiculous 419 health directly to my stats. I made the armor invisible. Let them think I'm defenseless. It makes their final moments so much more satisfying. The last piece was a passive assassin skill that increased dodge rate, a stat most players consider a useless trap. But I am different. Where others must sacrifice power for a fleeting chance at survival, I can evolve skills infinitely. It was time to return. I'd sell the remaining gear to Wang Meng's party on credit. Their debt would be a useful leash. This entire upgrade was thanks to the girl and her golden ghost ship. Her usefulness had exceeded my initial expectations. Just as I was leaving, I ran into the trash I'd observed earlier, their bravado evaporating the moment they saw me. "It's the shadow! Run!" they shrieked, trampling each other in their haste to escape. I granted the first one a swift end, my new blades flashing through the downpour. He never even processed the attack before his life was extinguished. The last one fell to his knees, groveling. "I'm wrong, I won't do it again," he begged, crying about the little lifespan he had left. I leaned in close, my voice a cold whisper against his ear. "When you cornered that girl, did you think about mercy first?" His scream was cut short as my power tore the life from his body. The system branded me a killer, a meaningless status. I walked back into the novice town, my presence immediately causing a stir among the weak. They whispered among themselves, assuming I'd exploited a bug to kill the boss because I appeared to be wearing no equipment. Their ignorance is a shield I am happy for them to carry. One of the cowards who tried to swindle me before approached, offering a skill book as a pathetic apology. It was a basic control skill, Impale. Barely useful, but I took it. I left them standing there in their fear without another word. I could hear them plotting behind my back, their whispers filled with impotent rage and childish schemes. Their leader, at least, had a sliver of intelligence, correctly deducing that my rapid growth was due to a secret. Their grand plan was to send a professional beauty to seduce the information out of me. The sheer arrogance was almost amusing. As it happened, I was already speaking with the very expert they had failed to capture. She was ecstatic over the gear I'd given her, her power multiplying several times over. "I'm just following our agreement," I stated flatly. "Give me the space ring." She handed it over, and then offered something far more valuable, the location of a hidden ruin she'd found. First the ghost ship, now a ruin. This girl was proving to be a surprisingly efficient investment. My inventory was now a comfortable 27 slots. Her party was off training a replacement priest, leaving the ruin entirely for me. She marked the location on a map, the very place those thugs had cornered her. I had what I needed. I dissolved into the shadows, leaving her standing alone in the street. My initial plan was to grind to level 10, but a ruin presented a far more lucrative opportunity. These beginner ruins are typically tombs or cursed temples, filled with bronze and silver tier monsters. But to me, they are not monsters. They are a vast, untapped ocean of lifespan and evolution points, waiting to be harvested. Perhaps this is the so-called professional beauty they intended to send after me. She would find me a difficult target to manipulate. I knelt, pushing aside the overgrown vegetation to reveal the stone entrance hidden beneath the forest floor. I descended the steps into the darkness, my mind already calculating the possibilities of this ruin. Of the three main types, cursed ruins are haunted by ghosts and ancient gods, while temples are complex labyrinths filled with fanatical believers. The murals etched into the stone walls confirmed my suspicions. This was undoubtedly a temple of faith. As I looked closer, a chilling familiarity washed over me. This was the faith temple of the ancient god of judgment. A faint scream echoed from deep within, confirming this place shared the same origin as my own Eye of Judgment. It seems some other fools had stumbled in here before me. I watched them through a shared vision, a clumsy warrior bracing himself for impact. The creature's claws tore through his defense, sending him sprawling to the ground. He desperately screamed for a heal, his voice laced with the panic of incompetence. The girl with the staff just stood there, paralyzed by fear. She stammered, admitting she didn't even know how to activate her own skills. Another one of their party barked at her to hurry as the monster lunged again, but it was already too late for them. She just collapsed in a heap, weeping about how scared she was. A truly pathetic display. They reappeared in the town plaza, the sting of their failure written plainly across their faces. A woman greeted their party leader, and his rage immediately erupted, blaming the useless healer for their demise. Another party member defended the girl, reminding him that she was just a beginner, but he was intent on scolding her into oblivion. The swordsman pointed out that she had died 3 times in less than an hour, a truly remarkable level of ineptitude. The woman who had greeted them, Big Plum, arrogantly declared that with her power, they wouldn't die again. The leader finally relented, hoping that with their new member they might run into an expert like me. The useless healer apologized meekly, but I could sense the simmering rage behind her eyes as she silently cursed them all as retards. Her internal monologue was far more interesting than her outward cowardice. Leaving them to their bickering, I arrived at the true entrance of the temple. The groans of the undead echoed from the chamber ahead. Inside, 2 figures were prostrated on the ground, wailing in a bizarre ritual. My eye identified them, level 10 silver tier devout followers. A decent challenge for the rabble outside, but mere annoyances for me. I moved without a sound, unleashing my instant shadow slash. The blade passed through them like a phantom. My attack barely scratched them. Their combined health was formidable. Strangely, they knelt again, facing my exact position despite my stealth. It seemed my Eye of Judgment allowed them to sense my presence, so I tested a theory, commanding them to guide me. They only moaned in response, their minds completely shattered and corrupted by time. These things were no longer devout. They were feral beasts driven by a single impulse, to steal lifespan from the living. Suddenly, their wails turned into furious shrieks. They ignored me completely, launching their foul magic toward the entrance I'd just come through. I heard panicked shouts from the hallway as the other party arrived, horrified to find 2 silver bosses waiting for them. They screamed to run, knowing they couldn't even handle one. I recognized the party of the girl named Grey Rose, the one who bought my Ice Spike skill book. Their foolishness cost them dearly as the followers drained over 100 days of their tradable lifespan before they were wiped out. After the noise died down, I searched the room, but it was empty. I briefly wondered if these 2 guards were the only thing here, but dismissed the thought and decided to finish this. I moved in, my blades piercing their skulls with lethal precision. The system notified me of my rewards, experience, evolution points, and 18 days of lifespan, and I activated Greedy Hand. The epic skill flared to life, its golden aura promising a far greater prize. The haul was staggering: 115.04 days of tradable lifespan, silver equipment, and a single piece of gold tier gear. I inspected the item, a gold accessory called the Pendant of the Faithful. The 20% cooldown reduction was a game changer, significantly lowering the timer on my most critical skills. Grinding would become far more efficient, and since I was the only one high enough level to use it, its value was mine alone to decide. Just as I equipped it, the ground began to shake violently. As I expected, clearing the monsters triggered a hidden mechanism. The real trial was only just beginning. Just as I suspected, a hidden mechanism was tucked away in the shadows of this chamber. A simple push against the stone pillar is all it takes to activate it. The ground groans as ancient gears turn, the entire circular platform beginning to rotate. The floor itself parts, revealing not a staircase but a lift descending into the abyss. After a long silent drop, the platform finally shudders to a halt. I estimate the descent was at least 300 or 400 meters deep. Looking out, I see it. The true maze hidden beneath the temple, littered with the bones of those who failed before. I remember this place from my past life. A labyrinth of lethal traps designed to shred the unwary. Activating any of those traps with my own body would be an idiotic risk, but fortunately, I came prepared. With a pulse of mana, I summon a silver tier devout follower, a disposable pawn for a disposable task. I give it a simple one-word command: go, scout. It's far more efficient to explore with a lackey triggering the dangers for me. Still, there is always a chance of something unexpected, so I evolve my passive dodge skill just in case. I pour my evolution points into Ghost Shadow Blur, pushing it to epic tier. A 75% passive dodge rate is more than enough for anything this place can throw at me. The system's logic is brutal and simple. The higher a skill's starting tier, the more it costs to evolve, but I can elevate any worthless starter skill into an epic power with minimal investment. From now on, all my skills will be nothing less. As my new pawn shuffles forward, the faint click of a pressure plate echoes in the silence. A massive stone block slams down from the ceiling, a primitive but effective trap. The summon was crushed instantly, its purpose served. Now I simply wait for the cooldown to expire before summoning the next one. While I navigate this complex maze, the fools above are just now discovering the entrance I used. Their scout confirms that the 2 monsters I killed have disappeared, much to their captain's confusion. They correctly deduce that someone killed the bosses and stole their lifespan, but they can't even begin to comprehend who could have done it. The mage is the first to connect the dots, remembering that she saw me seemingly communicating with the beasts. She assumes I have a skill to bewitch bosses, a laughable but convenient misunderstanding of my true power. The thought of such an incomprehensible ability is terrifying to them, as it should be. My latest summon meets its end, impaled by a volley of spears from the walls. Score obsessed Crestwave Academy, character first Iron Gate Reform School. After 3 hours of this tedious process, sacrificing one pawn after another, I finally reached the end of the maze. In my previous life, it took the lives of over 100 humans to chart this path. I only needed to expend some mana. I command my final summon to open the massive stone door at the end of the causeway. It strains against the heavy gate, but the door remains completely immovable. It can't be opened? Strange. This is not what I remember. Then I see it. A golden chest, not present in my last life, shining with the promise of epic tier items. But I must remain careful. There's always a chance it's a mimic or another, more subtle trap. I have no intention of risking my own skin for it. As the lid lifts, a blinding golden light erupts from within. My eyes adjust to see the prize, a skill book of immense power. But just as I'm about to claim it, a mysterious woman appears from thin air, standing silently by the chest. The system shows only question marks. All of her information is completely hidden from me. This is the first time I've met an NPC like this, one who speaks in a language of glowing, unknown runes. Before I can analyze her further, she begins to dissolve into particles of golden light. In a matter of seconds, she has vanished completely. As she disappears, the thorny vines that had been wrapped around the treasure chest wither away into nothing. I still don't know who she was, but her connection to the Eye of Judgment is undeniable. With the Guardian gone, the golden chest sits unguarded, its epic contents waiting to be claimed. Still, I take no chances. Go open the chest. I command my pawn again. The summon lifts the lid, and once more the brilliant light confirms the treasure is real. This skill book, it's a godly skill for an assassin, granting both powerful passive and active effects. My shadow lengthens, a blade of pure vengeance ready to carve my name into this world. The system rewards my efficiency with 2 new skills. The first being a passive called Bestowal of Mercy, an ironic name for something that guarantees a 100% weak point hit rate and doubles the damage. The second, Slit Throat, is even more absurd. The passive doubles my weak point damage, but this active skill multiplies it even further with a potent debuff. A simple calculation shows its lethal potential. A 300 damage strike becomes 1200 total damage over 3 seconds, a 4-fold increase. Unlike other multi-hit skills, Slit Throat concentrates all its power into the first strike, and as an epic tier skill, upgrading it will be trivial. With my burst damage now massively increased, I decide it's time to sell the leftovers from Little Black's kills. Little Black, tell Wang Meng to return to town. I command my shadow. I have items to sell to him. But upon my return, I'm met with an unexpected sight. A pathetic crowd of worshippers chanting my name. They crawl out of the woodwork, chairmen of corporations and experts from other cities, all begging me to join them. It seems the teleportation gates linking the towns have finally activated, drawing these flies to the light. This changes my plans entirely. I can finally head to Songfei's base of operations, Firefly Town. I have no time for these insects, so I simply vanish, leaving them to their confusion and rage. Their frustration immediately turns inward as they start bickering amongst themselves, one fool even threatening to kill another over an insult. Just as I'm about to leave, I spot Little Black calling out to someone. It's Wang Meng's party, but there's an unfamiliar face among them that makes my blood run cold. It's Qin Xiaoyou. Seeing her here is a dangerous complication. Her connection to the authorities could destroy Wang Meng's entire party and jeopardize my plans. I must be more cautious now that the name Shadow is known throughout the world. My real identity cannot be exposed. My true self is still laughably weak. A common thug with a kitchen knife could end me right now. Wang Meng is discussing the price of the gold tier equipment I'm offering, a total of 220 days of lifespan. I'll let them have it on credit. Their gratitude is meaningless, but their future usefulness is not. They can barely contain their childish glee, marveling at how their damage has tripled with the new skills and equipment. Then one of them points out the obvious. There's nothing in the loot pile for their priest. Score obsessed Crestwave Academy, character first Iron Gate Reform School. Just then, the priest herself, Qin Xiaoyou, approaches me directly and sends a friend request under the absurd name Little Graceful. I glance at her once, my eyes filled with ice. Then, without a word, I dissolve back into the darkness. They stare at the empty space, assuming I just didn't have any priest drops this time. One of them even remarks how cool my dramatic exits are, like a child watching a magic trick. The fools are oblivious. I actually have a gold tier priest staff and a matching skill book in my inventory. But I would never give such precious items to Qin Xiaoyou. I am using Wang Meng's party as a convenient way to offload bulk equipment, nothing more. I cannot allow her presence to affect my operations. I need to find a reliable priest to replace her quickly. And I know just the person. Ge Yiqiu, the former manager of Godslayer Guild from my past life. She was a true priestess, a powerful healer whose white bird could apply potent buffs, utterly eclipsing the useless Qin Xiaoyou. Come to think of it, I remember she was also from Firefly Town, the same place as Songfei. This is perfect. I can solve 2 problems with 1 trip. My destination is set. I step through the newly activated teleportation gate. As I arrive, I overhear a group of players complaining about a silver boss whose health is almost depleted. They curse Songfei's name, whining about his legion of fangirls and plotting to kill him. A familiar story, but I already have my own leads on the pretty boy. I leave their petty drama behind and head into the barren wasteland. Soon, I'm deep within the unforgiving terrain of the Wailing Valley. This is a level 5 area, swarming with ember fiends and the shackled, and a battle is already raging ahead. A monstrous being of pure fire tears through the players, their pathetic screams echoing in the canyon. I identify the creature immediately, a 2-headed ember fiend, a silver tier boss. The situation is pure chaos, with players turning on each other in a desperate scramble for survival. And in the middle of it all, leading a phalanx of mages, is a face I know all too well. Song Fei. A warrior screams at him, accusing him of a treacherous ambush before charging in for revenge. But before the blade can connect, one of Song Fei's brainless fangirls leaps in front of him, taking the fatal blow. The attacker is stunned, but I am not. I know this man's title, heaven-defying mage god, and the depraved methods he uses to uphold it. In my past life, he tricked countless women into becoming his personal army, taking their equipment and skills to fuel his own rapid growth. He molded them into whatever he needed: glass cannons, disruption mages, even human shields. Some became battle mages, pathetically swinging their staffs in melee combat. This is the inevitable outcome of their devotion: a bloody corpse on the ground. His early dominance was built on a mountain of their bodies, disposable pawns who died off quickly once their usefulness expired. It all started in 2025, with the announcement of a game called Shen Qi. They sold it to the masses as a simple fantasy, a harmless world of knights and demons. The great lie, the hook that doomed us all, was that the power you gained could be brought into reality. And just like that, our cities became battlegrounds, reality itself fracturing under the weight of this new magic. The world we knew was erased, replaced by an era of unending, catastrophic disasters. I rose through the chaos, tamed dragons, and stood at the very precipice of godhood. But even at the peak, a single moment of naive trust was all it took for my entire world to crumble. I was just half a step from the absolute summit, from a power that would have made me untouchable. I should have known then that the only thing people covet more than power is seeing the powerful fall. My success, it seems, incited a pathetic jealousy in the one I foolishly considered my closest companion. But as my life faded, the divine equipment I'd bled for activated, refusing to let my story end with such an insulting betrayal. I opened my eyes not to the abyss, but to the familiar city lights of the past, years before my fall. The universe had granted me a second chance, and this time there would be no mistakes. Looking at my younger face in the reflection, I made a new vow, severing the ties of my past life with cold finality. I would walk a completely different path, one forged in solitude and absolute power. The system itself seemed to sense the change in my soul, granting me a new awakening steeped in darkness. It confirmed my new existence. I had become shadow. This new strength felt correct, an extension of the cold emptiness that now filled my heart. With this power, I had only one single burning purpose: revenge. My speed of growth now is hundreds of times faster than my previous life. I am no longer a player, but a predator. I whispered her name to the uncaring night, a promise that would soon be kept. Song Fei, I am coming for you. My rage took form, manifesting a new technique from the abyss of my soul, the shadow-breaking blow. It was the perfect tool for tearing through obstacles, for moving through the darkness unopposed. I wrapped the shadows around me like a burial shroud, becoming one with them. Using a skill called shadow immersion, I could become an unseen phantom of vengeance, a ghost in her machine. In the pitch black, only my eyes remained, the cold gaze of a hunter who has already marked his prey. My resolve is now colder than steel, my will harder than diamond. Every soul that dares to stand between me and her will be cut down without a moment's hesitation. The archers gather, their faces twisted with a pathetic attempt at resolve, vowing to avenge their fallen idol. One of them, a woman whose confidence far outstrips her ability, scoffs that my stealth is useless against her detection skill. I let her arrow pass harmlessly through my incorporeal form, dissolving into a cloud of ethereal feathers just to mock her. The glowing plumes drift down around her perch on the cliff, a beautiful, useless distraction. Another of the fanatics spots my reformed shape on the ground below, and shrieks for her sisters to unleash their most powerful attacks. Fiefens charge forth, one of them screams, leaving no blade of grass standing. How utterly theatrical. But just as they prepare to fire, their own assassin teleports directly into their line of fire, a look of confusion on her face. Their combined volley impacts with the force of a meteor, obliterating their sister in a blinding explosion. The leader, rather than show remorse for her catastrophic miscalculation, declares it divine retribution, blaming the dead woman for her own incompetence. Quick, use Eagle Eye again, she barks, desperate to find me amidst the carnage she just caused. They're far too slow. I activate my Ghost Fire Bell, and a wave of soul-numbing energy washes over them. Every muscle in their bodies locks up, their faces frozen in masks of pure terror as they realize they're completely helpless. They can't even scream as my shadows begin to coil around them, silencing them for good. My form coalesces from the void, my blade already a whisper of death as I execute an instant shadow slash. Before their 3 seconds of paralysis are even over, they're all just lifeless husks on the ground. I dissolve back into nothingness, leaving their master to wonder what just happened. From a safe distance, their precious Song Fei stares in shock, unable to comprehend how his entire security detail died without me ever appearing. That's when I whisper directly into his ear. Song Fei, you're already dead. The blood drains from his face as he clumsily fumbles to activate a magic shield. A weak shimmer of light envelops him, a final futile gesture of self-preservation. My lifespan sunder technique tears through the barrier as if it were paper, plunging directly into his chest. He stumbles backward, the green light of his own life force erupting from the wound as I claim my prize. I stand over the dissipating shield, my sword glowing. The system confirms my haul, over 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. Looking back, I see the faint orbs of life rising from the corpses of his fan club. They were so brainwashed they willingly sacrificed their own non-tradable lifespan just to extend his pathetic. Now all that time they wasted will simply seep into the earth and feed the monsters. What a pointless gesture. Back in the safety of his spawn point, Song Fei shrieks in rage, realizing I've left him with a mere 500 days. He immediately turns on his archer, who can only explain that her detection skill was fooled by their own assassin. He finally connects the dots, realizing my stealth attribute is simply in a different league than her detection skill. A shred of intelligence appears as he worries I might hunt him down again, even though he believes he didn't provoke me. But his narcissism quickly smothers it, as he concludes I must simply be jealous of his gorgeous looks. His remaining followers flock to him, vowing to follow him anywhere as he decides to flee to another region. A short while later, I've returned to the main city to pick up his trail. I move through the crowds like a ghost, completely unnoticed. His entire entourage is gone, so I stop a random player to ask where the coward ran to. The man is terrified at first, but his fear turns to excitement when he recognizes me as Expert Shadow, and he eagerly tells me where Song Fei went. He points out the direction, mentioning that Song Fei's girlfriend was the one with the stealth detection. I remember her well. He then starts complaining about his own troubles, so I simply fade away, leaving him talking to thin air. Just knowing the direction isn't enough, searching blindly is a fool's errand, and a waste of my valuable time. I need precision. I need a tracker. I need Gu Yexu. And speak of the devil, I spot her across the plaza, her signature owl perched on her staff. I approach her directly, and she recognizes me immediately, her eyes sharp. Your Shadow. I waste no time, offering her a gold tier staff in exchange for Song Fei's exact coordinates. She's stunned I know about her unique area of effect searchability. She claims she can't afford it, but I push the trade through anyway. Her lifespan is worthless to me, her skill is not. The system confirms the transaction is successful, and the deal is sealed. She clutches the golden staff, her face flushed with an almost sickening level of avarice. I grab her arm, reminding her of her end of the bargain. She flinches, noting a strange sense of familiarity. She asks if I'm someone she knows from the real world. Given our mutual hatred for Song Fei, I can't be bothered. I tell her coldly, prompting her to get to work. Her owl takes flight. She raises the new staff, its power amplifying her search as she focuses her will. The owl's magical sight sweeps over the vast, rugged landscape. It soars over a remote town nestled deep within the Badlands, a perfect hiding spot for rats. A moment later, her eyes snap open. I found Song Fei. The hunt resumes. My scout materialized from the embers of the desolate landscape, its message precise and unwavering. The summoner behind me flinched at its sudden appearance, so I cut him off before he could ask a stupid question. There was no time to waste on his incompetence. I was already moving before the last syllable left his mouth. Every step I took was a countdown to Song Fei's demise, the barren wasteland, a fitting stage for his final act. But then I felt it, a subtle shift in the world's energy, a faint hum that only someone with my experience could perceive. The bumbling fool I'd hired stumbled to a halt behind me, panting like a dog. He was useless for anything but tracking, so I gave him a simple task a child could handle. He followed my command, his senses finally locating the faint markers I had already found. I approached the withered tree, placing my palm against its bark as a faint light began to glow. The summoner stared blankly at the ancient symbol, his ignorance almost impressive. A pillar of golden light erupted from the ground, tearing through the sky and revealing what lay hidden beneath. Even this fool could recognize the aura of a jade-tier treasure chest. Finding an ancient god's blessing in a place like this was a stroke of fortune I hadn't anticipated, but I would exploit it all the same. He began reciting the common knowledge of this world, explaining how these blessings worked as if he were enlightening me. He marveled at its monetary value, but his small mind couldn't grasp its true worth, a currency of life itself. The system confirmed my discovery as the chest unlocked, the glowing reward a testament to my superior knowledge. Inside rested a single book, its title one I recognized from whispers and legends of my past life, Blossoming Curse. The skill was as beautifully horrific as the legends described, a parasitic flower that drains the very lifespan of its victims. With this, I no longer needed to guard a player's corpse to claim their life. Song Fei's good days were over. I would hunt him relentlessly until he was nothing. Meanwhile, the rats themselves were busy fighting some pathetic flaming beast, blissfully unaware that their hunter was closing in. Song Fei, the arrogant little princeling, actually believed he had escaped me. His lackeys were distracted by some other group fighting a boss nearby, their attention spans as short as their lives. They recognized the newcomers as the rabid fanbase of some second-rate idol named Niu Jaki. Song Fei's face twisted in petty rage, furious that anyone else would dare compete for monster kills in his territory. The idol's fans, equally delusional, saw Song Fei's group and immediately prepared to charge, screaming about rankings. The first group, seeing the approaching mob, naively thought reinforcements had arrived to help them. Just as they were about to land the final blow on the boss, they were swarmed from behind. The first punch landed with a sickening crack, shattering the man's jaw and any illusion of safety. One of the crazed fans, her face contorted with rage, swung her staff with murderous intent. The wooden staff splintered as it pierced through flesh and bone. A pathetic end for a pointless conflict. One of the survivors screamed at her own teammate, a man named Ah Long, utterly bewildered by his betrayal. The attacker stood over them, their eyes glazed over, their minds no longer their own. She pleaded, trying to reason with them, but my puppets don't listen to reason. An arrow silenced her pathetic cries, punching straight through her skull. Song Fei's fans descended on the survivors, a mindless mob fueled by cheap slogans and fanaticism. They chanted their pathetic mantras, pledging allegiance to a fool who was leading them to their graves. The monster they were fighting was torn apart in the crossfire of their idiotic war. Their voices echoed through the canyon, a chorus of the damned. The boss finally fell, and they praised their brother as if he were a deity. Song Fei played the part of the benevolent leader perfectly, feigning shock at the ambush his own puppets had initiated. His adoring fans ate it up, their chants of devotion echoing as they celebrated their hollow victory. From my vantage point on the cliff, I watched their disgusting display. It was time to make my entrance. One of them finally looked up, his face draining of all color as he uttered Song Fei's name in pure terror. I let my gaze fall upon him, a predator locking eyes with its prey, and delivered their sentence. A torrent of dark energy erupted from my body, slamming into their celebratory huddle. Their screams were music as my power tore through their ranks, a fitting end to their chorus. The ground itself fractured under the weight of my presence. Now to test my new toy, I activated the skill, and the earth beneath a fresh corpse began to glow with a crimson light. A grotesque, blood-red flower burst from the dead man's neck, its tendrils unfurling as it reached for the living. The fool was panicking, scrambling through the streets like a frightened animal. His face twisted in a mask of idiotic confusion, screaming to his followers about me being out of my mind. He actually believes I'm hunting him because I'm jealous of his female fans. As his tradable lifespan plummets, a system notification blinking away his final days, he wonders if there's a penalty for dying too much. His little followers finally notice something is wrong as he collapses again, one of them pointing out that a blood-red flower appeared on his corpse, absorbing his very essence. The realization finally dawns on his pathetic face. A flower grew on my corpse. It's sucking away my lifespan. He orders his so-called family to log off, pathetically announcing they'll buy more lifespan and come back stronger. He glares into the void with impotent rage, swearing this isn't over. A futile promise from a man who thinks 2.5 years of hard training means anything to me. I stood alone in a field of crimson spider lilies, each one a testament to a life I had reaped. His corpse and the many before it lay at my feet, consumed by the blossoms of my power. The system merely confirmed the inevitable. Due to excessive player killing, my Slayer rank had increased, and I had just claimed a staggering percentage of his remaining time. Another 1,000 days of lifespan, harvested from him and his sycophants before the absorption stopped. My avian scout confirms from above that the coward finally logged off. One of my watchers, Zhao Shu, lands nearby, her owl perched on her arm, her expression a mix of fear and awe. How terrifying, she murmurs, before confirming that Song Fei and his entire fan club have fled the game. Good, I replied, my voice devoid of emotion. Keep an eye out, notify me the moment he comes back online. She asks if she can go, but I stop her. I have a use for her yet. I present a gold tier skill book, Holy Judgment Sword. This book is worth 500 days of lifespan. I state plainly, but I'll sell it to you for one condition. Her mind jumps to foolish conclusions, but I cut her off. I want you to join a team as their long-term healer. She hesitates, worried they're too weak, but I assure her they are decent. And decent was a generous term for the group I had in mind. In some rainy forest, I watched them through a proxy as they struggled against a basic mob, their tank barely surviving the encounter. The leader, covered in poison, screams for a cleanse from their healer. It seems this brute thinks all priests are born with the same skills. The girl panics, raises her staff, and unleashes a pathetic excuse for a cleansing spell. She misses. Completely. The pillar of light strikes the empty ground next to him. She offers a pathetic apology as her captain's soul floats out of his poison-riddled corpse. His body hits the mud, a testament to her utter incompetence. Back in town, the remnants of that failed party regroup. Their leader, Yu, laments their lack of a competent healer, wondering where they could possibly find one. Meanwhile, their now unemployed priestess dreams of meeting Song Fei, the very man I just finished farming. This is where I intervened. I sent Yu a message, offering him a hidden-class white avian priestess. His brother, ever the opportunist, immediately agreed for him, recognizing the value of a competent party member. Yu then turns to his useless healer, Xiao Yu, and tells her they're moving to a higher-level zone that's too dangerous for her. It was a flimsy excuse to abandon her, and they didn't even wait for her to process it before running off. She curses them as they leave, vowing to find me to carry her instead. A truly foolish girl. My new contact, Wang Meng, arrived just as I was concluding my business with Yu, collecting the 800 days of lifespan he owed me for some gear. As he introduces us, another player approaches, calling out to him. A woman in gleaming armor strides forward, her presence commanding attention. The system identifies her immediately. Player ID Justice Execution, a Dragon Knight, and one of the top 20 powerhouses in the world. She introduces herself as Yu, revealing her relation to the team captain, and expresses her admiration for me. Interesting. This is the first person from my past life who has managed to outrank me in this timeline. She offers to buy any future gear I find, claiming the authorities have stored a vast amount of lifespan with her for safekeeping. A clever lie. She's testing me, trying to gauge my intentions while securing a potential pipeline of high-end equipment. Every sentence is a probe, a calculated move masked by a naive facade. Having great Xia's liaison saves me trouble, so for now I will play along. The official announcement finally dropped, and the screams were almost immediate. A wave of sheer, unadulterated panic swept through the student body as the truth sank into their thick skulls. This game was real, and their lifespan was the price of failure. They wailed about how they'd squandered their lives, trading away years for trinkets, or to support some worthless idol, never once considering the consequences. The denial was pathetic to witness. They clutched their phones, refusing to believe the fantasy was over. Then his name started popping up in their desperate messages. Song Fei, the celebrity player, was now buying lifespans. His most delusional followers saw it as an opportunity, fantasizing about selling their remaining years just to get close to him, even wanting to wear his branded lingerie. I watched one of his rabid fans take off, sprinting toward what she believed was salvation, but was in fact just a different kind of slaughterhouse. Even she was shaken from her stupor, finally logging out of the game to process the news. She checked her account, seeing the 200 days of lifespan I'd sent her were now worth a small fortune, a reward for her loyalty. But her momentary relief was shattered by a headline that made her blood run cold. Shadow was massacring Song Fei. The news that I had killed him 3 times already sent her into a state of shock. Tears streamed down her face as she recalled his empty promises, now terrified of the monster who could hunt down a celebrity protected by dozens of players. Meanwhile, Song Fei's cult was mobilizing, broadcasting his location and begging his beauties to come sell him their lives at Dajiang Plaza. Another one of his foolish admirers, realizing he was nearby, decided she couldn't just stand by and watch. Clutching the 200 days of life she'd saved, she ran out the door, determined to offer her own existence to save her idol. While they scrambled in the real world, I was still inside the game, methodically exterminating everything in my path. These oversized crustaceans were nothing more than experience points, fodder to fuel my ascent. And then it came, the system notification I had been working for. A global announcement echoed across every server, letting the entire world know that I, player Shadow, was the first to reach level 10. The other players could only stare in disbelief. They fumed, unable to comprehend how someone from the Dasha server could so thoroughly dominate them all. My status window was a testament to my power, a gap so vast they could never hope to cross it. The system informed me that the world was still too weak. Until 7 players reached my level, I would remain in a class of my own. That's good. It meant I had time to go back to reality and settle something. The world of the game dissolved around me. I opened my eyes, the familiar ceiling of my room greeting me, but the power I felt was anything but familiar. A new system prompt appeared, offering to bring my power into the real world for a price. I accepted without hesitation and chose to extract my class first. For 1,000 days of tradable life, my very essence was rewritten. I became Shadow, the only hidden profession in body and soul. Next, I extracted my level. 2,000 more days were consumed, and I felt my physical body surge with power, my stats rising to match my level 3 avatar. I analyzed the system's logic. The cost was based on a skill's initial grade, not its evolved state, a flaw I could easily exploit. This was a comforting realization, as it meant my most powerful skill would be laughably cheap to acquire. After spending a few thousand more days of life to extract my skills, my reserves were running low, but my purpose was clear. I clenched my fists, feeling strength that far exceeded the limits of a normal human. With unlimited invisibility and poison darts, finding an opportunity to end Song Fei would be trivial. He was at Dajiang Plaza, a mere 10-minute run from my newly enhanced body. Just as I prepared to leave, my phone vibrated. It was a text from Qin Feng, that arrogant dog, threatening me on behalf of the woman who betrayed me. I didn't even bother to read the entire message. I tossed the phone aside. These people were about to find out what the god-forsaken game truly is. The deafening roar of the crowd was almost impressive in its sheer mindlessness. Thousands of fools, screaming the name of a parasite as if he were a god. Their pathetic, manufactured adoration echoed through the stadium, a symphony of delusion. And while these sheep were being led to slaughter, their shepherds were plotting against me. The sister of my latest in-game victim spoke of my 3 kills, her voice dripping with a misplaced confidence as she laid out her pathetic little plan. She intended to lure me out with money, then let her brother Song Fei teach me a lesson. She even compared their methods to some corporation that enslaves players, blissfully unaware she was describing her own brother's racket. He sat there, smug and self-satisfied, basking in the knowledge that his followers would willingly die for him. Then, a flicker of intelligence in the crowd. A man stood up, shouting at the fools not to sell their lives away so cheaply. He reminded them of the game's most fundamental rule. When your lifespan hits 0, your life ends. He accused Song Fei of brainwashing and murder, threatening to involve the authorities. The so-called idol simply smirked, as if this minor inconvenience was all part of the show. He took the stage, his voice a sickeningly smooth balm of condescension. His apology was a masterpiece of manipulation, expressing regret for occupying public resources and causing a stir. His brainwashed followers immediately erupted, shouting that he'd done nothing wrong, playing right into his hands. He then spun a tale about cooperating with authorities and bringing positive energy to the world. He framed his parasitic draining of their lives as a noble act, all to become an idol worthy of their affection. The performance was capped off with a few crocodile tears, a cheap trick that sent his flock into a frenzy. They screamed that he was too gentle, that he shouldn't have to apologize for his crimes. The entire venue wept for their abuser, a truly pathetic spectacle. His fanatics turned on the man who had tried to warn them, howling for him to be thrown out for insulting their master's sincerity. Then one of his most fervent believers, a large woman in red, rushed the stage to defend his honor. She mocked the very idea that a game could impact reality, her ignorance a shield against the truth. She boasted of her own sacrifice, proudly declaring her willingness to die for him and shaming others for their lack of devotion. That was all it took. The crowd erupted, a frantic auction of lifespans, each fool trying to outdo the last. Song Fei drank in their adoration, a predator savoring the fear of his prey. He then turned to the woman on stage, his voice dripping with false gratitude, thanking her for the affection of someone like you. She was completely overwhelmed, convinced she was witnessing a divine act of love. He shed one final perfectly rehearsed tear, believing his victory was complete. That's when I made my move. A ripple of confusion spread through the crowd as their idol's performance came to an abrupt halt. Song Fei coughed, a spray of blood tainting his perfect facade. I appeared behind his most devoted follower, my power flowing through her as a conduit. His head snapped back as I began to drain the lifespan he had stolen, his life force siphoning away in an instant. The woman's face contorted from adoration to pure terror as she finally understood. His lifeless body crumpled to the stage floor, a puppet with its strings cut. The first screams of panic tore through the air as his followers watched their god fall. The concert descended into chaos, the truth finally dawning on them. His sister's bodyguards tried to pull her away, but they were too late. They saw the orb of stolen life was missing from his corpse. The mindless crowd became a stampede. His sister's eyes widened in horror, realizing she'd seen a ball of light disappear from his body. She knew instantly that a skill from the game had been used in reality, and she knew there was only one person capable of such a thing. But her realization came too late. A beam of energy tore through her bodyguard. It struck her cleanly through the skull. A swift and silent execution. Her protectors could only stare in shock as their charge was eliminated before their very eyes. Her body hit the floor, my power still crackling around her corpse. I stood there, cloaked in the chaos they had invited upon themselves, a silent reminder of who they had provoked. The sun sets on another city of oblivious fools, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, almost like a premonition of the blood yet to be spilled. The news networks are, of course, having a field day with my latest work. They call it a tragedy, but I call it pest control. Some of his more fanatical followers even took their own lives, a fitting end for those who worship false idols. In some drab vehicle, a pair of girls stare at a screen, their faces plastered with a predictable mix of shock and disbelief. I can't believe it, one of them whimpers, tears already welling in her eyes. We were just at his concert yesterday. Her friend, slightly more perceptive, connects the dots, asking if the legendary player Shadow might be responsible. They whisper about powers from the game bleeding into reality, struggling to comprehend a world that no longer plays by their rules. The crying one, Xiaoyu, seems to grasp the truth. Only the one who killed Zhufei in the game would have the motive to finish the job in the real world. She stews in her grief, her mind racing with useless thoughts of revenge. In her pathetic melodrama, she decides her world no longer has light, and that she must get close to me. She wants to get stronger no matter the cost, a sentiment I can almost respect if it weren't so misguided. She turns to her friend, her eyes burning with a newfound hollow purpose. Her one objective is to kill Shadow. Her friend recoils, frightened by the look on her face, the look of someone about to throw their life away for nothing. A vow is made to avenge a worthless celebrity, a promise she will never be able to keep. Meanwhile, I'm enjoying a simple bowl of noodles, completely unconcerned with the ripples I've created. Even in a world-bending game of gods and demons, a man still has to eat. My phone buzzes with a message from Fatty Hu, a relic from a life I've already left behind, threatening me over a job I abandoned. I remember the girl from the car, Yang Xiaoya. She was a member of my god-slaying guild in my past life, weak but loyal until the end. Another message comes through, this one from an idiot I used to work with, babbling about the game's mechanics and how much money I must have earned. He assumes I've wasted my earnings on trivial things, and then he mentions Qian Shishi, Fatty Hu's boss. I remember her all too well, a conniving woman with a penchant for foreign men and betrayal. Qian Shishi is a variable I hadn't accounted for yet, a future traitor who orchestrated the downfall of our entire region in my past life. She must be eliminated before she leaves the country and establishes her vile Alice in Wonderland association. If she dies, her little club of degenerates will fall apart before it even begins, and a future catastrophe will be averted. Just then, my phone rings again. It's Yang Xiaoya, calling my real name, Qin Feng. She tries to sound superior, bragging that she's earned enough to buy a house and that I should never bother her again. I simply reply, okay, and? Her bravado shatters at my indifference, and after a moment of stunned silence, she hangs up. I finish my noodles. It's time to get back to what really matters, leveling up. It won't be long before everyone reaches level 10, and their abilities start manifesting in reality. When that day comes, the fragile peace this world enjoys will be permanently shattered. Back in the game, Xiaoya is conferring with her friend, revealing her desperate plan. She sold her life force, her very potential, for a mere 2 million, all for this pointless revenge. She babbles about getting to know me, as if she could ever comprehend my true nature, before some bootlicker named Zhang Wei approaches. He offers her an assassin's skill book, a pathetic attempt at courtship, and she accepts, privately planning to offer it to me as tribute. She actually believes a common control skill is the key to getting my attention. Her mind drifts into a pathetic fantasy where she slowly earns my trust, becoming my closest confidant. She imagines becoming my lover, my other half, lulling me into a false sense of security. And then when my guard is down and my value is expended, she plans to strike me down personally. She pictures herself plunging a blade into my back, gouging out my eyes to complete her vengeance. Her delusion is cut short when the messenger returns with my reply, the skill is garbage, and I have no use for it. Elsewhere, I'm hunting in the barrens when the very ground begins to tremble with a surge of immense power. I halt instantly, my senses screaming danger. The cannon fodder I'm grouped with begins to panic, realizing this is no ordinary monster, this is a world boss. A crimson monstrosity, with blade-like limbs, erupts from the sand, and one of the fools raises his shield to block it. It's a futile gesture, the creature's limbs pierce through the steel as if it were paper. His shield and his life are shattered into 1,000 pieces. From my concealed position, I watch and analyze. It's a level 8 golden arthropod, a rare boss. I recall its file from my past life. It possesses level 2 anti-stealth. The creature roars, its glowing red eyes scanning the battlefield, completely aware of its surroundings. Against this opponent, my greatest weapon, my ability to become a ghost in the shadows, is utterly useless. This could actually be interesting. The pathetic creature lets out a final desperate roar as my shadow consumes it. I blur past its flailing limbs, a phantom of pure killing intent. The damage numbers cascade across its body, each one a testament to its inferiority. My shadow slash is a storm of phantom blades. It has no hope of tracking, let alone blocking any of them. The core of this technique is attacking from outside an enemy's field of vision, rendering their perception useless. But the true masterstroke was the legendary skill I acquired. It weakened the head and vital points of this particular monster by 200%. I suppose I have that naive girl, Qin Xiaoyo, to thank for this convenient debuff. In a single barrage, I'd already carved away 1/6 of the beast's total health. I follow up with a poison dart, a simple but effective tool for finishing what I start. The damage is negligible, a reminder that my profession still has levels to gain, and my stealth needs further refinement. It thrashes wildly, its 8 limbs swinging in a chaotic frenzy born of pain. I weave through the storm of blades without effort, a ghost in the machine. One of the women with me screams a useless warning, her panic an irritating distraction. My eyes are cold and focused, tracking every single movement before it even begins. My daggers meet its clumsy swords in a shower of sparks, turning its offense into a predictable rhythmic failure. They marvel at my speed, comparing me to the boss itself, but they fail to grasp the truth. It's not about speed, it's about memory. I've fought and killed this exact creature more times than I can count. In my previous life, I learned that this domain boss cannot be beaten with brute force. You must feel its rhythm, anticipate its every move. I become one with its dance of death, moving through the gaps in its attacks with lethal grace. After all, I was once one of the top 100 assassins in the world. Compared to the horrors I faced on ghost ships with their unavoidable spectral attacks, this lumbering insect is almost laughably simple to handle. And just as I predicted, the moment its health drops low enough, the pathetic beast turns to flee. But I have no intention of letting it escape. I leap into the air, my blade coated in a sickly green aura, and plunge downwards. The strike pierces straight through its skull, ending its miserable existence instantly. The system notifications are music to my ears. Experience, evolution points, and most importantly, tradable days of life. A golden boss yields a magnificent 28 evolution points, enough to purchase nearly 2,000 days of life. To my surprise, it even dropped a skill book. Blacklight Shield, a platinum-grade assassin skill that converts my dodge rate into a damage shield. Combined with my ghostly blur, this will make me practically untouchable, even against bosses I have trouble with. I don't hesitate for a second, immediately pouring evolution points into the skill to raise it to epic grade. A shimmering golden barrier forms around me, now composed of 7 layers of damage reduction. With my remaining points, I upgrade my poisonous darts, tripling their damage output. The 2 new pieces of assassin gear I equip bring my total flame strength to a staggering 67%. My new attributes are satisfactory. With the Blacklight Shield, my survivability has increased exponentially. The party that watched from the sidelines approaches me now, the mage asking if I have any skill books for sale. I offer her a gold-grade Frost Ejection skill, a group spell that bounces between targets. The price is 800 days of life. She balks at the cost, but I coldly inform her that a level 7 version of this skill sells for far more. My price is a bargain. The trade is completed, and I send them on their way, their business with me concluded. Now for my true plan. I will spread news of this boss's spawn location, turning it into an endless supply of resources farmed by other lesser players. Just then, a message arrives from one of my contacts. Qin Xiaoyou's mentor wants to give me a skill book. I immediately reject the offer, telling him to let her keep her trash for herself. The messenger is stunned by my refusal, but her feelings are irrelevant to me. My other pawn, Wang Meng, contacts me with a more serious matter. He asks me a single direct question. Song Fei, was it you? I don't bother with deception. There's no need for it. That's right, I reply, my voice devoid of emotion. I killed him. He tells me the authorities are already piecing it together, and then he asks the foolish question, why? I look down at my hand, a faint aura swirling around it. Want to arrest me? This is the perfect opportunity. In 2 hours, player abilities will be extracted from the game into reality, and the secret will be out. The government building was exactly as unimpressive as I remembered. I stepped inside the hall, my presence silencing the room full of their so-called elites. A woman with a captain's demeanor stepped forward, her eyes trying to pierce my veil. Expert, you admit that you killed Song Fei? She asked, her voice laced with forced authority. I didn't bother to waste breath on a lengthy explanation. Correct, I stated, my voice flat and devoid of emotion. She gave a wry smile, admitting they had already suspected me, but then revealed they knew Song Fei and Jiang Li were running a kidnapping ring for Dajiang Industries. Strictly speaking, she continued, choosing her words carefully, it counts as self-defense. A convenient narrative for them. I could see their play clearly. They can't identify me in the real world, so for now they need to play nice. This was a new variable. My actions had already created ripples, forcing their hand much earlier than in my past life. Fine. Let's see just how much this new timeline is worth. I materialized the spoils from my recent hunt, the golden glow of the items silencing their murmurs with raw awe. Their hushed whispers were pathetic, attributing my power to mere luck for getting multiple platinum drops from a single boss. One of them tried to get familiar, suggesting a ridiculous nickname, which I ignored completely. Their top players could only whine about the injustice of it all, how they bled for silver while I reaped platinum and jade so casually. I cut through their useless chatter and laid out my terms, pricing the items in the only currency that truly matters in this world, lifespan. The captain and immediately accepted my offer of 16,000 days for the lot, shutting down her subordinate who foolishly thought he could haggle with me. Deal complete, the system announced, and I gave her a slight nod. At least she understood the value of decisiveness. With this transaction, my tradable lifespan would soon exceed 10,000 days, converting to permanent life force, an extra 22,000 days in the real world. I knew this was a massive expenditure for the Shanghai government, but it was a necessary investment for them to even stand a chance in the conflicts to come. Predictably, she tried to recruit me for a mission to rescue players Dajiang had imprisoned, framing it as a chance for me to join them. They wanted to write off my killing of Song Fei as if they were doing me a favor. I had no interest in being their attack dog. I'll pass, I told them, but I'll tell you this. Their faces tensed, waiting for whatever scrap of information I'd offer. You should understand what it means to spend lifespan to bring your abilities into reality. Make the most of your time, I warned, letting the implication hang in the air. The realization finally dawned on their faces. Dajiang wasn't just playing a game, they were building an army of superhumans for the real world. My point was made. Good that you understand. I'm leaving. I used a return scroll, vanishing from their headquarters in a vortex of dark energy. As I departed, I heard their leader giving orders to split up in power level, a basic but necessary strategy. They finally understood that reaching level 10 was the only priority that mattered. Back in the city square, I set up my stall again, this time selling information, the coordinates to bosses for a price. It didn't take long for more trash to find me. A smirking sycophant from Dajiang Industries approached with an offer from his young mistress to buy me like a pet. How often does an opportunity like this come along? He sneered, utterly oblivious to the fact that his masters were already dead. I simply informed him that his precious young mistress was no longer among the living, and watched the color drain from his face. The fool's loyalty shattered instantly, revealing the truth of his servitude, lured by a promise of cash, only to be knocked out and imprisoned. He recounted days of being whipped and forced to grind lifespan for them in a filthy basement, a fate he now celebrated for Jiang Li. Another player, a clown, confessed he once thought I was a fool but now saw the truth. The Dajiang dog began to grovel, pleading that he was forced into his actions. I waved him away in disgust. Trash. The authorities will deal with him. I had business to conduct with a client who actually had something of value. The transaction was swift. 30 days of lifespan for the location of a silver boss. Done. Just as my customer left, a new commotion started. A group of players were whispering about the ace of spades, a player killer named Qian Shishi. She and her entourage paraded into the square, reeking of entitlement and old money. She openly scoffed at the game, viewing it as a playground where she could hunt weaker players for sport. This spoiled brat was complaining about missing a flight because of this damn game. She daydreamed aloud about her life of excess in North America, surrounded by men she considered superior. She looked upon the players around her as if they were insects, a sentiment her lackeys eagerly echoed. Then her attention turned to a familiar name. Did I just hear that useless Song Fei died? She asked, recalling how she toyed with him once and found him to be utter trash. Her subordinate confirmed it, adding that the killer's name was Shadow. A predatory glint appeared in her eyes, a flicker of amusement and interest. She saw me as a new, interesting tool. If this Shadow could kill Song Fei, she mused, eliminating some ordinary person should be child's play. She offered 3,000 days of lifespan, believing she could buy my allegiance as easily as she buys everything else in her life. The arrogance was astounding. She truly believed all it would take was snapping her fingers to make me her personal assassin. But I wasn't looking at her. My eyes were on the man she wanted dead, Qin Feng. I remember her, and I remember him. I also remember the look on her face when I refused her in our last life. Soon she'll wear that expression again. My very being is wreathed in an aura of pure death, a promise of what's to come for my enemies. They call me a god-level assassin, but I am the Shadow itself, the final truth in a world of lies. The architects of this reality can list their names, but I am the one who writes the ending. While I reshape destiny, fools like this so-called tank are getting themselves impaled by low-level sludge. A flash of pathetic healing magic stitches his worthless hide back together, and his first instinct is to whine at his healer, complaining that her spell wasn't perfectly timed to compensate for his incompetence. Why are you yelling at me? She snaps back, her patience clearly as thin as his armor. Predictably, her hunger is more important than this farce, so she simply logs off to go eat. He's left seething, vowing to tear that attitude to shreds, a threat as empty as his skill set. She returns to the real world, to the expensive apartment that my money once paid for, and immediately the reality of her helplessness sets in. She's hungry and utterly incapable of feeding herself. Her mind drifts back to the past, when her servant Qin Feng was always there to cook for her. How pitiful to think that being waited on hand and foot was a life she could maintain without me. She tries to shake herself out of it, a desperate attempt to manufacture some self-worth. You're strong, you're the best, she chants, trying to convince herself of a blatant lie. The final delusion she clings to is that she's better off without me. While she grapples with ordering food, I am out here awakening ancient things from their slumber. A silver-ranked rock-shelled crab emerges, a formidable boss for any normal party. For me, it's just another target to be erased with a single precise strike. My blade, infused with shadow energy, cleaves through its supposedly impenetrable shell without the slightest effort. 4 silver bosses in under an hour. A decent pace, I suppose. Each kill grants me 16 evolution points, accelerating my path to absolute power. The loot from a single one is worth 500 days of tradable lifespan. A fortune to these insects. My new equipment has pushed my cooldown reduction to 75%, bringing my instant shadow slash down to a mere 6. For now, gold tier gear is the ceiling, as there are no platinum bosses in the immediate vicinity. The only way forward is class advancement, which requires an immense amount of EXP to level my stealth. Future platinum bosses have advanced detection. I'll need stealth level 3 at minimum to even approach one. I remember my past life, where it took a flawless 20-man raid to down one of these creatures. This time I will stay light years ahead of everyone else, and I will claim the world's first platinum boss kill, completely alone. First, I return to town to liquidate my assets. The traders are practically begging, whispering for the expert to sell to them next time. As I finish, a parasite approaches, recognizing my moniker, Shadow. He offers me a contract, a real-world target, with good pay. The name he gives me is Qin Feng, my own. I remain perfectly still, processing the irony. He dangles the payment, 3,000 days of tradable lifespan, and asks why I'm hesitating. 3,000 days is 50 million in real currency, an interesting price to put on my own head. The fool smirks, thinking he's tempting me with simple greed. But it's too early in the game for my old enemies to have this kind of capital. Only one person has both the motive and the means to hire me right now, Qian Shishi. If she truly wanted me dead, however, she had ample opportunity before this game even started. This isn't an assassination. Her real objective is to make contact with Shadow. Interesting, I say, my voice low. I didn't come looking for you, and yet you looked for me. I'll accept, I declare, but on my terms. Half upfront as a deposit, and I decide when the execution happens. He scrambles to get authorization, clearly stunned that I would dictate terms for my own assassination contract. The transfer is approved, and 500 days of lifespan flow directly into my account. He then provides the target's location, Shanshui Residences, which is amusingly my own address. He tries to act like we're colleagues working for the same client, an insult I choose to ignore. Just as I'm about to leave, another player intercepts me, a woman with information to sell. She claims to have the location of a gold-tier boss, offering it for 100 days, payment upon confirmation. She even offers to guide me, saying it's a short hike north of town. Which boss? I ask, though I already know the answer. The Plague Bearer, she confirms, and then tries to warn me about its area of effect poison damage like I'm a novice. No need, I cut her off. Just guide me. I already know this creature's weakness. With my current skills, this hunt will be over in seconds. She leads me to a cave entrance, claiming the boss is inside. Her team was wiped out, she says, a pathetic tale of failure I have no time for. With a trembling hand, she points deeper into the cavern, her voice barely a whisper as she says there. I can already feel the foul energy radiating from within, a grotesque, stationary creature known as a Plague Bearer, seeping poison into the very air. The woman is already looking pale, so I glance at her and say, okay, I'll give you a little bit of my longevity. The system confirms the transfer of 100 days, a pittance to me, but enough to keep her from collapsing. She's observant, I'll give her that, noting how my Ghost Shadow skill allows me to evade the poison completely. Then her demeanor shifts, a flicker of rehearsed sincerity in her eyes as she calls me Big Brother and warns me of a trap. I simply wait, letting the pathetic confession spill from her lips. She was told to feign weakness, to get close to me and uncover my real-life identity. I cut her off with a cold sneer. What a shitty plan. Her facade crumbles instantly, and she begs, claiming she was blackmailed and wants the man behind this to die as much as I do. I demand the name, and she gives it to me. Dongfang Xian, whose in-game ID is Game Abandoned by God. The name is familiar, yes, the amateur who tried to steal the Ghost Boat skill book from me. I let him live in exchange for an apology gift. A mistake. She seems to regain a sliver of hope, asking if I can kill him since I already dealt with Song Fei. Her desperation is palpable as she insists I take the boss drop, anything to spite her master. Such a childish scheme. I don't even remember this Dongfang Xian from my past life. He was likely just another insect crushed underfoot early on. This distraction has gone on long enough. I'm gonna kill the boss now, I declare, dismissing her entire conspiracy as nothing more than slaughtering a dog on the way. I leap forward, but she cries out for me to wait. She frantically explains how 18 players from 3 different teams were annihilated by the poison in less than 30 seconds. She watches in horror as I'm enveloped by the toxic mist, already thinking of her own escape, convinced my shadow is about to die. How little she understands. I simply activate Blessed Release, purging any potential threat. The Plague Bearer, sensing a back attack, foolishly activates an enhancement buff. In response, I trigger my throat cut effect. My form becomes a storm of phantom blades, and a cascade of damage numbers erupts from the creature's core. Thousands of points of damage shred its bark-like hide with every impossibly fast strike. The final blow lands with devastating force, the damage numbers climbing into the stratosphere. In a single combination, I've wiped out nearly all of its health. The woman can only cover her mouth in stunned silence, while the boss's glowing eyes widen in what looks like absolute shock. Over 80,000 damage. Is he really human? She mutters to herself. The boss is now a mangled wreck, its branches splintered and its body collapsing. It's practically dead, a single pitiful health orb floating nearby. My Blessed Release skill has a reduced cooldown of 14. I won't kill the boss just yet, I'll wait for Dongfang Xian's goons to arrive and die for their master's ambition. As if on cue, a squad of heavily armed thugs storms the cave entrance, bellowing for everyone to kill the boss. Their leader spots the two of us, his expression a mixture of confusion and arrogance. He openly mocks her, questioning if her small team can possibly stop his assault. She responds by summoning a massive golden tower shield, a surprisingly high-grade item. The shield slams down, completely blocking the narrow passage with a wave of holy light. She must have gotten lucky with a gold-grade chest find in the wild. A formidable defense, but utterly useless against me. I activate Instant Somber Cut. My attack phases right through her shield, and her eyes widen in shock as she realizes her wall means nothing. The men behind her are sliced into pieces before they can even process what happened. For the survivors, I unleash the curse of the flower that blooms. Vibrant scarlet flowers sprout from their corpses, a beautiful monument to their failure. The woman stares in abject terror at the carnage. Realizing just how foolish her master's plan was, she immediately changes her tune, begging to be my friend and offering to give me Dongfang Xian's real-life location. She even makes a pathetic offer of special services, promising they would always be free from me. How utterly worthless. I turn my back on her, groveling, and walk toward the dying boss. With a final, indifferent strike, I end the creature's life. The system rewards me with a level up and 55 days of negotiable longevity. The life force I drained from those 10 dead fools is nothing compared to what this single boss provided. They truly are insignificant. I notice she is still standing there. You still here? Want something? I ask coldly. She stammers that she's leaving, but as she turns, my eyes catch a platinum glow from the boss's loot. It's an assassin skill book, and a platinum one at that. Darkest moment. The description is perfect. An explosion of black light that blinds all enemies within a 20-meter radius for 10 seconds. I learn it without a second thought. With this, I can blind my enemies and activate my double damage passive without ever needing stealth. This skill is the perfect counter to any level of anti-stealth my enemies might possess. My damage efficiency will be absolute. A new dark power settles around my feet, ready to be unleashed. The Plague Blade. A fitting weapon for the filth I have to deal with in this world. Another productive day of harvesting experience from these mindless creatures. I only need a few more evolution points to upgrade my greed hand to legendary. And these small fries are the perfect fodder. Their pathetic squeals are almost amusing as I wipe them from existence with a single thought. With that, the final requirement is met. It is time to advance. I trigger the job advancement, feeling the system respond to my will. A surge of power flows through me as my shadow job evolves to the first tier. The raw attribute bonuses are substantial, a significant increase across the board. I can feel the power coursing through me, a tangible representation of my growing dominance. The passives are where the true power lies. Permanent stealth is now within my grasp, and my damage from the shadows has tripled. This is merely the first tier, yet its power is already obscene. The system alerts me that others have reached level 10, but they are laughably far behind. An announcement rings out across the server. The teleportation array to the god-abandoned continent will open in 10 minutes. The real game is about to begin. I glance at the leaderboard. My influence is already twisting the timeline, filling the ranks with players I've personally equipped. I am no longer just a participant in this world's fate. I am its architect. It seems my actions in the game are having the desired effect back in reality. The fools from Dajang Industrial are being rounded up like the cattle they are. Their leaders think they can hide inside the game, but even a virtual world can't protect them from their real-world frailties. They finally realized that even players must log off to eat. A simple truth I exploited to deliver these criminals right to their doorstep. I gave them more than just intel. I provided the method to extract abilities into the real world, a piece of knowledge they desperately needed. While other nations descend into chaos, ours is already stabilizing, all thanks to my foresight. They speak of me as an indispensable talent, hoping to tie me to their cause. They can try. Rose greets me with her usual sycophantic praise, calling me a hero for the masses, a meaningless title. I cut through her flattery, demanding she get to the point. She informs me that the government is publicizing the entire affair, painting me as a righteous figure who brought down a criminal conspiracy. A predictable move. They're whitewashing my actions to make me a more palatable ally for the future. Rose confirms the targets are still logged in, and I tell her to continue monitoring them while I proceed with my own plans. The most urgent task is reaching the god-abandoned continent, the true beginning of this game. The town's teleportation array is now active, but I'm the only one who knows how to use it. The others gather around, confused and powerless, wondering why no one is teleporting. One of them boasts of his level 2 anti-stealth, completely oblivious that my own stealth has evolved far beyond his pathetic detection skills. I step onto the platform and vanish, arriving in a flash of light. Just as I remember from my past life, I've materialized in the ruins of Zhanghai City. The game always mirrors our reality in this place, a mystery I never had the time to solve. It doesn't matter. I move through the desolate streets, a ghost in my own city's wreckage. An earthshaker erupts from the ground, a common obstacle here. Its attack is slow, easily avoided with a simple ghost shadow blur. I weave past the shockwave and counter with a flash shadow slash, ending its existence instantly. More of them emerge, drawn by the sound of battle, a pointless endeavor. I leap above their coordinated assault, their attacks striking nothing but empty air. From above, I unleash a new technique. My blade tears through them, a whirlwind of death that leaves only silence in its wake. This continent is not like the starting zone. There are no safe havens here. Monsters lurk behind every corner, and an attack can come at any moment. However, there are shelters hidden in the ruins, strongholds for those powerful enough to claim them. And I know exactly where the most valuable one is, the future base of the God-slaying guild, which I will now be taking for myself. I surveyed the ruins of the so-called God's abandoned continent. The fools I was forced to travel with finally caught up, gaping at the desolation like lost children. One of them, a loud-mouthed girl, expressed her naive surprise at the sight of a modern city in ruins. It took them a pathetic amount of time to recognize the iconic broken tower of Jiangnan City. The girl then frantically looked around for me, while her blonde companion correctly stated I could simply vanish at will. Just as predicted, the local fauna emerged from the rubble to greet them. The mage in their group immediately threw up a shield, a completely inadequate response to the dangers of this place. The twin-headed beasts lunged, their mindless aggression a stark contrast to my cold purpose. Their tank barely absorbed the blows, the damage numbers proving just how out of their depth they were. The blonde girl shrieked in terror, realizing even these common monsters were stronger than bosses from her quaint little towns. Their archer fired a binding shot, a basic crowd control skill that was little more than a temporary nuisance. The arrow struck true, wrapping one of the beasts in threads of light. The rest of them coordinated their feeble assault, shouting orders as if this were some grand battle. The redhead began chanting for a prophetic fireball, pouring what little power she had into the spell. She unleashed the orb of flame, her face a mask of desperate concentration. It was a direct hit, and after a pathetic struggle, the monster finally fell. They celebrated as if they'd conquered a nation, their cheers echoing through the dead city. The leader then ordered the blonde girl to use her owl familiar for reconnaissance. The owl took flight, revealing just how many more monsters their noisy little skirmish had attracted. Their leader's face fell as he realized there was no designated safe zone. This wasn't a game, it was a slaughterhouse. The redhead's solution was to find me, hoping I could somehow protect them from their own incompetence. Her owl then spotted a glint of light in the distance, loot I had intentionally left behind. They foolishly concluded my inventory must be full, never once considering it might be a trail. Of course, their path was immediately blocked by another pack of monsters. A newcomer in their party urged them forward, convinced the path I'd cleared was a safe route. They resolved to fight their way through, following my breadcrumbs like the lab rats they were. From my vantage point high above, I watched them struggle against the tide. Their plight was of no concern to me. I faced my own obstacles, though I hardly considered them such. With a flicker of movement, my instant shadow slash tore through them. These creatures die in droves. For me, this place is not a battlefield, but a paradise for farming experience. I finally arrived at my true destination. This is what a real hideout looks like, buried deep beneath the city's corpse. In my past life, this massive underground palace wasn't discovered for years. It is the largest hideout in the region, and it will become the foundation of my Godslayer guild. I remember the last time I came here, leading 3 squads of my most elite members just to challenge the Guardian. They were all level 15, armed with the best gear, and still, it was a brutal fight. A system prompt confirmed my arrival as I dropped into the abyss. This time, however, would be different. I stepped into the land of soul purification, a hall teeming with spectral entities. This time, I alone am enough. The system issued the challenge: defeat the territory guardian to claim this area. The dormant spirits awakened, their ethereal shrieks filling the silence. They swarmed me from all sides, a vortex of ghostly rage. I sized up my first opponent, a level 12 gold monster, an elemental spirit. Barely worth my time, I plunged the entire chamber into a moment of absolute darkness. Their senses were severed, their forms frozen in confusion. Then, I unleashed my instant shadow slash. My blade became a storm of cerulean light, weaving a web of destruction through their ranks. There was no escape. Every corner of the hall was filled with my lethal energy. While they are blinded, my attacks deal massively increased damage. Even my most basic strikes were enough to instantly obliterate these level 12 minions, and all 15 were annihilated in seconds. This is but one of thousands of rooms in this vast, forgotten land. Clearing out every monster here will generate enough power to evolve my greedy hand skill once more. Once all these lesser spirits have been purged from this place, the Guardian boss will have no choice but to appear before me. The teleportation magic finally faded, depositing me and the frightened girl onto fractured asphalt. She gazed at the apocalyptic skyline, naively asking if this was the gods' abandoned continent. Looking at the decapitated Statue of Liberty in the distance, I could see why she'd think so. These were clearly the ruins of New York. As if on cue, another pair of survivors appeared nearby, standing before the wreckage of London's Tower Bridge. The man beside her gaped in shock, finally grasping the horrifying truth. People from different regions were being sent to the ruins of their own hometowns. A sudden primal fear flashed across their faces as they stared into the sky. Monstrous tentacles erupted from beneath the streets, and they scrambled away like the frightened animals they were. A system notification confirmed my location, the Shanghai ruins, my territory. While they ran for their lives, a different group of survivors hid amongst the rubble, gawking at the field of loot I'd left behind. One of them whispered that they were only strong enough to tremble in my shadow. Their female captain corrected him, pointing out that I had already annihilated every monster in the area, which is the only reason they were still breathing. Another fool wondered aloud where they would respawn if they died, but their leader had the sense to silence him, suggesting they wait until their entire team reached level 10. She noted how the monsters had died in perfect order, but my presence had vanished, a puzzle she was too simple to solve. Her subordinate could only stare at the gold drops littering the ground, his greed warring with his terror. I, of course, had moved on to more important matters, my blade slicing through the last of the cathedral's guardians. The golden light of experience washed over me as the final minion disintegrated. 4 large halls, over 400 monsters, 4 bronze bosses, and 2 silver ones, all turned to dust, granting me over 80,000 experience, and pushing my evolution points to 205. Just then, a message arrived from Wang Meng's party, offering to pay for the items they scavenged with their own lifespan. I told them I had a batch of equipment to sell and would contact them later. He sent me the coordinates to his bunker, and as I read them, the entire cathedral began to tremble. I vaulted backward as lightning tore through the grand hall. The real guardian had appeared. A towering automaton of crackling blue energy materialized before me. The Purifier. The system confirmed its identity. Soul Purifier Fa Yisar, a level 15 platinum grade boss. I remembered it well from my past life. 750,000 HP and thunder attacks so deadly that even in full gold armor, I had barely survived. This time, however, I had no intention of letting it even touch me. I closed the distance instantly with instant shadow slash. My blade became a blur of dark energy aimed straight for its core. The blow landed true, shattering its energy field. I followed up immediately with slit throat, carving a massive chunk out of its health bar. The Guardian retaliated, but I was already moving, weaving between its clumsy strikes. Its platinum-grade attacks possessed a terrifyingly high accuracy rate. A direct hit would be lethal. My current dodge was 75%, but against this boss, that still meant a 50% chance of getting hit. Yet with my agility stat now at 18.2, I could move over 40 meters per second. As long as I stayed alert, I could easily evade its attacks before they even formed. In my previous life, it took a guild, a shield priest, and a great deal of luck to bring this thing down. This time, I wouldn't give the boss a single chance. The combined damage from my initial assault and the explosion from Plague Blade instantly erased 250,000 of its HP. As I predicted, the boss entered its second phase, becoming invincible and summoning 3 lightning orbs. The strategy here was simple. Destroy the orbs before it entered a berserk state. I still remembered how Chin Sayu's incompetence got our entire team wiped out by that berserk attack. The second time, I left her behind, and we succeeded. I unleashed a storm of venom darts, targeting the first orb. Each destroyed orb would inflict direct damage back to the Purifier. Destroy all 3, and I would force its third and final phase. My darts flew true, shattering the crystalline spheres of energy one by one. The feedback stunned the Purifier, its core pulsing violently as its eyes blazed with fury. It began to overload, unable to contain its own power. Phase 3 was beginning, a continuous hall-engulfing lightning storm. In my past life, my guild needed a full set of lightning resistance gear, and 4 priests just to endure this. In this life, such pathetic measures were beneath me. I calmly raised a golden barrier around myself. The ground itself became a conduit for death, struck by an endless barrage of lightning. In that case, I would simply activate my dark light shield and strike from the air. He babbles about the constant lightning striking the ground, a pitiful attempt to analyze my power. So his brilliant counter-strategy is to attack from the air. How utterly predictable. As his pathetic attack descends, my own shield materializes, a silent testament to the gap between us. I meet his desperate lunge with my own technique, a clean and efficient counter. The clash is over before it even begins, my shadow-infused blade shearing through his cheap theatrics. His attack shatters into nothing but stray sparks of wasted energy. I land without a sound, his existence already fading from my memory. The system rewards my efficiency with a flood of notifications, levels, attributes, evolution points, and 15-20 days of lifespan. More importantly, I'm now the first in the world to defeat a platinum-grade boss, making me the undisputed master of this new territory. I remember all too well how this game's arrival crippled the old world, rendering their weapons of war into corroding monuments of a bygone era. All their precious fighter jets and tanks became worthless scrap, forcing humanity to depend on this new brutal system for survival. That's why these hideouts, with their impenetrable magic barriers, are the new seats of power. In my past life, my guild used this very fortress as its base, a place filled with memories of scheming and inevitable conflict. But I have no intention of repeating those mistakes, of surrounding myself with vipers and fools. This time I will walk this path alone, accumulating power, until no one can dare stand in my way. Elsewhere, in some forgotten corner of the world, lesser players struggle against the rain and their own incompetence. A brutish monster swings its axe while they scatter like frightened children. One of them screams uselessly as another is caught in the path of the attack. She dies pathetically, a splash of yellow marking her exit from the world. The system coldly announces her failure, stripping away her lifespan as payment for her weakness. She respawns in a state of shock, the terror of her repeated failures written plainly on her face. Her party immediately dissolves into a pathetic squabble, the tank and damage dealer blaming each other for their collective inadequacy. Predictably, the so-called tank abandons his team, proving his cowardice for all to see. His departure leaves the 2 remaining women to face the monster's wrath, their panicked cries echoing in the downpour. The weaker one immediately suggests they retreat to farm lesser creatures, admitting her fear and dwindling lifespan. Just as their spirits break, the entire server is shaken by the announcement of my achievement. The name Shadow is now synonymous with impossible power, a solo platinum kill that others can't even comprehend. The same group of failures sees the news, their struggle against a mere silver boss putting my accomplishment into stark perspective. One of them can only look on with impotent rage, cursing my name as if her envy could ever reach me. Back in my new fortress, I analyze my gains. I will continue to pour every attribute point into agility. With enough speed and my stealth, I am effectively invincible. With my evolution points, I immediately upgrade Greedy Hand to Legendary, dramatically increasing my potential loot from any kill. The system confirms the upgrade, along with a welcome bonus of 100 extra inventory slots. A golden aura envelops my hand, the symbol of my new legendary skill. The results are immediate. 5 bonus items from the boss I just killed, and 100 extra storage slots for future spoils. 2 assassin items and a skill book are beyond my current level, so I'll store them in the hideout for now. I summon a devout follower, ordering my spectral minion to gather every last piece of loot in the palace. While it works, I invest my remaining evolution points, first enhancing my stealth to last longer with a shorter cooldown. My blinding skill, Moment of Absolute Darkness, is next. Its range and duration now vastly improved. I use my final points to elevate Curse of a Blooming Flower to Legendary, and the new description stops me cold. I read it again, a slow smile spreading across my face. It can absorb non-tradable lifespan orbs. This is a game changer. The most dangerous zones drain that specific lifespan, a resource that is nearly impossible to replenish. I receive a call from my informant, Luo Bing, just as I finish absorbing the news. She reports that Dongfang Xian has logged out, and his family is preparing to convert a massive amount of lifespan into power. My follower finishes its task, piling the loot before me as she asks if I'm ready to make my move. Don't worry, I tell her my new inventory space more than enough to handle this haul. First, I'll liquidate these assets with Wang Meng and her guild. As I enter the city, I'm immediately spotted by Wang Meng and her companion. She rushes over, her enthusiasm as predictable as ever. I cut straight to business, setting my prices without room for negotiation. She wisely accepts the deal. I then reveal the platinum gear, and the shock on her face is priceless as she agrees to my price of 18,000 lifespan. Business concluded, I give them a final piece of privilege information about a hidden teleport circle before taking my leave. I can already hear the loudmouth in their group shouting about how I must be a reincarnator. The archer of their group seems far more interested in trying to flirt with me, a foolish and pointless endeavor. Their leader can only sigh, caught between their bickering. Their trivial concerns are beneath my notice. The system's question hangs in the air, a formality I have no time for. It asks if I wish to sacrifice my lifespan to bring my power into this pathetic reality, and the cost is steep, 27,000 days. Last time I was weak, only managing to bring a level 1 skill with me. This time I will not make the same mistake. I pour my accumulated time into my most lethal abilities, spending thousands of days to acquire skills like Instant Shadow Slash and Greedy Hand. The true price comes from my trump cards, 1699 days for the Curse of Blooming Flower and another 113113 for Black Light Shield, leaving me with a fraction of my lifespan. I continue the process, synchronizing my equipment like the stealth boots and the pendant of the faithful, which allows me to summon my loyal minion into this world. My reserves are nearly depleted, with only 486 days of tradable life remaining, but the trade-off is more than worth it. My power here is now a near-perfect reflection of my avatar. It's still not perfect, however. I'll need to harvest more lifespan before I can achieve full synchronization. The virtual world dissolves, and I return to the cold, quiet darkness of my apartment. The game is over, but the real hunt is about to begin. My first priority is to relocate. Kinshishi knows this address, making it a liability. I need a secure base of operations, and I need more time. I raise my hand, activating one of my newly materialized skills. A golden light erupts as greedy hand forms a miniature vortex, sucking all of my possessions into its pocket dimension. With a final swirl of energy, my belongings are neatly stored away, and I move silently toward the window. Perched on the ledge, I pinpoint my first target's location, Dongfangxian, 15 kilometers away at the Jiangnan restaurant. The city sprawls before me, a concrete jungle ripe for the culling. With my enhanced physical abilities, 10 minutes is a generous estimate to reach him. I become a blur, a phantom streaking across the rooftops toward my destination. In what feels like an instant, I arrive outside the restaurant, the garish sign marking the end of an era for the Dongfang family. Inside, they're celebrating their supposed good fortune, with the old patriarch boasting about their bright future. Dongfangxian, the arrogant fool, humbly accepts the praise, calling it his duty. The old man smiles, completely oblivious to the snake he's raised. He drones on about their grand ambitions, using tradable lifespan to build an empire that will last 10,000 years. An eternal dynasty? The old fool is practically a corpse already. I can practically hear Dongfangxian's treacherous thoughts, his obsession with capturing me to steal my secrets and extend his own worthless life. He actually believes that once he's powerful enough, he can dispose of everyone else. The old man asks for a progress report on finding me, and Xian assures him he has a trustworthy woman on the case to lure me out. The grandfather gives his final fatal order. I am to be captured alive, to be used as a resource for their family's gain. They raise their glasses in a toast, wishing long life to a family that has mere minutes left to live. From the shadows, I assess the situation. Their bodyguards are armed with firearms. A minor inconvenience, but my defensive skills aren't fully manifested yet. A direct confrontation would be inefficient, and a bullet to the head is an annoyance I'd rather avoid. It's time to let my pet have some fun. I give my devout follower a simple order: kill them all. Leave no survivors. The creature smashes through the door, its horrifying appearance silencing their pathetic celebration. They scream in confusion and terror, their questions utterly irrelevant. My follower lunges, its glowing claws reaching for the first victim. One of the guards recognizes it from the game, his voice trembling as he identifies the monster. Dongfangxian shrieks for them to shoot, and a hail of bullets harmlessly peppers my follower's hide. It roars, not in pain but in irritation. In retaliation, it unleashes a wave of cursed green flame. Men scream as they are consumed by the spectral fire, their bodies turning to ash. The old patriarch is seized, and in his final moments he pathetically begs his grandson for help. Dongfangxian doesn't even hesitate. He turns and flees like the coward he is. His only thought is to save himself. He sprints for the exit, deluding himself that he can escape into the game and become untouchable. He actually believes that reaching level 10 will grant him the power to defy me. But a dark, swirling energy suddenly envelops him, halting his escape. He is lifted from the ground, suspended by my power. He looks down in sheer terror, unable to comprehend his fate. His body begins to dissolve, breaking apart into particles of black mist. The curse of the blooming flower activates, beautiful and lethal. Crimson spider lilies sprout from his disintegrating form, feeding on his life force. The room fills with a bloody mist as the last of him fades away. I step out from the shadows, surveying my work as the system notification appears. It confirms the absorption of 27,000 days of tradable lifespan and 482 years of non-tradable life. A cold smile forms on my face as I look upon the carnage. What a massive harvest. The crimson petals of the curse of blooming flower swirl around me, a vortex of beautiful death that consumes everything. It's an exquisitely efficient spell. It not only erases the bodies of the Dongfang family's guards, but also absorbs their very lifespan, leaving not a single trace of the massacre. My own non-tradable lifespan has now reached a comfortable 230-27 years, and I feel the pressure of this world's pathetic violent zones fading into irrelevance. In the distance, I hear the frantic shouts of some low-level employee calling the authorities, a sound as meaningless as the buzzing of a fly. The local police force arrives with a comical sense of urgency, expecting to find a bloodbath inside the VIP room. Instead, they stop dead in their tracks, staring at a pristine empty room, their faces a perfect picture of utter confusion. Their lead officer barks questions into the silence, his voice echoing with disbelief as his subordinates confirm that no one was seen leaving the restaurant. I was already long gone, a phantom slipping through the city streets, leaving them to grapple with a mystery they will never solve. The Dongfang family was merely a loose end. My next target is already in my sights, the Qian Group. Their main headquarters may have fled to North America, but they made a critical error. They left the president's daughter Qian Shishi behind in Modu. Zhanghai to Modu is nearly 300 kilometers, an irritating distance to travel on foot. I need to find a way to get a mount. With my business in the real world concluded for now, I log back into the godforsaken game, and Yu greets me immediately, reporting that there are still a few silver and gold tier bosses lingering in the ruins. Trivial prey I can hunt at my leisure. But then, she delivers some genuinely interesting news. Her scout, Xiao Hei, has discovered the entrance to a tomb, guarded by a gold tier vengeful ghost that they were too weak to defeat. A tomb entrance. I question how her clumsy subordinate could possibly find such a thing. She explains they took a small detour to avoid some weak monsters on their way back to town. During their search for a clear path, Xiao Hei simply stepped into a hole and vanished. They followed her down, only to be chased out by a level 12 gold boss, running for their lives like the terrified children they are. Incredible luck, she calls it. I call it an opportunity. I tell her to send me the coordinates at once. She agrees, but not before smartly reminding me to sell any unneeded equipment to her later. I arrive at the location she indicated. The entrance to this supposed hidden tomb is nothing more than a dilapidated well. To think that girl found this place just by walking. She is uniquely gifted in her incompetence. I leap into the darkness without a moment's hesitation. A system notification confirming I've entered the Tomb of Resentment and that all long-range communication is now blocked. I land silently in the suffocating stillness below. Deeper in the gloom, a pair of malevolent red eyes flare to life, their gaze locking onto me. A vengeful ghost, a hulking monstrosity of rage and rotten flesh, lumbers into view, its system tag identifying it as a level 12 gold tier boss. I remember this type from my past life. It has overwhelming attack power and a long reach. No wonder NU's party fled. The defensive gear I sold them wouldn't have saved them. The beast charges, its cleaver held high. My party's tank, Wang Meng, might have survived a blow with his holy shield, but I have no such protection. It swings its massive weapon in a vicious arc that would kill me instantly if it connected. But I'm already moving, activating graceful release, and closing the distance for an instant shadow slash. My blade flashes through the dark, a streak of pure blue energy carving into the creature's side. The boss's high defense dampens the blow, reducing my damage, but it's already far too late for it to matter. Before it can even process the pain, my next skill is ready, slit throat. The creature's arm goes limp, its weapon clattering to the floor. But as it falls, I feel a sudden violent surge of unstable energy. A disgusting green light erupts from its corpse, blasting outwards in a chaotic explosion of necrotic force. A corpse explosion. A pathetic, last-ditch effort to take its killer down with it. Luckily, my shadow stealth triggered on instinct, pulling me out of the blast radius. I was careless. I won't make that mistake again. I've seen entire parties wiped out by such traps before, their greed for loot leading them to a swift and messy end. It's unusual for a mere gold tier boss to self-destruct. I use greedy hand to retrieve the spoils from a safe distance. The haul is impressive. A piece of platinum-grade armor, and a skill book of the same quality. The skill is called Dark Knight Ringblade, a specialized technique for the assassin class. It's an elemental type skill, which means its damage scales with my spirit stat, a perfect match, since my magic attack far outstrips my physical power. I don't hesitate, immediately spending my evolution points to upgrade the skill from platinum to its epic form. The results are immediate and potent. The attack radius expands from 5 meters to 12, and the bonus damage skyrockets from 500 to 1300. While its single target output can't match Shadow Slash, this is a god tier skill for clearing mobs, far superior to a simple linear attack. The Resentment armor is also a significant upgrade, its base defense and block stats easily replacing my old gear, with the added bonus of increasing my damage after I take a hit. Now that the Guardian is dealt with, I can finally explore the tomb itself. I need better gear, and if I'm fortunate, I'll find a mount within these cursed walls. A goblin lunged from the shadows, its crude blade aimed for my sister's throat, a memory of her incompetence that still burns in my mind. Their pathetic screams echoed as the dungeon's trap activated, a testament to their lack of awareness and a fitting end for a team of fools. I had already turned my back on the failure, walking away as the rain began to fall, washing away the evidence of their incompetence. Behind me, Zhang Wei, the imbecile leader, was screaming his lungs out, his rage directed at anyone but himself. He grabbed my sister Qin Xiaoyo, his face contorted in a mask of pathetic fury, blaming her for his own tactical blunders. "I can't trade my lifespan," he shrieked, revealing the coward he truly was, before threatening a girl he thought was weaker than him. He shoved her to the dirt, a final act of impotent rage before abandoning her completely. Her equally useless friend offered her a hand, suggesting she join a social aid group, a pathetic shelter for those too weak to survive in this world. Xiaoyu, however, was still drowning in her own delusions, cursing Zhang Wei and claiming she was better than all the men who chased her. She was left kneeling in the mud, a perfect portrait of abandoned pride. Later she lay in her bed, the reality of her failure finally crashing down on her. In her desperation, she resorted to texting old admirers, offering her body for a single level up. The response was exactly what she deserved, utter disgust and mockery, reminding her that she had once rejected him because of me. She tried to salvage the situation, claiming she had cut ties with me and was now free for him. A lie so transparent it was insulting. He saw right through it, laughing at her idiocy before telling her to get lost. Undeterred, she moved to the next name on her list, offering herself to another man, her self-worth plummeting with every message. But the result was the same, leaving her to wallow in her self-pity, clutching her knees as she lamented her 2.5 years of tradable lifespan. And then in her darkest moment, her twisted mind turned to the one person she had so eagerly discarded, me. She deluded herself into believing I wouldn't turn my back on her, that I was her safety net. Convinced I held the key to her survival, she decided she had to find me. She arrived at my apartment, her expression a poorly crafted mask of remorse. She rehearsed her little act, believing a few empty apologies would be enough to manipulate me. Her internal monologue was far more honest, admitting she felt she'd done nothing wrong, and was only putting on a show. She even congratulated herself on her genius plan to use me for leveling up before abandoning me once more. With a sickeningly sweet tone, she knocked on my door and called my name. Her knocking grew more frantic, the desperation seeping into her voice. Finally, the facade shattered, and she screamed at my door, her true entitled nature on full display. With a final burst of rage, she kicked the door in, shouting about my nerve. She stormed into a completely empty apartment, the silence a deafening answer to her demands. Her call went straight to a deadline. I had already severed all contact. She stood there, frozen, the unavailable message on her phone sealing her fate. She finally understood. I was gone. While she was facing the consequences of her choices, I was deep within the tomb of resentment, cutting down another obstacle in my path. I had finally reached the end of this wretched place. The path here was littered with the corpses of over 200 monsters and a handful of so-called bosses. Before me was the final coffin, and I hoped its occupant would at least be a platinum-tier boss to make this interesting. I pushed the heavy lid aside, my focus absolute. A foul, dark energy erupted with a guttural roar. Black tendrils shot out, attempting to grasp me, but they were far too slow. The summoned creature, a mere silver tear, writhed in agony as my power tore it apart. A system notification confirmed its death, but the real boss, a gold-tier deadly miasma, began to emerge, a disgusting entity I remembered all too well from my past life. This thing was immune to physical attacks, a fact that led to the slaughter of an entire base when some idiot unleashed it before. The memory was a stark reminder of the cost of ignorance. Anyone possessed without a rare exorcist on hand was guaranteed a slow, agonizing death, but I knew its secret. I activated my skill Dark Knight Ring Blade, a vortex of pure destructive energy. The swirling blades tore through the toxic fog, revealing the boss's true form hidden within. My attack struck true, slicing through the grotesque, eye-covered plant at its core. A system message confirmed the gold-tier boss had been defeated. The drops were merely gold grade, a pathetic reward for a creature whose power far exceeded its classification, though the magic skill I received was a decent consolation. Just to be certain, I activated Greedy Hand to scour the corpse for any hidden treasures. As I scoffed at the mediocre loot, a new notification appeared. I had obtained a rare item, the Mount Bell. In my hand materialized a small ancient bell, a mount from this forgotten tomb of all places. That fool Lin Liu may have been a liability, but his death provided a rather unexpected prize. The system calls it a Mount Bell, a gold-grade artifact capable of summoning a Ghost Night Wolf, one of the fastest mounts available at this stage of the game. As the ethereal energy coalesces, a spectral beast of shadow and pale blue flame appears before me. Its abilities are adequate, a sprint that increases my speed by 245%, a stealth skill for ambushes, and even a howl to bolster my allies, should I ever deign to have any. It functions as both a mount and a combat pet, a perfect tool for the hunts to come. The city is a blur below. My new pet carries me through the night, its form a ghostly streak against the urban sprawl. We move with unnatural silence and speed, leaping across rooftops. My next objective is simple: reach level 15, then accumulate enough lifespan to permanently extract this beast into the real world. After that, I'll pay a visit to Qian Shishi and Modu. Loose ends have a way of becoming nooses if you don't cut them swiftly. My destination is the Zhanghai Arena. It's a sprawling complex teeming with monsters, a perfect slaughterhouse to fuel my rapid growth. The weak call such places dungeons, I call them nurseries. A pathetic-looking guard stands watch on the battlements, completely oblivious to my approach. This place is a paradise for the strong, which means it is a graveyard for everything else. My wolf and I descend upon the arena floor, and the horde turns its attention to us. I can almost feel their collective fleeting moment of confusion before it curdles into terror. My eyes glow with cold power as I prepare my skill. A single silent command and a wave of pure energy scythe through their ranks. An instant shadow slash that reaps dozens of lives in a heartbeat. The light of the attack fades, leaving only silence and dissipating motes of experience. As I collect my spoils, I notice another team finishing off a boss nearby. They celebrate their victory with pathetic, boisterous shouts. Their leader, a woman named An Yu, is praised for her damage output. A pompous fool named Ma Naliang, the son of some insignificant bureaucrat, applauds her with a lecherous grin. He then begins running his mouth about me, calling my methods dishonorable, a typical complaint from those who lack the intelligence for subtlety. He drapes his arm over the woman, puffing out his chest and declaring himself an upright person while accusing me of being a bloodthirsty killer. The little man even claims he has a contact in the police force with anti-stealth detection, foolishly announcing his plan to unmask me and chain me to the authorities. He actually believes the world revolves around his petty ambitions and that he shouldn't have to clean up after powerful individuals like myself. To my surprise, the woman and her companion simply laugh in his face. She mocks his stupidity, questioning why he would provoke someone who can solo a platinum boss instead of trying to build an alliance. Her friend chimes in, deriding his second-gen status, and the pampered boy flushes with rage. "How dare you scold me?" he shrieks, his voice cracking like a child's, before vowing to ruin me. While he throws his tantrum, the others inspect the gear I left behind, wondering just how many bosses I've slain. Then their conversation turns more serious, their paranoia growing. They connect my appearance with the recent disappearance of the Dongfang family, openly wondering if I'm some kind of serial killer. While they admit there's no evidence, the suspicion is planted. But the woman, An Yu, shows a spark of intelligence. She declares that even if I were a killer, she'd still work with me, because power is the only thing that matters. Just then, one of their scouts returns in a panic, reporting that a nearby gladiator arena has been completely wiped out. He babbles about the sheer number of corpses, insisting no single team could have done it. They rush over to find the entire arena floor littered with the glowing orbs of my kills. They stand in awe, trying to comprehend the scale of the slaughter. When the woman concludes it was my work, the idiot Ma Naliang scoffs, claiming he could do the same if he just had stealth. Then, in an act of supreme arrogance, he bellows into the empty arena, demanding I show myself and sell him my loot. I decide to grant his wish. My Ghost Night Wolf materializes from the shadows, slamming into him before he can even react. He hits the ground with a pathetic squeal. The other woman's eyes sparkle with admiration, asking where I got my mount. "From the tomb you led me to," I state flatly, giving her a nod of acknowledgement. I then offer them a simple deal. They can have all the loot on the ground in exchange for their information. As they look on, the great Ma Naliang trembles on the floor, a dark stain spreading across his trousers while his face burns with shame. "Damn you, Shadow," he seethes, his voice a pathetic whisper. "Just you wait. I've heard such empty threats before. They are the final gasps of the insignificant." The city air crackles as my power surges, a storm of phantom energy twisting around me. My roster of summoned underlings grows stronger with me. Justice, Shadow Enforcer Wang Meng, even the goblin is leveling up. Clearing the Colosseum ruins was a trivial affair, and the rewards are already proving their worth. 245 years of tradable lifespan and 255 evolution points. The most valuable prize, however, is this new gold tier skill, Silent Stealth. This isn't just simple invisibility. As long as I remain passive, it's indefinite. Time to push it further. I pour 11 evolution points into Silent Stealth, watching it ascend from gold to the epic tier. Next, I use 200 points to elevate Grace Unseal from legendary to mythic, a realm few will ever touch. As expected of a mythic skill, its very nature has been rewritten. Every strike is now a weak point attack, and its damage multiplier is absolute. I equip the Liar's Pendant, its platinum sheen a cold comfort. Combined with my Veil of Shadow equipment, my dodge rate now sits at a laughable 83%. With my preparations complete, I leap across the rooftops, a ghost in the ruined city, when a massive shockwave tears through the district. My wolf mount carries me effortlessly over the rubble as I race toward the disturbance. In the distance, a corrupted cathedral pierces the smog-filled sky, and there, chained to it, is a figure of titanic proportions. I recognize it immediately, a nightmare from my past life, the Steel Saintess. I have to wonder which group of fools was arrogant enough to trigger a Guardian-class boss this early. In my previous timeline, she appeared in these same ruins and slaughtered over 1,000 players, their resurrections only adding to the death count. This is the Guardian of the Church Sanctum, the second largest sanctuary here. My original plan was to eliminate Qianshishi before tackling a threat of this magnitude, but plans change. My wolf bounds from one crumbling skyscraper to the next, closing the distance in seconds. From my perch, I watch the ants scurry below, hopelessly throwing themselves at the behemoth. One of them screams about how sharp its attacks are right before being crushed. Another is swatted from the air like a fly, his body disintegrating on impact. Pathetic. Did they truly think they stood a chance? Then I see it, a flash of holy light amidst the chaos. Riding a spectral white tiger is a man I know all too well, Chen Wuming, an old rival. For 9 long years in my past life, we were thorns in each other's sides, a stalemate of power. But I always remembered his true nature, a sly, deceitful coward, who would flee the moment the battle turned against him. His guild, Knights Sanctum, was the one that eventually claimed this boss, cementing their control over the eastern ruins. They built their empire on the backs of slaves, luring in desperate players with promises of safety in exchange for a 50% tax on their lifespan. I look down at the cannon fodder fighting and dying for him. Perfect timing. The Saintess continues her rampage, oblivious to the predator now in her midst. I melt into the shadows, a flicker of movement among the chaos. Then I unleash my power. Dark Night Ring Bloom, a vortex of crimson energy erupts from my position, ensnaring Chen Wuming's guild members. They don't even have time to scream as shadowy blades tear through their bodies. The system notifications are a quiet, satisfying chime in my mind. Player after player falls, their names erased from this world. Chen Wuming stares in disbelief at the corpses of his underlings. Shadow, we had no beef with you. Why kill our people? I materialized beside him, my voice flat. Because I don't eat beef. His confusion is the only opening I need. Instant shadow slash. I move faster than his eyes can track. The attack is over before he even registers the pain, and crimson petals begin to fall around us, the telltale sign of my curse of blooming flower. His guild members, caught in a resurrection spell, find themselves trapped. One of them, still ignorant, screams at me, demanding to know what beef has to do with anything. Another cries out to Chen Wuming, his lifespan draining to 0. Chen Wuming, ever the coward, barks at them to retreat, promising to make up their lost time elsewhere. I watch one of his slaves, a young woman, fall to her knees in despair as her life force is siphoned away. The system confirms my skill has absorbed her tradable lifespan. I recognize her now, Qin Xiaoyou. So this is the path she chose, to sell her soul to Knight Sanctum as a black slave. It serves her right. With the trash taken care of, I turn my full attention to the boss, effortlessly weaving through the swing of its massive scythe. My faint ghost shadow skill makes its clumsy attacks feel like they're moving through water. The first phase of this fight is painfully simple. The Saintess does nothing but swing her chained anchors, a pattern a child could memorize. The ground shatters with each impact, but the attacks are slow and predictable. She begins to spin, turning herself into a deadly top. Her chains whip through the air, a storm of tearing metal. All it does is swing its chain blades repeatedly, performing wide, sweeping physical attacks. I close the distance in an instant, my daggers glowing with ethereal energy. My blade finds a weak point in its armor, sinking deep and dealing a devastating 755 damage. I follow up with Slit Throat, the damage number stacking impossibly high. A geyser of corrupted fluid erupts from the wound as I twist my daggers. I land gracefully, the boss reeling from the assault. It lets out a piercing shriek of agony, but this is merely the prelude. The reason it's a guardian is because of its terrifying second phase. Once its health drops to half, the demon sealed within awakens, and its true power is unleashed. Its most dangerous new ability is damage reflection. Any attack it receives is returned to the sender in equal measure. From my concealed position, I listen to the insects buzzing on the rooftop, their whispers carried on the wind. One of them recounted, with a pathetic mix of fear and awe, how I had forced the boss into its next phase, and then slaughtered the entire Knights Sanctum guild that spawned it. Their limited minds couldn't grasp the situation, so they mumbled theories while I analyzed my prey. The Steel Saintess was a simple puzzle. Its reflect damage, a passive and deadly barrier, vanished for a brief moment whenever it launched an attack. However, my most effective skills, Plague Dagger and other damage over time poisons, would be useless. The constant ticks of damage would trigger the reflect effect, and my own power would annihilate me. But then I noticed the pests snooping from above, and a far more efficient solution came to mind. Just as I was considering how to use them, their supposed leader arrived, a fool calling himself Safety First. They fawned over this self-proclaimed expert, convinced his presence guaranteed their security. He immediately ordered his subordinate to use a detection skill, desperate to know if I was still lurking in the shadows. A shimmering green rabbit materialized from her spell, a useless familiar for a useless task. It scurried around the battlefield, its nose twitching, completely oblivious to my presence. The girl reported my absence, her confidence stemming from the laughable assumption that a level 3 anti-stealth skill could ever find me. Her big bro safety puffed out his chest, instructing her to keep watch as if I were some common thief he needed to guard against. The fool then leaped down to face the boss alone, trying to mimic my solo attempt. His companions recognized him as a top-tier player, a so-called soul warrior, as if such a title held any weight. They chattered about his past as a world-class streamer, boasting of his reflexes and skill. The Steel Saintess stared blankly, unimpressed by his reputation. It swung its massive scythe, a simple telegraphed attack for any competent fighter. He dodged, rolling on the ground like a startled animal. Again and again he tumbled away from the boss's strikes, never once attempting to counter. He seemed to be enjoying this pathetic display, shouting with glee as he rolled. It was a pitiful dance, a series of dodges that accomplished absolutely nothing. Yet his audience was captivated, cheering for his precise and cool maneuvers. One of them noted the boss's health was dropping despite the soul warrior not landing a single blow, utterly perplexed by the phenomenon. His little sister smugly explained that perfect dodging was merely the prerequisite for his true power. After a successful roll, his next attack would ignore 50% of the target's defense. With a self-satisfied grin, he finally decided to stop his pointless tumbling and strike. He gathered his energy, preparing to unleash what he believed would be a devastating blow. His audience gasped, certain they were about to witness a move dealing over 1,000 damage. He called his technique dancing under the moonlight, a ridiculously poetic name for an attack. His blade flashed, a flurry of blue light aimed at the boss's core. He boasted of its precision, a sword that draws blood with pinpoint execution. The full force of his built-up power was unleashed upon the Steel Saintess. From the rooftop, his team watched the boss's health plummet to 1/3 in an instant. His ultimate skill, Shadow Moon Gap, illuminated the entire street with its brilliant light, and then his own attack came back to him, magnified by the boss's passive reflect. The damage numbers appearing over his own head were staggering. He was killing himself. His fan club could only scream his name in shock as he was immolated by his own power. They couldn't comprehend it. He dodged every attack, so why did he die the moment his own skill landed? Because while the boss was losing health, the damage wasn't from him at all. I stepped out from the shadows, my work with the pawn now complete. While that fool was showing off, he was forcing the boss to attack, momentarily disabling its reflect damage, and giving me the openings I needed. His damage was decent, for an amateur, but he died because his class was fundamentally incompatible with this opponent. Now, with its health critically low, the Steel Saintess turns to flee, attempting to return to the church to regenerate. If it escapes, all of this will have been for nothing. But the Soul Warrior's pathetic death served a purpose. The other rats are too terrified to interfere, meaning the boss will no longer attack. And if it doesn't attack, its reflect damage will never disappear again. It seems I'll have to handle this head-on. This pathetic creature thinks it can escape back to its sanctum. The fools watching from the sidelines are finally starting to understand. The clown they called Safety First was merely the opening act, and I am the main event. He's panicking, wondering how my stealth could possibly be so high that his pathetic anti-stealth skill couldn't detect me, whining about some soul warrior loot he dropped. Arrogance is a fatal flaw, and I have no intention of being careless, so I manifest my blacklight shield. It's a simple but effective defense. Each of its shimmering layers is capable of negating a single instance of damage. The beast rears back, consumed by rage as it prepares a counterattack. It's a foolish, telegraphed move, and it's the only opening I need. I close the distance in a heartbeat, unleashing instant shadow slash. The creature's body erupts from the 9 consecutive strikes, but its damage reflection state triggers, shattering 7 layers of my shield in a single moment. If not for my foresight in using Blacklight Shield to absorb those first 3 reflected hits, even I would have been killed instantly. It unleashes a desperate, sprawling attack across the battlefield, a last-ditch effort to take me with it. I simply walk through the ensuing explosion, my cloak cutting through the purple flames. The fire breath attacks came too quickly, breaking 7 shields even with my high evasion rate. And as I'm locked in a battle of life and death, I spot the little thief on the ground, greedily trying to snatch up loot. A stream of corrosive acid catches him completely off guard, melting the flesh from his face. His dying scream is pathetic as he dissolves, whining about his loot while the system informs me I've just acquired his 612 days of tradable lifespan. The curse of blooming flower absorbed his life force perfectly. For an insect, he'd hoarded an impressive amount of time. Now with the distractions gone, the wounded beast turns its full undivided attention to me. Its wounds are closing, but my ultimate skills are still on cooldown. This will be a battle of attrition, relying solely on my shield and basic attacks to wear it down. I methodically chip away at its health. The process is slow, but the outcome is certain. The spectators watch in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how I'm systematically dismantling a creature that should have killed me 10 times over. And just as it prepares another attack, my cooldown ends, and I prepare the final blow. I unleash another storm of shadow strikes directly into its core. This time there will be no recovery, no reflection, only annihilation. A system notification chimes, confirming the Steel Saintess has been defeated. And with its demise, the church sanctum key appears in my inventory. Just as the crowd finally realizes they're in the presence of Shadow, the #1 player, I invoke my mythic skill, Greedy Hand, ensuring every last drop of loot is claimed by its rightful owner. The prize is Black Flame's gift, an emerald-grade piece of armor with defensive stats that eclipse entire sets of inferior gear. Its true value, however, lies in the Black Flame effect, which will lower the resistance of any enemy I attack, accelerating their demise. It even comes with a passive anti-stealth bonus, a perfect tool for hunting other assassins who think they can hide from me. I immediately pour my evolution points into the skill, upgrading it to legendary and granting me the ability to see the weak points of any stealthed enemy. The rest of my points go into my own shadow stealth, pushing it to the legendary tier. Just as the system confirms my new 85% passive evade rate, and you and her party finally show up, she runs toward me like an eager hound, her companions trailing behind her. Her lackey gawks at my level, and she laughs, telling him not to be rude. I have no time for their idle chatter, so I initiate a trade, offloading some superfluous gear for a quick 45,000 evolution points. Once business is concluded, I pivot to a more important matter, asking them what they know about hideouts. And Yu gives me the standard explanation that they're player-occupied bases in the ruins used for storage and defense. It's a painfully simplistic understanding, but it's the opening I need. I let them finish before I reveal the Cathedral Sanctum key, a treasure far beyond their comprehension. Their eyes go wide at the mention of an 800 Mu hideout, a veritable fortress. And Yu struggles to maintain her composure as she asks what price I'm considering for it. In my previous life, a hideout of this caliber sold for 2,000 years of lifespan, but I have a better idea. I'll let them manage it, turning it into my own personal factory for equipment, skills, and lifespan. Before we can discuss terms, she asks for my help, claiming there's one more urgent matter. 7 gold-tier bosses have appeared in Dark Moon Town, and people are being slaughtered. I immediately know she's not telling me the whole story. The authorities could handle 7 bosses, so I press her for the truth. She admits it with a grimace. Whenever they manage to kill one, it is instantly revived. The bosses aren't just working together, they're puppets. This changes everything. It has to be the work of the ancient god Slate, a cursed artifact I thought I'd never see again. This is an opportunity I absolutely cannot miss, so I take her 10 years of lifespan as a token payment and tell her to send me the location. This artifact will elevate my power to a level these fools can't even dream of. They can waste their time forming guilds and alliances. I am about to seize an item that warps the very laws of this world. I land softly on the rooftop, my cloak of shadows dissolving as I survey the ruins of this forgotten city. Below me, the weak scrabble for survival, their petty dramas playing out like a predictable, tedious play. My attention drifts to a common scene of human ugliness, a small group of hunters cornering one of their own. The ringleader, drunk on a sliver of power, slaps the outcast across the face. "Do you think I'm blind?" she snarls, her voice dripping with pathetic insecurity as the victim whimpers on the ground. I watch from above, completely unmoved by their little power struggle. It seems that even after joining the Knights Templar, Qin Xiaoyu still attracts these sorts of leeches. In my previous life, I handled more than a few of these boring power games for her. The city's defenses flicker to life, projecting a giant foot to intimidate intruders. But I know the truth of this place. Underneath the central statue is a hidden room, a secret teleportation circle back to the starting town. The system explains that the lifespan required for each trip back will double. As this area is evolving, low-level monsters will become bosses, and hidden treasures will begin to surface. The system asks for my destination, and a name I've never heard before appears. Dark Moon Town. A deviation from my memories, but no matter. I select it without hesitation. Consuming 500 days of lifespan is a small price for the secrets this place holds. I materialize in the town square, and I'm greeted by an unexpected sight. The place is teeming with the elderly. Finally back to the safe zone. One of them sighs with relief, a sound that grates on my ears. My attention is drawn to 2 young hunters cornering an old woman, demanding their share of the lifespan she gained while they protected her. "Aren't you a public welfare organization?" she screeches, her face a mask of feigned indignation. "I don't know any damn agreement," she bellows, playing the part of the confused, helpless victim. Theatrically, she clutches her chest, wailing about how shameless they are for asking an old lady for what they're owed. I've seen enough of this farce, so I grab her by the collar before she can cause a scene. She makes a pathetic, strangled sound as I interrupt her performance. "Huh?" she gasps, tumbling to the ground in a heap. With a flicker of my will, I forcibly extract the lifespan she owes. The 2 young hunters stare in shock as a glowing orb of life coalesces on the ground. Her lifespan is on the ground. I state coldly, "Take it yourself. It was nothing to me." "Thanks, boss," one of them says, looking up at the cliff where I've already moved on. So this Dreams and River Guild originated from this town, masquerading as a charity for the elderly. They received official recognition, growing into one of the largest guilds in the region. In this chaotic apocalypse, they present themselves as saints. How amusing. I continue into the forest, where I find a weak-looking vine monster cornering a family. "Mom, use your skill," the daughter yells, her voice trembling. The mother complies, unleashing a pathetic spark of lightning. Her husband follows up with a clumsy lunge, and together they manage to bring the creature down. "Success. Dad and Mom, you're both amazing." The child cheers, utterly oblivious to how close to death they really were. They chatter about their guild, Dreams and River, a place for those who are not good at playing to help each other. The mother mentions a friend who was smart enough to refuse their offer. Apparently this friend is already level 10, having signed a 3-year contract with the Night Sanctuary. The daughter acknowledges that her friend, with her hidden profession, is indeed stronger than them. Their self-congratulatory moment is cut short by a volley of ice shards erupting from the trees. "Husband!" the woman screams as the man is riddled with frozen spikes. He dissolves into motes of light, his lifespan stolen before he even hit the ground. A group of thugs emerges from the woods, laughing. People from Dreams and can dream, their leader sneers. "They're all trash." He points at the terrified mother and daughter. "You two, hand over all your lifespan. The government forbids killing in the wilderness." The girl cries out, her naivety almost painful to witness. The bandit leader just laughs. "To hell with officials. I'll give you 3 seconds." The mother fumbles with her system interface, a futile attempt to call for help that will never arrive. Tired of living, the bandit sighs, giving his men the order. Kill the old one of his men lunges forward, his weapon crackling with malevolent energy. He swings his staff down, aimed directly at the mother's head. The bandit leader's face twists in confusion as his subordinate's attack is stopped by an unseen force. A blur of shadow and steel intercepts the blow. I appear between them, my hound Fenrir at my side, holding the decapitated head of their attacker. They stare in silent terror, finally understanding that they just picked a fight with a god. The fools were paralyzed, caught in the ethereal blue cage I had sprung for them. One of them was screaming, lamenting his dwindling lifespan, as if it were a currency he could get back. They ran with the frantic energy of cornered rats, desperately hoping to find an exit where there was none. I let them believe for a moment that escape was possible, right before I triggered the true trap with a blinding flash of power. The shockwave sent them sprawling, their pathetic flight cut short by an absolute force they couldn't possibly comprehend. Suspended and helpless, one of the insects finally worked up the courage to ask who I was, babbling about black dragons and other such childish nonsense. It seemed their looting and player killing had finally attracted the attention of some self-proclaimed official hunters. These new arrivals, clad in their pompous robes, declared that if the looters resisted they would clear their lifespan as an act of justice. This entire scene reminded me of a different, more satisfying kill, where my curse bloomed from my victim's chest like a crimson flower. That kill had been for a girl who now thanked me, believing I had saved her and her mother out of some sense of duty. Her companion mused that I was surprisingly good, a laughable assessment from someone who could never understand my true nature. I watched the two of them from the shadows for a moment, two identical-looking sheep in a world of wolves. I had left them a small orb of lifespan, a calculated payment for services I might require later, which they mistook for charity. To hear them call me a good person was the most amusing part of the entire transaction. Back in the present, a different group of incompetents were waiting, complaining that their Captain Shadow was late. I was already there, of course, hidden in plain sight, listening to them drone on about the infinitely reviving bosses within the domain. They spoke of the ancient god slate as if it were some myth, whispering that its affixes could even change a player's class characteristics. Their limited intel suggested the bosses were created by the slate, sometimes invisible, and so powerful that players were killed without ever seeing their foe. Their prevailing theory was that a hidden summoning wizard was the cause, a simplistic answer for a problem far beyond their grasp. The actual truth, which they were only just beginning to grasp, was that upon death, each boss would revive and gain a berserk attribute. This led them to the one intelligent question they could muster: what would happen if they were all killed at the exact same time? They could only speculate. I, on the other hand, was about to find out. I sent forth one of my disciples, a disposable pawn, to probe their defenses. The wraith struck with a blast of necrotic energy, the initial damage numbers confirming their baseline stats. My summon clawed at them relentlessly, each strike providing more data for my assault. The creature was quickly consumed by the dark, withering curse I had imbued my disciple with. Its body contorted as the necrotic energy tore it apart from the inside out. The system confirmed my initial assessment, level 10, no special attributes, twice as strong as a normal gold boss but nothing more. Now that the test was over, it was time for the execution. I unleashed my Nightring Blade, a storm of crimson energy designed for one purpose. My will was absolute. A simple command echoed in the torrent of blades: die. My specters followed up, tearing into the weakened flesh with their own curse attacks. As they dissolved into nothing, the system confirmed no spoils of war. This was merely a prerequisite. The blackened remains of the dead bosses slithered toward each other, coalescing into a grotesque, pulsating mound of flesh. The mass quivered for a moment, a prelude to the true horror it was about to become. From the writhing pile, a monstrous amalgamation of eyes and teeth emerged, the true guardian of this domain. My hypothesis was correct. Killing them simultaneously was the key to triggering this next phase. That's when I saw it, faint glowing symbols etched into the creature's very flesh, a script I knew all too well. The ancient god script. Rearranging the symbols in my mind, the meaning became clear. A sequence, a specific order of attack. All the time and resources I had poured into studying these ancient ruins were about to pay dividends. I dashed forward, my blade aimed for the first glowing symbol on the creature's hide. My attack struck true, hitting the rune with pinpoint precision. The monster roared in agony as its body erupted with volatile energy, confirming the sequence had begun. The ground beneath me gave way to a churning abyss of water as stone pillars erupted from the depths, transforming the battlefield. The creature's disembodied head surfaced from the black water, thinking a change of terrain would save it. I moved between the rising pillars with ease, the chaotic environment a mere playground for me. Beneath the surface, its true form was revealed, a skeletal, ghostly leviathan bound to this place. The spectral titan loomed before me, an intimidating sight meant to instill terror. But then coffins began to rise from the water, and I understood the final piece of the puzzle. Each ghost had to be destroyed near its corresponding vessel. I had seen the ancient god's stone slab. I knew this was the final stage. A suffocating darkness began to emanate from the final boss, its last, desperate attempt to survive. I met its aura of despair with my own, my eyes glowing with golden light, hungry for the coming conflict. It could bring whatever power it thought it had left. I was ready. The tremors from my final attack finally subsided, and I could hear the clumsy approach of the cleanup crew. They chattered amongst themselves like frightened birds, wondering if the boss had gone berserk, completely oblivious that they were already too late. When they finally arrived, all they found was the crater I'd left behind, their target conspicuously absent. One of them, a woman who seemed to have a sliver of sense, calmly informed her stunned comrades that I had already taken care of their little problem. Their disbelief was almost insulting. They couldn't comprehend how I'd finished a resurrection-class boss in under 10 minutes when they hadn't even seen me arrive. I watched their confusion from the shadows before melting away into the night. The loot had been more than satisfactory. I'd reached level 14 and banked nearly 300 evolution points. But the true prize was the stone tablet humming with dark energy in my hand, a relic of an ancient god that would cause the authorities no end of grief. A cursed tablet of Eudos. The system offered a simple, elegant function: attach its curse to any piece of equipment. I knew exactly where this power belonged. My emerald-grade armor already possessed the Black Flame gift, a potent debuff that shredded enemy defenses. With a surge of malice, I channeled the tablet's energy, binding the ancient curse to my armor. The system confirmed the fusion. The Black Flame stack limit was now a staggering 15 layers. The cost was a 31% reduction in the armor's base stats, a trivial price for the ability to utterly negate the defenses of any creature that dared stand in my way. With my evolution points burning a hole in my pocket, I turned my attention to my skills, pouring them into instant Shadow Slash. The skill evolved to Legendary, its range and stealth duration tripling, the number of slashes more than doubling, and a new shield effect was added. A simple calculation revealed the truth. With this, my survivability had just increased tenfold. At this pace, level 15 was only a few hours away, and then I would finally set my sights on the magic capital. The city was a monument to humanity's fading glory, a perfect backdrop for the pathetic dramas that played out within its walls. Just as I arrived, I witnessed a fine example. Two women savagely beating a third, their insults as weak as their attacks. They complained of exhaustion, their hands supposedly steaming from the effort of beating a helpless woman. How utterly theatrical. Their victim lay on the ground, spat on and broken. They left her there, a discarded piece of trash in the dirt. The beaten girl, Chu Jing, clung to the pathetic delusion that the one who abandoned her simply didn't understand. She then began muttering about sacrificing her own lifespan for power, vowing revenge on everyone who had wronged her. She screamed her pathetic promises to the sky, naming Qin Feng and the women who beat her. Then, in a final desperate act, she unleashed a powerful healing spell, consuming all of her remaining mana. But in her frenzied state, she completely missed her target, collapsing in a heap as the green energy shot past her and directly into me. She looked around in a daze, utterly clueless as to where her ultimate spell had gone. Welcome to the ruins of Magic City, where the weak prey on the weaker. Elsewhere, another group was struggling against a simple stone golem. Their tank desperately held up his shield, absorbing the blows while his party whittled it down. One of them, a foreigner, openly mocked the Daxia players around them as cowardly and weak. Her companion laughed, calling them pathetic pigs for struggling with a single gold-tier boss. As they prepared to land the final blow on the nearly defeated golem, their true colors showed. A spear pierced their mage from the back, a kill steal executed with practiced ease. The betrayed party was furious, recognizing the attackers as the Spade Gang, local robbers known for collaborating with foreigners. The gang's leader just laughed, daring them to resist as he and his new allies closed in. The ensuing fight was short and brutal. The Spade Gang's leader shattered the ground with a thunderous smash. The foreign woman moved with practiced efficiency, cutting down the survivors. Her daggers flared with purple energy, finishing off the last of the Daxia players. She stood over their bodies, smugly declaring all Daxia men to be trash. A truly disgusting display of arrogance from someone who relies on backstabbing to win. She licked the blood from her blade, confident that her corporate backing made her untouchable by local authorities. Her allies suggested they flee to North America and form a new guild, just to be safe. The leader thought it was a fine idea, and they began to brainstorm a name. The woman stared at her dagger, a flash of inspiration in her eyes. Alice, she declared. With their new name decided, it was time to celebrate their grand victory. Their idea of celebration was as predictable and depraved as their tactics, a pathetic party to commemorate their pathetic lives. She tried to haggle, claiming she had already negotiated the price up to 2,000 years of lifespan for my safe house. The little fox thought she could lowball me, suggesting we meet at the center of the ruins to trade. She arrived fully armed, flanked by a squad of knights, as if these tin soldiers could possibly be a threat. She claimed her higher-ups assigned the escort because she'd spent too much lifespan on herself, but I knew the truth. These so-called authorities have no comprehension of my true power. The trade was completed, and she clutched the key to the sanctuary like it was the most precious thing in the world. For me, it was just a key. What I received in return was 2,000 years of pure, unadulterated power. Immediately, I began the process, consuming that lifespan to extract the skills and equipment I'd left behind, synchronizing my true self with my vessel in this game. Every last skill, every piece of equipment, every level I had earned was now fully integrated, my real-world strength, finally mirroring what I wielded in this virtual purgatory. But such power comes with a cost, and a system notification reminded me of a basic human need I had neglected. I awoke in the real world to the irritating chatter of insects. A pack of bottom feeders had found me, one of them waving a bat around, drunk on the meager power this apocalypse had granted him. Their eyes, filled with a pathetic mixture of greed and bloodlust, were fixed on me as they debated the best way to end my life. They actually cheered, raising their crude weapons in celebration of their own impending demise. A flicker of movement, a whisper of steel, and my Dark Knight ring blade answered their enthusiasm. The attack didn't just silence them, it tore through the entire floor of the hotel where they had cornered me. As the structure crumbled around me, I was reminded that the more power I draw into reality, the more energy my body requires. Ordinary food is no longer enough, but for now it would have to do while I plotted my next move against Qian Shishi and her guild. She remains my primary target, a cunning snake harder to find than any I've hunted before, but her own quest to kill Qin Feng would be the perfect bait to draw her out. I was starving, so I decided to head for Magic City, summoning my spectral mount to devour the distance. The neon glow of the city's central tower confirmed I had arrived. Meanwhile, my target Qian Shishi was busy indulging her appetites, praising some fool she'd spent the night with. She stumbled away with her arm candy, utterly absorbed in her meaningless debauchery. Her world was soon interrupted when a subordinate informed her that Qin Feng was dead, and that a man named Shadow was waiting in the city for payment. She was immediately suspicious of a real-world meeting, but her subordinate relayed my message. I don't use phones, as the authorities are always listening. This morsel of information was all her arrogant mind needed. She decided I must be an ally, another dissident she could manipulate for her own ends, and set up an in-game meeting to test me. Her plan was already in motion, as she contacted one of her lackeys, a player codenamed Skywalker, with a mission. I perched atop a spire overlooking the city, my wolf at my side, as I received her coordinates, the Ghost Academy. I logged into the game, descending into the streets with my mount, ready to see what kind of pathetic performance she had arranged. The ruins of the academy were just ahead, a fitting stage for a tragedy. From my vantage point, I watched the play unfold as a group posing as authorities confronted a woman below. The woman Skywalker stood with her gang, looking defiant. She proudly declared her group was now the Alice Guild, a collection of hunters preying on men from the Daxia authorities. To emphasize her point, she put on a vulgar display for the guards, who reacted with feigned outrage. She was utterly shameless, promising her body to her men if they performed well in this little skirmish. I recognized the lead authority player, Q Hanan, a known traitor who joined the Alice Guild in my past life. The pieces clicked into place. This entire confrontation was a cheap, transparent test stage for my benefit. They were giving me a choice: help them and become an enemy of the state, or refuse and be denied my meeting. I decided to show them my sincerity with a demonstration of the Dark Knight ring blade. The system notifications flooded my vision as every last one of the actors in this farce was instantly slain. I descended from the shadows, my presence silencing the stunned survivors. Their pathetic test was over. I am a blade forged in darkness, wreathed in shadows that hunger for retribution. They call me a god-level assassin, but I am more than that. I am the shadow that consumes all light. So when I finally appeared before Qianguxue and her entourage, their reactions were predictable. The woman, Spade A, practically oozed with a desperate sort of lust, captivated by the mere presence of power. Her mind, however, was a cesspool of petty resentment, whining that such strength belonged to someone from Daxia. Her guards were more theatrical, putting on a grand show of awe at my power level. But the system doesn't lie. I could see the notifications of their pathetic weak point attacks, flooding my vision as they tried to probe me. I feigned ignorance of their language, turning their clumsy scheme back on them with a cold accusation. Just as I expected, she scrambled to make excuses for her witless subordinates. I cut her off, demanding she speak my language and, while she was at it, put on some proper clothes. She regained her composure, her greed overpowering her caution, as she asked for the head of her target, Qin Feng. I tossed her a data crystal, telling her the proof was inside. She believed me without question, because the strong have no need to lie to the weak. With 1,500 days of lifespan added to my account, I turned to leave, but she desperately called out for me to wait. She proposed a long-term partnership, an invitation to her private residence for a more intimate negotiation. She promised to satisfy my every need, a pathetic attempt at seduction that I immediately shut down. She insisted on a face-to-face meeting at the port, promising a reward several times more generous. A shimmering butterfly of light fluttered away from her hand, her invitation. A private yacht at the port. An obvious, almost insulting trap. Elsewhere, the true puppet master, Lin Qingyu, celebrated his success in luring me into his little drama. He gloated to his associate, convinced he had played me into betraying the officials. This woman, Evening Rain, wondered if I had truly allied myself with Spade A, resolving to eliminate me if the rumors were true. She remembered all too well how I killed her without her ever seeing me, a memory that fueled both her caution and her foolish determination. The stage was set aboard a luxury yacht, floating in the dark waters of the port. I walked straight into the lion's den, announcing my arrival to her waiting guards. They were expecting me, their radios crackling as they prepared the ship to sail, isolating us from the world. On deck, she stood waiting with 2 glasses of wine, her act as transparent as the glass in her hand. She commented on my mysterious aura, trying to disarm me with vapid compliments. I had no time for her games, demanding she get straight to the point. She feigned offense at my directness, insisting we drink first and enjoy the romantic evening she had prepared. I accepted the glass, knowing full well what it contained. Let the fool think her plan was working. Her laughter was triumphant as she pushed me onto a nearby couch, believing me to be completely ensnared. She leaned in close, whispering about the drug and the wine, absolutely certain of her victory. Her crazed expression said it all. She thought she had proven that even the great shadow was just a man who could be controlled by base desires. Intoxicated by her own success, she reached for my hood, eager to see the face of the man she had conquered. The formula began to take hold, but not on me. She was the one lost in a drug-fueled hallucination, writhing in some bizarre ecstasy. She screamed my name, calling for me to come out, completely unaware of the fire I was about to unleash. A torrent of pure flame erupted from my body, a power far beyond anything her pathetic poison could ever hope to suppress. The blaze was so intense it triggered a protective item she wore, a crystal pendant that barely saved her from instant annihilation. With her trap shattered and her life hanging by a thread, I finally dropped the act and revealed my true face, Qin Feng. Her mind couldn't process it. She stared at me, the man she hired Shadow to kill, babbling about how it was impossible. I let the reality crash down upon her. I am Shadow. Her gaze shifted from me to the empty cloak, her sanity finally snapping. The creature she had been seducing was nothing more than one of my loyal, and admittedly grotesque followers, animated to play a part. The puppet let out a final pathetic groan, its role in this farce finally over. The pathetic groveling began exactly as I predicted. "Gaddy, please let me go," she whimpered, offering up her lifespan and pledging to be my slave, as if such things held any value to me. I looked down at the worm, my voice flat and devoid of emotion. "Where are the 5 foreigners who were with you?" She degenerated completely, barking like a stray dog, a final desperate attempt to survive that only solidified my contempt. With my blade pressed against her throat, I confirmed what I already knew. Her worthless companions had abandoned her. The system chimed as her life drained away, granting me 659 years of her tradable lifespan. A shame her friends got away, but I would collect that debt later. I picked up her phone. It was time to move to the second phase of my plan and summon the authorities myself. The patrol boats cut through the water under the moonlight, responding to my anonymous tip about a mass murder. Their captain, a fool named Shounen, immediately gave the order to hunt me down, planning to use a search skill on the corpse to pinpoint my location. His team discovered the body, noting the burn marks I'd left as a small message. Just as the fool began to activate his worthless skill, I materialized directly behind him. His eyes widened in his last moment of clarity as he shouted a useless warning to his men. One of them tried to fire, a predictable and utterly pointless reaction. My blade passed through his weapon and arm as if they were nothing more than air. As Shouhenen's body hit the deck, a woman with a shield of light demanded to know if I intended to oppose the authorities. I stood calmly amidst the bodies I had just created and told them there was no need to be nervous. I explained that Shounen was a traitor selling intelligence to Qian Shishi, and that all the evidence they needed was on his phone. Her subordinate scrolled through the device, finding not just records, but intimate photos that confirmed the depth of their collusion. The final piece of the puzzle clicked into place for her as she listened to a recording of Qian Shishi admitting their entire scheme. She finally understood the terrifying efficiency of my plan. I had manipulated my targets into exposing a corrupt official for me, and then executed them both. The silver-haired captain then made a grave mistake. She apologized for shooting at me. I moved in a blur, my blade slicing across her arm as a lesson in consequences. With tears in her eyes, she understood the transaction, stating that her debt to me was now paid. "There's no need for this, Captain Lin," I said, using her real name to let her know I see everything, before warning her that next time she should shoot to kill. My business with the authorities concluded, I turned my attention back to the game, observing the insects infesting a ruined city. An incompetent tank cried out for a heal, after taking a minor hit from a monster. But the healer's spell, with a little nudge from my own skill, flew past him and struck the creature instead. The headless assassin boss began to glow with vibrant green energy, fully restored. Before the healer could even process her mistake, the monster was on her, and her life was extinguished. She reappeared at the respawn point, crying that the infamous shadow must have targeted her. Her teammate struck her, sneering at her arrogance for thinking I would waste my time on someone so insignificant. He confidently explained that a platinum boss simply has a skill that redirects heals, blissfully unaware of my interference. The healer wept, her spirit broken by the false belief that the game itself was punishing her incompetence. Their foolish debate was cut short as the now empowered boss turned its attention to them. Its eyes blazed with crimson light as it charged. And the last thing I heard before turning away was their panicked screams to run. I am the darkness that consumes the light, a blade that reaps life without a sound. They call me a god-level assassin, but I am more than that. I am the shadow that all mortals fear. Far away, in some decadent mansion, the sound of breaking porcelain signals the impotent rage of my enemies. A woman from the Dongfang clan screams into her phone, her voice laced with frustration at her underling's incompetence. She laments the loss of her kin, a consequence she should have expected when she chose to stand against me. She vows that I will pay a blood debt, a laughable promise from someone who can't even touch me. Her only hope rests in a call with her child, a boy already being groomed in the family's pathetic tradition of failure. The little monster, unable to even enter the game, presumes to use his mind to orchestrate my demise. His grand strategy is to use bait to lure me into a trap at a fireworks factory, a plan as crude as it is predictable. The boy is convinced this will be my public execution, and his mother praises his twisted little mind, calling it a good education. She whispers about keeping it secret from the officials who still foolishly hope to recruit me, revealing the fractures within their own ranks. After she ends the call, her son apologizes for his lack of self-control. He confesses to accidentally killing their captive, a disturbing little detail that his mother completely ignores. Their plan begins in the Magic City ruins, with a cheap imitation of my power sowing chaos among the players. Hired actors cry out in mock terror as scripted attacks eliminate a few worthless pawns. The narrative is carefully planted among the panicked herd. It must be Shadow. Soon the world will hear the lie that I am slaughtering innocents indiscriminately. While they play their little games, I am busy with matters of true significance, finding the perfect location to manifest my power into the real world. A system window appears, asking if I wish to spend over 1,000 years of my accumulated lifespan to extract my hidden sanctuary. Without a moment's hesitation, I confirm, unleashing a power that will annihilate everything in its path to make way for my new domain. From the depths, my fortress erupts into existence, a testament to my will. The system confirms the extraction is complete. My new base of operations is secure. Now with my sanctuary established, I can finally turn my attention to acquiring the divine tome. My subordinate Xia Luo finally contacts me, relaying the news that I've been reported for killing players. He at least had the sense to know it wasn't me and discovered the truth. A platinum-grade boss, the headless assassin, is being used to frame me. Elsewhere, a team of fools is already fighting this invisible creature, and their numbers are dwindling fast. One of them, a man with more arrogance than skill, complains that his anti-invisibility technique is useless, yet still boasts he could defeat the boss if only he could see it. His companion wisely tells him to be quiet, suggesting they find higher ground to escape the unseen threat. Their escape is cut short by a misplaced banana peel, a fittingly absurd end for such a buffoon. He stumbles directly into the path of the assassin, his friend watching in helpless horror. He screams empty defiance, pretending he isn't afraid as the headless monster lunges. His block is pathetic and slow, easily bypassed by the creature's speed. He attempts a desperate roll, a last-ditch effort to save his worthless life. It is a clumsy, panicked maneuver, and he immediately realizes he dodged too early. The assassin's attacks are relentless, a storm of blades he cannot possibly evade. He continues to roll on the ground like a frightened insect, his world spinning out of control. He finally comes to a stop, utterly spent and disoriented. As his vision blurs, the assassin vanishes once more, preparing for the final strike. But I am the one who ends this farce, appearing from the shadows with a break stealth strike that shatters the boss's concealment. My blade descends, not on the monster, but on the foolish player who got in my way. He dies instantly, a casualty of his own incompetence. With the headless assassin now fully exposed, I ready my next move, a true stealth breaker designed to cripple it completely. My fierce strike slams into the boss, carving a massive chunk from its health bar. Xiaolu arrives just in time to witness the aftermath, and I turn to face him, my expression unreadable behind my mask. I arrive to the typical sounds of incompetence, a pack of fools pointing fingers at a single girl, blaming her for their failures. She was crying, of course, whimpering that she didn't mean to attract the boss that had apparently followed her from a revival point. Their leader, a man puffed up with false authority, declared he wouldn't dare take such a person on his team, as if her weakness wasn't a reflection of his own. This chairman then revealed his true colors, offering rewards for information on hiding places, clearly trying to exploit the girl's rare profession for his own gain. He handed her a pittance, 2 days of tradable lifespan, a pathetic leash for a valuable hound. Predictably, the other hyenas in his pack immediately began to snarl, jealous that they weren't getting the same scraps from the table. Their pathetic squabbling was interrupted when a proxy doll suddenly burst into flames, a crude but effective targeting spell. I made my entrance then, appearing above the two men who had been arguing just moments before. They could only stare up in shock as the street erupted in a storm of golden energy. The chairman, so full of bravado a moment ago, was swatted away like an insect. A vortex of sand and debris tore through the ground, trapping the girl in its epicenter. She was flung helplessly into the air, her trajectory decided by a force far beyond her control. The chairman was also launched into the sky, his armor offering no protection from the blast. The rest of his disorganized rabble was scattered across the street, their formation completely broken. The girl's scream was a thin, pathetic sound as she plummeted back towards the unforgiving pavement. Waiting below were 4 headless assassins, the true source of the chaos, their claws eager to welcome her. From the safety of a ruined building, a few survivors whispered in terror, realizing I had already eliminated one of these monsters without a sound. Finally, the girl's terrified eyes found me, and a desperate hope sparked as she recognized my silhouette against the sky. As a monster's claw reached for her, her voice cracked, screaming for me to save her. "Brother, save me," she begged, a plea directed at the only power here that mattered. I acted, not out of pity, but to quell the irritating noise, unleashing my flash shadow slash. Before the monster could even register my presence, I was already between it and its prey. A torrent of damage numbers exploded from its torso as my blade found its mark again and again. The system confirmed the kill, along with the death of a player the beast had already consumed, granting me all the spoils. My reward materialized as 120 days of tradable lifespan, a decent haul for such an annoying interruption. As the orbs of light swirled around me, I could only sigh at my bad luck for being dragged into the affairs of amateurs. I activated Hand of Greed, absorbing the untradable lifespan the boss had stolen from others. Nothing is ever wasted. Almost immediately, another group of scavengers appeared, their leader shouting obnoxiously and asking to trade. I decided to let a few tag along, but pointedly excluded one of the women from the group. She feigned shock, immediately accusing me of discrimination, a tiresome display. When outrage failed, she tried seduction, remarking how sad it was that I didn't seem to like men. I cut through her pathetic games with cold logic. The tower we are going to has NPCs that despise female adventurers, increasing the difficulty tenfold. Her face soured, but she had no argument against pure efficiency, so I simply turned and walked away. I sent a team invitation to the chosen few, and they accepted without hesitation. They followed behind me, whispering nervously about my speed, already struggling to keep pace. While they labored below, I moved effortlessly across the rooftops, taking the moment to inspect my new loot. Among the drops was an emerald-grade weapon, the Forest White Bone Blade. The stats were a significant improvement, offering armor penetration and a potent speed boost. I equipped it instantly. There was also a platinum-grade skill, Shadow Blade, a useful but unrefined tool. I had no time for unrefined, so I simply poured my evolution points into the skill, forcing it to upgrade to legendary. At its new rank, the cooldown would be reduced to almost nothing when striking a weak point, and for me every point is a weak point. I finally paused, noticing the silence, and turned to see the road behind me was completely empty. I led the fools to the base of the colossal structure, its peak disappearing into the mist. This was the place, the entrance to the Tower of Authority. Once we go in, I stated, my voice flat, an entity will give us a challenge. Of course, I left out the crucial detail. This particular NPC is a despicable merchant whose prices scale with the perceived power of the customer. To manipulate the outcome, I would need to appear weak, which is why I gave them a simple instruction. You just need to take down one gold rank boss. A dead silence fell over them, the weight of that simple command crushing their meager confidence. All except for this one simpleton, who gave me a thumbs up dripping with pathetic bravado, guaranteeing a success he couldn't possibly comprehend. Use the party channel for all dialogue, I warned them, my voice a low whisper in their minds. Don't let the NPC hear us. The ancient doors groaned open, and I stepped through into the gloom, leaving them to scurry after me. A spectral figure materialized before us, its voice echoing with a false welcome to the friends from Blue Star. It mocked us, assuming the arrival of this so-called god-forsaken game had filled us with terror. Cloaked in cheap theatrics, the guardian of the tower then asked when we were ready to begin its trial. Predictably, one of the liabilities immediately started asking questions, wanting to know what kind of boss we were fighting. He babbled on about phases, skills, and weaknesses, information they should have been prepared for, had they possessed an ounce of foresight. Before his partner could finish making excuses for my silence, I cut him off and addressed the guardian directly. We're ready. Let's begin. The entity cackled, a grating sound sound that scraped against the stone walls. Now let the enjoyment begin. It rose into the air as a vortex of pure shadow erupted from the chamber floor. From the swirling darkness, a hulking monstrosity began to take shape. A level 20, gold-grade obsidian skullcracker golem solidified before us, its presence radiating raw power. Level 20? One of them shrieked. The highest among us is only 11. I ignored their cowardice and gave my order. It's fine. Wang Meng, you're up. The tank, to his credit, obeyed without question, bellowing as he charged forward with his shield rush. His shield struck the golem's chest with a dull clang, the impact barely leaving a scratch on its obsidian hide. The golem simply roared and swatted him away, sending him tumbling across the floor. While the beast was focused on the down tank, I directed the others. Don't mind him. Archer, starlight shot, swordsman, triple ground slash. An arrow of light struck the golem's featureless head, sinking deep into the stone. At the same time, the swordsman's blade carved 3 crimson arcs into its leg. Their pathetic attacks did nothing but enrage the creature, its maw opening in a silent, furious roar. As it slammed its fists into the ground, causing the very stone to crack, I calmly informed the party, the boss is enraged. I'll handle it. They scrambled to follow my next command, barely dodging the black oil that began to seep from the fissures in the floor. It was time to end this little display. I drew my power and formed a single perfect shadow blade. My attack struck a hidden flaw in its core, a weak point invisible to them, dealing a crippling 4,500 damage. The system confirmed it instantly. The enraged status was dispelled. They stared, mouths agape, one of them ridiculously asking if the boss had unequipped its gear to explain the damage. Another finally voiced the question that was plaguing their small minds. How did you find out all this? I turned my gaze on him. You should ask yourselves more often. Have you been exploring diligently? Has your store of knowledge grown? Before they could stammer out a response, the golem roared again, gathering a ball of fire in its throat. I immediately identified its next sequence. Watch out, the boss is about to spin clockwise and breathe fire. I warned them that the fire combined with the black oil would mean death in 3 seconds. One of the fools was already running the wrong way, but I had a contingency. Wang Meng, there's no time to dodge. Use your invincibility and block for him. The tank's shield flared with golden light, absorbing the full blast of the inferno. Excellent, I noted, then gave the final command. Once the flames die down, use your highest damage skills and go all out. They swarmed the stunned creature, unleashing a desperate volley of attacks. Damage numbers flew across its body as their weapons and spells tore into its weakened form. The golem thrashed, its obsidian body cracking under the relentless assault. And then a system notification echoed in our minds. We had defeated the obsidian skullcracker golem. It had all gone according to my initial briefing. Its enraged state below 70% health was its only real threat, and I had neutralized it perfectly. The guardian reappeared, its disembodied laughter filling the now silent chamber. Congratulations, players from Blue Star, it announced. You are the first to pass my trial. Then the true price was revealed as glowing books materialized in the air. Now as long as you offer up your lifespans, you can trade them with me for the Book of Divine Endowment. Shadows cling to me not as a cloak, but as a weapon, and my blade is the last thing my enemies will ever see. The title they've given me, God-level assassin, is a profound understatement for what I am about to become. The architects of this world list their names for all to see, entirely unaware they are just carving epitaphs on a tombstone. I am about to shatter. Another of this world's so-called administrators appears before us, a cloaked parasite designating itself as an NPC named Wickley. One of my hired fools immediately proves his worthlessness by pointing out the creature's 6-fingered hand, a detail I had already noted and dismissed. The simpleton's outburst triggers a pre-programmed response, and a beam of energy erupts from the entity's palm. It's a pathetic display of power, meant to intimidate lesser men. My follower yelps, calling the creature an old dog, his terror making him reckless. The creature, of course, attacks him for the insult, a predictable outcome for anyone with a shred of intelligence. Wickley then explains its rules like a schoolmaster, warning us not to mention its taboo again. My subordinate, trembling, asks if I can defeat it, his voice laced with pathetic fear. I tell him not right now, letting them believe we are evenly matched while I analyze this new variable. The entity reveals its true nature, a god-empowered being from another timeline, here to harvest the lifespan of fools in exchange for trinkets. My companions are immediately entranced by the thought of real-world supplies, their short-sighted desperation almost amusing. They praise me as I trade 9,000 days of lifespan for 9 of its divine gift books, thinking it a great sacrifice, when in reality it's a calculated investment. But I'm not here for scraps. There's an achievement in the Tower of Divine Authority that I require. I stare the entity down and declare my intent. I want to solo the highest difficulty. It scoffs, trying to intimidate me by explaining that the final boss's stats will be increased by 500%. My companions gasp in horror at the number, their weak minds unable to comprehend such a challenge. Wickley then lays out its final pathetic trap. If I die, my lifespan becomes its property. I simply reply, I'm sure, my confidence clearly unsettling it. The parasite cackles, overjoyed at the prospect of an easy meal, completely unaware it's the one being led to the slaughter. It summons the challenge, arrogantly proclaiming that I am digging my own grave. The obsidian skull-splitting golem materializes, its body glowing with the promised 500% buff. A foolish lie. From my past life, I know Wickley can buff his summons up to 2,000%. This is merely a probe. It's time to test a new weapon I acquired. My venom afterthrow strikes true, and the first debuff lands. My black flames gift immediately triggers, shredding the golem's defenses and elemental resistances. Then my bone blade's effect activates, doubling my speed in an instant. I become a blur of motion, a phantom of black fire moving between heartbeats. The golem is engulfed in my flames, its head erupting before its crude mind can even register my attack. I slide past its clumsy retaliation, already flanking its position. The bone blade's effect triggers again, granting me another surge of impossible speed. To my stunned audience, it appears as though I've simply vanished into thin air. They are mistaken. I am merely moving too fast for their eyes to follow, lining up the perfect strike. My graceful execution connects, and a torrent of weak point damage numbers floods the air. The ancient god tablet's buff amplifies my power beyond anything the system was designed to handle. My instant shadow slash lands, tearing away a third of the creature's health in a single fluid motion. Even the god-empowered being is left utterly speechless, its cold logic failing to compute my existence. It's wondering what kind of talent could possibly be this strong. My next attack, Throat Slash, snaps the golem's torso in two. A final flurry of strikes finishes the job, the damage numbers reaching astronomical heights as the beast dissolves into nothing. With my new underwater sanctuary established, I decided it was time to furnish my isolation. A century of stolen lifespan is a small price for comfort, so I converted 106 years into the finest assets the system could offer, including one rather specific purchase. A mechanical maid materialized before me, giving a polite programmed curtsy. Master, nice to meet you. I can handle everything in your household. I couldn't care less about pleasantries. I cared about efficiency, so I reclined on my new sofa and gave my first order. Clean the entire house, then prepare a feast. She bowed without hesitation, her voice cheerful and hollow. Yes, initiating full house cleaning now. While my new toy tidied my virtual palace, the insects in the real world were scurrying about in Shanghai City. They'd found another piece of my work, the third one this week. The so-called investigators gathered around the corpse, describing my methods with a predictable theatrical gravity. Same as the others, limbs sawed off, eyes gouged out. The killer should be the same person. They noted my precision, my calculated disposal of the body outside their effective skill window, and their frustration was almost palpable. Then a flicker of intelligence from a junior officer, who nervously pieced together a timeline. Could it be Shadow? I compared his login times, and they matched the girl's death. His superior, a man blinded by procedure, immediately dismissed it as circumstantial. That's not enough evidence, he scoffed, even as his subordinate pleaded that the rumors about Shadow's power made it a lead worth pursuing. The senior officer was then reprimanded by his own superior for letting personal feelings cloud his judgment, a pathetic display of their internal politics. He seethed with impotent rage, his pride wounded far more than his sense of justice. Forced to swallow his humiliation, he grit his teeth and muttered a reluctant, "Understood." Their world was so small. I returned to the one that mattered, the magic capital ruins. This derelict city of crumbling cathedrals would be the perfect location for my next expansion. I drifted towards the largest structure, a place known as the Ghost Academy. A mere 274 years of lifespan secured the platinum-grade hideout and established my new guild, Shadow. With this sanctuary registered, I now had a foothold deep within enemy territory. Travel between my bases would be instantaneous, making me a ghost they could never hope to catch. I phased through the stone floors, descending into the academy's depths. It was strangely silent. I reached the third basement level without encountering a single monster. It was obvious someone had been here before me, someone strong enough to clear a path this deep. Then I found them, a pack of hyenas cornering a lone girl, their crude taunts echoing in the chamber. She was terrified, screaming for them to stay away. Their leader sneered, revealing their purpose. "We won't kill you yet. Madame Dongfang wants her son to love you properly." They threatened to hunt her in the real world, to camp her respawn point until she broke. The thug tried to extort her, demanding she return the 30 years of lifespan she'd taken from killing his master. His demands quickly devolved into something far more vile. "Play with us for a bit, and we'll let you go." Their lecherous smiles told her exactly what kind of play they had in mind. She stood frozen, trapped by their disgusting proposition. Of course, the ringleader chuckled. "We mean this kind of play." I watched as the fear in her eyes was replaced by a cold, sharp glint of resolve. She feigned submission, her voice trembling just enough. "You promise you'll let me go?" As the first fool approached her, believing he had won, she moved. A glowing green dagger appeared in her hand as she lunged forward. Her golden cauldron seal skill struck true, paralyzing the thug instantly. He was frozen solid, his arrogant expression locked on his face. But the effort cost her dearly, and she was thrown back as his allies closed in. She collapsed to the ground, coughing and vulnerable. The second thug loomed over her, savoring her apparent defeat. "This is your last chance." He ordered her to open her mouth, but she met his gaze with a defiant, blood-soaked smirk. I'd seen enough of this farce. I emerged from the shadows and uttered a single word that sealed their fate. "Goodbye." My chains erupted from the ground, wrapping around the second thug's leg. He looked down in utter confusion. "What, chains?" Before he could process the attack, the spectral links glowed with immense power. I pulled, and he was torn to shreds in an instant. The last one standing stared in horror, mistaking my power for the girl's. Chain blades. Could her class be? I silenced his pathetic rambling by crushing the head of his paralyzed friend under my boot, as the girl screamed her hatred. It was then that her true title was revealed to me, Blade of the Underworld. But her eyes weren't on me. They burned with a singular, focused rage. "Just wait, Dongfang Yue." She swore an oath to the empty air, a promise of bloody retribution. The weapon she wields is unmistakable, the infamous Blade of the Netherworld, and her class, Ghost Shade, is just as notorious. Like my own Shadow class, it's the only other hidden path for an assassin, a detail I remember all too well. In my past life, she was a legend ranked 10th among the world's most powerful players, right up until her connection to the Demon City was exposed. Hunted from all sides, she slaughtered thousands before they finally overwhelmed her, and I recall how even my guild lamented the loss of such a talent. To think I'd run into her here. Her accusation is as foolish as it is predictable. "You have an accomplice?" she snarls, mentioning a name I'd hoped was long buried. No, I'm not, I state plainly, but her kind doesn't listen to reason, only to violence. She lunges, her voice shrill with misplaced confidence. She calls out her attack, Chains of the Netherworld, as if announcing it gives her an edge. The ethereal chains whip through the air, converging on me with lethal intent. A pathetic attempt. I sidestep her clumsy assault, the chains striking nothing but scorched earth. With a flick of my wrist, I catch her precious weapon in a swirl of my own shadow energy. Her eyes widen in shock. The hunter has just realized she's nothing but prey. I have no more time for this game, so I activate my skill, Shadow Dive. She watches, stunned, as I melt into the ground, becoming one with the darkness she foolishly thinks she commands. Stealth? I whisper, reappearing directly behind her. A child's trick. I sink back into the shadows beneath the molten rock, demonstrating what true mastery looks like. All she can see is an empty platform, her senses screaming that her target has vanished. Her panic is palpable. Her level 4 anti-stealth detection is useless against me, and the realization is breaking her. Hey, I say, my voice calm right beside her ear. I'm right here. She flinches, pure terror on her face. Her high-level skills are nothing more than toys. In a desperate gambit, she unleashes another technique, Spectre Pursuit, a homing attack. Her last resort. The glowing chains lash out, seeking a target they can no longer see. I move through the darkness, easily evading the flailing weapon. Impressive. It seems the chains are tracking my signature, not my physical form. Even if my eyes can't see you, my weapon can, she shouts, clinging to a sliver of hope. She believes that once marked, there is no escape. How naive. So her class possesses a skill that can ignore stealth levels when tracking a target. Not bad. Her chains coil around me, a cage of light in the darkness, and for a moment she thinks she's won, but not great either. With a surge of my own power, I reverse the flow of her attack, sending her chains screaming back toward their master. The hunter becomes the hunted, ensnared by her own pathetic trap. I now hold the leash. Ghost Shade, I say, my voice devoid of emotion. Can you listen to me now? She dangles upside down, completely at my mercy. Let me ask you something. She quickly confirms that the Dongfang Yue she mentioned is indeed from the Zhanghai City family, the one who married into the Chu clan. So a fish slipped through the net after all. It seems my work in destroying the Dongfang clan was incomplete. Her face contorts with utter disbelief as the truth dawns on her. You're the one who wiped out the Dongfang clan? She immediately changes her tune, begging to be let down, claiming the enemy of her enemy is her friend. Pathetic. I drop her unceremoniously to the ground. We'll talk about working together later. First, I need to understand her motives. Why do you want Dongfang Yue dead? Her face hardens. To avenge the death of my loved ones. She tells a predictable story. Dongfang Yue killed her mother in a drunk driving accident, and the Chu family paid someone to take the fall. Her father, a man of conviction, gathered evidence to expose the truth. But of course his body was found floating in a river the very next day. The official story was suicide, and when she tried to fight for justice, she was beaten and cast aside. She was broken, on the verge of ending her own life. That's when the system arrived. The god-forsaken game descended, offering power to the powerless. The very first thing she did upon entering the game was hunt down and kill Dongfang Yue. Now she begs me for help, explaining that Dongfang Yue's clan is hunting her, and she needs to drain her lifespan to make the kill permanent. Tears stream down her face as she pleads with me, offering her loyalty, her life, anything to get her revenge. I listen to her tragic little story, weigh her potential usefulness against the complications she brings, and give my simple logical answer. She grovels on the scorched earth, her voice cracking with a pathetic sort of desperation. Brother Shadow, I beg you, please help me kill Dongfang Yue. I watch her, unmoved by the tears streaming down her face, and give the only logical answer. I refuse. She scrambles to offer me a deal, as if she has anything of value. Whatever you want, it's yours. I'll serve you like a beast of burden. I'll offer all the lifespan I earn. Equipment, skills, all yours. Her voice rises, fueled by that all-consuming hatred. As long as you help me kill Dongfang Yue, even if you make me your slave, I'll gladly obey. It's a tedious and predictable plea. No, I won't help you kill her. I loom over her, a shadow she can't possibly comprehend. That's your revenge. It's something only you can end yourself. My motives are not born from charity, but from cold, hard logic. But until then, I will help you. As for how far you'll get, that depends on your own fortune. She looks up, bewildered by my words. Help me? How will you help me? I don't waste my breath with explanations. The system is far more efficient. Join my guild. Become one of mine, and I'll help you take your revenge. She stares at the blue window, her eyes widening as she processes the information. Shadow's guild. He's the only one in it. All I need to do is join. A flicker of intelligence. Good. The system confirms her choice almost instantly. Looks like you agreed. Now there's only one thing you need to do. I turn my back on her. The first step of her trial already laid out. Class advancement. Her inevitable panic questions are met with a wall of indifference. How do I do it? That's for you to figure out. I begin to walk away, leaving her in the desolate landscape. Once you succeed, come find me. My final words hang in the air, a simple, brutal ultimatum. If you can't even manage that, then give up on revenge. She has her path. Now I have mine. Her class, Blade of the Netherworld, holds boundless potential. With just a bit of guidance, she'll go further. Once she grows, she might even be useful to me. I phase through the ancient walls, arriving at my destination, the deepest part of the Spectre Academy. Floating in the center of the Grand Library is the Guardian, a mutated witch named Stana, platinum grade, a gaudy collection of spectral heads. So this is the thing I need to dispose of. Without a moment's hesitation, I launch myself forward, my Dark Knight ring blade aimed at the only active head. Phase 1, a simple gimmick. The active head is immune to physical damage, a minor inconvenience, so I have to rely on slightly weaker elemental skills. I switch to Shadow Blade. Its cooldown refund on hit is a fatal design flaw for any stationary target. I become a blur of motion, unleashing a torrent of strikes that all land on its weak point. A mobile Gatling gun is a fitting description. The numbers cascade across its form as the spectral head shrieks, utterly helpless. It dissolves into nothing, and the remaining 3 heads awaken at once. Phase 2 begins. The 3 heads activate, a pathetic attempt at a coordinated assault. The firehead roars, its rage as pointless as its existence. The creature begins a chaotic dance, firing beams of elemental energy in every direction. It's a light show, nothing more. I weave through the predictable patterns with contemptuous ease. I close the distance in an instant, my blade a whisper of death against their weak points. Let's end this. My shadow-infused blade tears through the green head's torso. The force of my assault sends all 3 spirits reeling back. I raise my hand, dark energy coalescing around my fingertips. Let's end the disco here. A silent, violent explosion of dark energy obliterates the witch. The system chimes with my reward, 50,000 EXP. More importantly, I've obtained the key to Spectre Academy's hideout, and just as I calculated, I'm now eligible for my own evolution. Advance. The world warps around me as power floods my very being, my stats multiplying to absurd levels. A new passive skill appears. Attacking from stealth no longer breaks it. Perfect. My attributes are tripled. The power scaling is simply exquisite. Tier 2 Shadow. This is a complete transformation. Meanwhile, a few minutes ago, my new recruit was facing her own test. The vermin from the Asura Hall Guild had returned, their leader sneering at her. You dare come back? He foolishly believes numbers are a substitute for power. This time I've brought everyone from the Asura Hall Guild. Let's see where you run now. The brute slams the ground, but she's faster than he remembers. She uses Shadow Dive to evade, her instincts already sharpening. She tosses a flare grenade, a clever if primitive tactic. An ambusher screams as the light sears him. She pivots and strikes, but the leader is already on her. You bitch! I'm gonna teach you a lesson, he roars, his pride wounded. She's overwhelmed and pinned to the dirt, her struggle futile against their combined weight. Even then she reaches for a vial, refusing to be captured. Not a chance. The leader snatches the suicide poison from her grasp, his eyes glinting with sick amusement. He leans in, his breath hot on her face. This chick is really feisty. His tongue darts out, a final disgusting act of humiliation. I love it so much. At that exact moment, a system notification appears before his eyes. The Platinum Shelter is now under the control of my guild. Another message immediately follows. The barrier is active. All non-guild members will now be treated as intruders. A cleansing light erupts from the very ground they stand on. The energy courses through her, harmless, while it purges the trash around her. The cleansing is complete. She pushes herself up, utterly confused. She looks around at the dissolving remains of her enemies, finally understanding. Spectre Academy is a shelter. It belongs to our guild. The realization dawns on her, a look of pure shock on her face. That means, in just a few minutes, Shadow killed the Guardian and got the key. The assassins drop some interesting trinkets. The first is a ring, the witch's mutated ring. The other is a skill, Venomous Trap, Platinum Grade. 2 useful pieces of equipment from a pair of insects. The ring is particularly good, granting a much-needed boost to my area of effect skills. I still have evolution points to spend, and there's no sense in holding back. I pour them all into evolving my backstab boost to its legendary form. The result is immediate. With my permanent stealth, every single attack I make now counts as a backstab. My offensive power has just reached an entirely new dimension. Just as I was processing the power spike, Rain called out that she'd found another mural, identical to the one from the newbie village ruins. I asked her why she and her team hadn't simply explored it themselves, as they should be more than capable of handling platinum bosses by now. She explained that a strange teleport orb appeared, but it only responded to the fated one, a title she apparently didn't qualify for. Fine, I'll deal with it myself. As she babbled on about selling lifespan to the authorities, I activated my shelter teleport. Traveling between ruins is a simple matter for me now. We appeared on a desolate cliff overlooking the bleak expanse of the Shanghai city ruins. Rain and her ridiculous-looking mount stood beside me, taking in the scenery. Where's the ruin? She asked, looking around like a lost child. I materialized behind her, my patience wearing thin. She and her beast both shrieked in terror. I'll remember that reaction for later. She finally pointed down, indicating the entrance was hidden under the cliff's edge. When I asked how she stumbled upon such a concealed location, she began a long-winded tale about finding her mount. Apparently, she was playing with the creature when a silver boss ambushed them. In her panicked scramble to escape, she managed to fall right off the cliff. A tree fortunately broke her fall, and from her absurd upside-down vantage point, she finally spotted the cave. After respawning, she called her team to investigate the entrance she'd found through sheer incompetence. I didn't need to climb. I simply leaped from the precipice, my cloak billowing as I landed softly at the cave mouth. She was impressed, of course, noting that one of her own men had tried the same maneuver and died from the fall. The gap between us is an abyss. Seeing her naivete, I gave her a simple warning. Try not to die again, as her non-tradable lifespan is a finite resource. She wondered if we had a method to replenish it, just as I spotted a group of monsters perfect for a demonstration. She then explained her own little system, luring specific monsters that had absorbed non-tradable lifespan into a hidden spot to farm them. Not bad, I admitted, asking who came up with the idea. Of course I already knew the answer, and you devised this exact same method in the previous timeline. She led me deeper into the cave, where the teleport orb she mentioned was pulsing with energy. When she reached for it, a system prompt appeared, flatly rejecting her. You are not the fated one. She suggested I try, guessing correctly that this place was linked to the ruins I conquered in the beginner village. I reached out, my hand approaching the swirling vortex of light. The instant I made contact, the orb erupted in a blinding flare. I could see Rain's shocked expression as the light completely enveloped me. In a flash, both I and the orb vanished, leaving her standing alone in the dark. The system confirmed what I already knew. I had entered the Cavern of the Ice Tide, a special instance where communication was severed. I found myself standing alone in a colossal cavern of glittering ice. Without hesitation, I activated Shadow Dive, melting into the darkness as my mission objective appeared before me. Protect the Ice-Tide Crystal. I remember this trial. If that crystal takes any damage, it unleashes a cataclysmic frost nova. Monsters will spawn from these tunnels in waves to destroy it. If they succeed, I will die. But death is a temporary setback. Failure means losing access to this dungeon and its rewards forever, which is unacceptable. I invested the points, upgrading the skill to its next tier. The traps were now epic grade, their poison, slow, and damage massively enhanced. I could now deploy 9 at once. I began laying them across the main choke point, and my new ring immediately amplified their range by 25%. The enhanced traps formed a perfect defensive line across the entire passage. And just in time, in the deep black of the tunnel ahead, dozens of malevolent red eyes began to glow. They're coming. I remained in stealth near the crystal, watching as the first wave of mindless beasts charged forward. The lead creature blindly stumbled right onto the first trap. Vicious, ethereal vines shot out, ensnaring it and its brethren. The damage numbers were astronomical as the poison and thorns tore through their ranks. They were nothing but fodder, dying before they even knew what hit them. As long as I stay stealthed, my backstab bonus applies to every tick of damage, allowing me to annihilate these weaklings effortlessly. A defense mission, they called it. How entertaining. But then I saw movement in the back ranks. An archer. A dark arrow cut through the air, aimed directly at the crystal. I intercepted it with my dagger, the projectile shattering on impact. It seems they have a few more tricks up their sleeve. From the shadows, more archers emerged. Ranged mobs. A trivial but annoying complication. The fool from Asura Hall actually turned on his employer. Phoenix danced 9 heavens. After she questioned why his guild was backing out of hunting me, he simply told her they couldn't handle the matter. A rare moment of self-awareness from these insects. She had the audacity to ask if I, the Shadow, was a greater threat than her and her backing. Then came the tired, predictable threat. You lowlife, I have your personal information. Killing you in real life would be a piece of cake. It seems her threats didn't land as intended, because he immediately drove his fist into her face. He didn't stop there, leaping at her to finish the job he was hired for, just on a different target. His patience had clearly run out, screaming that while he couldn't deal with me, killing her was no problem at all. The entire scene devolved into a pathetic display of rage as he pummeled her for her arrogance. And just like that, the system announced her unceremonious death, her face a mask of disbelief. In the real world, the player behind the avatar, some pampered child from the True family, began screaming about rebellion. She threw a tantrum on her bed like a spoiled brat who'd just been told no for the first time. Her first instinct was to cry on the phone to her darling, demanding he have the guild members arrested. She whined that Asura Hall was afraid of my retaliation and had abandoned their contract. Her protector on the phone calmly laid out their new foolish plan. They would deal with me by sending another guild, the Black Dragon Hall, after my associates. A smug look crept across her face as she fantasized about her revenge against me. She clenched her fist, screaming into the empty room like a madwoman. Then came the grand declaration, vowing to avenge the Dongfang clan and slaughter every last one of us. While they were busy scheming, I was clearing out a nest of ranged monsters, unconcerned with their petty politics. My shadow blade made quick work of them. Every strike to a weak point instantly reset its cooldown, allowing for a seamless chain of death. The Guardian mission was completed before I'd even broken a sweat, a large crystal materializing as my prize. With a deafening crack, the crystal shattered into 1,000 pieces. In its place hovered an epic-grade treasure chest, shimmering with potential. The last one yielded a mythical skill, so my expectations for this one were quite high as I reached out to open it. A blinding golden light erupted from the chest, bathing the entire cavern in its glow. From within the light, a mysterious figure emerged, clad in the robes of a priestess. I watched, intrigued, as the golden particles coalesced around me. I recognized her immediately. It was the same enigmatic NPC who had appeared from my last epic chest. She spoke in the old god language, declaring that I had passed 2 verifications and was the chosen one. Even my eye of judgment struggled to fully decipher her words, noting only that the old gods had perished. Her third eye glowed with power as she named me the inheritor of the power of judgment. A brilliant wave of holy energy washed over me. Her form was ethereal, a being of pure light and power. She finally revealed her name to me, Asahis. She then pledged to follow me and witness my ascent, offering me a gift she had prepared. In her hands was a small golden bell, which the system identified as her personal summoning artifact. The summoning bell would allow me to call upon her for a trial at specific level milestones. Completing all 3 of her trials would unlock a permanent skill upgrade function, a reward of immense value. She offered me a demonstration of this power, a single free skill upgrade. The system clarified the 2 factors of a skill's power, its inherent quality and its required level. Normally, a skill's quality is fixed, but my unique talent, Infinite Evolution, allows me to bypass this fundamental rule. A skill's level, however, dictates its raw power, and high-level, high-grade skills are almost impossible to find. I chose to upgrade my best skill, Graceful Release, and Asahis immediately granted my wish. She touched my hand, and the skill instantly jumped to level 16, its weak point modifier and damage boost increasing exponentially. Her task complete, she gave me a faint smile. I look forward to seeing you again, she said, as her body dissolved into a swirling blue portal. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed the chest had left behind one final item. A notification confirmed it was an epic skill book, Bafich's equivalent exchange pact. This art allows me to sacrifice an item to receive a random one of the same grade for my class, a perfect way to recycle useless loot. I have a vault full of junk gear that can now be converted directly into assassin equipment. Stepping through the portal, I made a mental note to thank the one whose luck led me to this fortune. The red-haired girl is still waiting outside the ruin, looking utterly exhausted next to that ridiculous beast of hers. Big bro, you're back, she chirps, explaining that she stayed behind in case I was ambushed. A pointless gesture, but her intentions were, for once, not entirely self-serving. She offers me a skill book that dropped from the ruin, but I simply toss it back to her. It's a platinum-grade magic shield. A decent find for her level, but utterly useless to me. Her gratitude is as loud as it is unnecessary. I have no time for these pleasantries. I log out, the virtual world dissolving around me as I return to the cold reality of my own objectives. My focus shifts elsewhere, to a different part of this sprawling ruin of a world where other more interesting insects are crawling about. Inside what they call the Knights Sanctuary Guild hideout, some third-rate leader is giving a rousing speech. He proudly proclaims that his guild finally has a home, a declaration met with pathetic, desperate cheers. Their home is a dilapidated public bathroom, a fitting headquarters for a guild of insects who think congregating around toilets grants them safety from the predators of this world. He gestures grandly, telling his flock that their salvation is thanks to a single individual. The crowd of fools begins to chant a name. Xiao Yu, a naive-looking girl, steps forward, launching into a pre-rehearsed acceptance speech filled with platitudes about teachers and friends. She even thanks her haters, claiming their insults were motivation. A convenient lie to mask the weakness they clearly exploited. Then come the tears for her dead parents. A desperate plea for validation from ghosts who can't hear her. It's a truly pathetic display of emotion, but one her handlers are clearly counting on. The guild leader steps in, asking her to regale the crowd with the story of how she found this glorious latrine. Her explanation is as absurd as it is intriguing. She claims it came to her in a dream. She babbles on about a vision of a powerful warrior conquering this place, a fantasy her mind concocted to cope with her powerlessness. Her guildmates laugh, treating her unique ability as a party trick. Their stupidity is astounding. The leader, a master of cheap manipulation, asks if she dreamed of anything else, his tone dripping with false sincerity. She falls for it completely, excitedly describing a platinum-grade mansion. The fools roar with laughter, blind to the truth right in front of them. What a fantastic dream, the leader says, patting her head like a dog as he prepares her reward. The reward is a single year of tradable lifespan. He's literally paying her with scraps of life for discovering assets that will enrich them all. He wraps an arm around the girl, spewing predictable nonsense about unity and strength, cementing his control over his most valuable tool. Then he sends her off on her next mission, to find more hideouts from her dreams, and she accepts without a hint of suspicion. A short while later, my surveillance pays off as she ventures into the Shanghai city ruins. She wanders aimlessly through the desolate landscape, a lamb walking to slaughter. She mutters to herself, confused why she can't find the location from her supposed dream. From a safe distance, I observe. My companion notes her predictable path, asking if I truly believe she can find a platinum-grade hideout this way. I already know the answer. She enters a derelict building, a place that reeks of death and decay. Perfect. She senses a presence and tries to bolster her courage by reminding herself of her hidden class. A life sacrifice priest, a class designed to be a battery, nothing more. A grotesque spectral entity materializes behind her, its empty smile promising a swift end. Her scream is utterly predictable as the creature's ethereal claws strike. Fear overwhelms her weak mind, and she collapses. The true form of the monster reveals itself, a lifespan devourer. An interesting guardian for such a place. The guild's shadowing party finally reveals themselves, their shock and disgust amusing to watch. They order an attack, a fatal mistake. The monster reacts instantly, its tentacles lashing out and ensnaring one of the morons. It forces a proboscis down his throat, a grim and efficient method of feeding. The system announces his fate with cold finality, lifespan depleted. A swift and fitting end for an incompetent fool. The remaining cowards scatter, finally understanding the nature of the threat they so arrogantly challenged. The girl awakens from her stupor, only to be greeted by the hulking beast looming over her. Her second scream is even more pathetic than the first. In her panic, she stumbles backward and tumbles into a hidden shaft. She plummets into the darkness, her purpose almost served. The fall is a long one, giving her plenty of time to contemplate her failure. She hits the bottom with a sickening thud. Dazed and broken, she looks up to see a pair of magnificent sealed doors. The entrance. Her dream was real after all, and she has, against all odds, succeeded. Her first instinct is to report to her master. She contacts the guild leader, who immediately forms a party to see her location, ordering her to stay put like a good little pawn. Alright, I'll wait, she says. Oblivious to the quiet clicking sound echoing from the shaft above, the lifespan devourer peers down into the darkness, its prey cornered. She looks up, her eyes wide with a mixture of raw terror and a flicker of foolish defiance. She grips her staff, trying to convince herself she can fight this thing. An amusing, but ultimately futile, gesture. I watched from the shadows as they chanted her name, pathetically trying to bolster her courage. They called her a noble hidden class, a fancy title for someone whose only real talent is sacrificing herself. She finally conjured her power, lashing out with glowing green tendrils that wrapped around the lumbering undead creature. She screamed the name of her skill, venomous vines, as if announcing it to the world would make the pathetic attack any more impressive. The girl actually clenched her fist, genuinely excited that her simple binding spell managed to land. Be corroded by my poison, she declared, telegraphing her next move like a complete amateur. A foul green mist filled the cavern, slowly chipping away at the creature's health. Her companion gaped at her, absolutely stunned that she had figured out how to survive the monster's life-draining aura. I killed myself, the so-called genius explained to her leader, proud of a crude tactic that only works for the desperate. She walked off, gloating over the deaths of her stalkers, completely absorbed in her own fleeting victory. Finally, she met her guild leader before an ornate door, a man promising rewards he had yet to earn. The leader barked orders at his brutish second-in-command to clear out any other players, trying to secure a prize they had no hope of claiming. The man roared, and his pack of hyenas surged forward with the mindless enthusiasm of the weak. They chanted pathetic slogans as they rushed the entrance, a disorganized mob playing at war. Their charge came to a predictable halt as one of them reported the obvious. The stone gate wouldn't open. After a long, painful pause, the leader arrived at a stunning conclusion. The gate itself was the guardian. He shoved his own men aside, deciding his magnificent intellect was needed to solve this complex problem. One of his underlings took a swing with a heavy axe, the impact echoing uselessly against the stone. As they flailed against the door, my mind drifted back to their earlier conversation about the girl's supposed genius. Her brilliant strategy was simply to die and let the system revive her, a loophole for the talentless. She was so proud of that meaningless victory, just as this guild is proud of its own incompetence. Her leader was still making promises he couldn't keep, standing before a door he couldn't possibly open. His men continued their empty posturing, oblivious to the fact that their territory was about to be claimed. They worked themselves into another frenzy, preparing for a second pathetic attempt to intimidate a block of stone. With another pointless roar, they charged the Guardian again. And once again, they were met with the same result, their frustration growing with every passing second. The leader stroked his chin, having his world-shattering epiphany for a second time as if it were brand new information. He pointed dramatically, announcing his incredible discovery that the gate was in fact the Guardian. His minions stepped up again, ready to repeat the exact same failed action with the same fruitless result. I had seen enough of this farce. My own companions finally spoke up from the shadows. I didn't need a key, and I certainly didn't need an axe. My power erupted from the ground beneath them. In a single silent moment, the noisy rabble was silenced, impaled on spikes of pure darkness. I stepped out from the gloom, allowing them a final look at the architect of their demise. The girl Xiao Yu stared in utter shock, her face paling as she recognized my presence. It's always the eyes they remember. She whispered my real name, a name I thought I had left behind along with my weakness. Her arrogant expression reminded me of another fool I'd dealt with, a red-haired woman who trespassed on Night Sanctuary territory. She pleaded that she was just passing by as my ethereal blades hovered around her, ready to strike, but I saw right through her lies, just as I saw through the pathetic ambitions of this guild. With a single snap of my fingers, I activate the blood curse blooming from the fool's corpse. As I land amidst the dissipating energy, a girl stares up at me in disbelief, her mind trying to reconcile my face with a ghost from her past. The ground where my victim stood is now a swirling vortex of dark energy, a testament to the power they so foolishly challenged. Her thoughts are a whirlwind of confusion. She saw Qin Feng vanish, and now Shadow stands in his place. Yet the connection eludes her. She dismisses the idea, clinging to the naive belief that I would never let my sister become a black slave for some third-rate guild. A short time later, I arrive at the soul-cleansing grounds, where my new subordinates are waiting to greet their master. Their leader spews pathetic platitudes, hailing me as a glorious ruler destined for greatness. He grandstands about my recent actions, twisting my calculated moves into some sort of moral lesson for his grunts. The irony is suffocating as he speaks of rejecting evil and becoming a righteous guild, all while leading a pack of opportunistic thugs. I have no time for his bootlicking, so I cut straight to the point. I heard you're attacking a hideout. His face contorts in surprise, a flicker of panic in his eyes as he wonders how I could possibly know. Letting my aura flare, I deliver the news that will shatter his world. That hideout is mine. The blood drains from his face as his tiny brain struggles to process the gravity of his transgression. His underlings are just as stunned, with one of them desperately trying to rationalize that a person can only own one hideout. Another, slightly more intelligent, reminds him of the exception. A guild leader can acquire a second one under the guild's banner. The devastating truth finally sinks into their thick skulls. They have just declared war on me. For insects like them, this revelation is akin to the sky itself crashing down upon them. The girl who started this whole mess is paralyzed by shock, while their leader immediately begins to grovel. I glance dismissively at the damage to my gate, a trivial matter that I will now use to bleed them dry. How about this? I begin, my voice devoid of emotion. Give me 500 years of lifespan, and we'll call it even. The sheer weight of my demand is too much for his weak mind to bear, and he promptly faints from the shock. One of his men desperately pleads with me to lower the price, as if my words were a suggestion and not a command. I ask him if he knows the cost of the gate, and when he says no, I tell him to shut his mouth. The guild leader awakens from his stupor, his fear instantly turning to blame as he finds a convenient scapegoat. He lunges for the girl, accusing her of attempting to bring ruin upon his precious Night Sanctuary. With a foolish sense of martyrdom, she accepts all responsibility for the actions of these idiots. She turns to me, begging me to punish her alone and spare the rest of her worthless guild. She offers to become my servant, my beast of burden, offering her pitiful lifespan to repay a debt she could never hope to cover. I turn my back on her, her pathetic groveling an insult to the price I have named. My gaze settles on their leader, and I call him by his true name Wu Ming, peeling back his fraudulent identity. He is stunned that I know who he is, and I let a simple, brutal question hang in the air. Do you think, I ask, my voice dripping with contempt, she's worth 500 years? Without a moment's hesitation, pure, craven survival instinct takes over and he viciously kicks her away from him. Get lost, you jinx, he screams, his facade of a benevolent leader utterly shattered. He then has the audacity to accuse her of orchestrating this entire mess just to get my attention. With the liability now cast aside, he returns to his natural state of groveling at my feet. I've seen enough of this pathetic display. Then forget it, I say. I won't make it hard for you. The new terms are simple. 100 years of lifespan directly from him, and the remaining 400 will be paid in blood. The system's notification was as predictable as it was meaningless. 400 more gnats swatted from the air. Their insignificant lives were converted into a slight increase in my slaughterer level, the air shimmering with the dust of their souls. Xiao Bai, ever the sycophant, was quick with his praise, deluding himself that my actions served to enforce his pathetic guild rules. He saw this as a perfect opportunity to discipline his unruly subordinates, using my power as his whip. He then proposed his men take turns guarding the hideout, a transparent ploy to chain me here, which I saw through instantly. Just then, a system alert flared in my vision. my other hideout, Wraith Academy, was under attack. Again, the insects were becoming tiresome, but I still had one use of war teleport left for the day. With a thought, I activated the teleport, ignoring Zhao Bai's shocked expression as my form began to dissolve. He foolishly ordered his men to follow, but their destination was not mine. Instead, he singled out a young girl, ordering her to remain on guard duty here. The girl looked terrified, having clearly dreamed of leaving this desolate place. He then threatened to drain her lifespan if she dared abandon her post, a crude and inefficient way to ensure loyalty. My teleportation completed, bringing me to the familiar spires of Wraith Academy within the ruins of Magic City. A mob was mindlessly blasting my front gate, their shouts echoing pointlessly against the barrier. My observers identified them as the Black Dragon Palace, a local guild apparently eager for extinction. I materialized behind them, a phantom they were too engrossed in their own failure to notice. I couldn't recall ever dealing with this guild. I wondered who had paid them to throw their lives away. Their leader began a theatrical chant, begging his underlings to lend him their power. Dark energy swirled from his men into him, a crude ritual to amplify his mediocre strength. He gathered the coalesced power, preparing to unleash it. With a dramatic roar, he screamed the name of his attack: Black Flame, Demonic Dragon Break. The blast slammed into my barrier, a desperate final push. The barrier's durability plummeted to a mere 13%. The fools cheered, convinced they were about to claim 100 years of lifespan, confirming my suspicion that they were nothing more than hired hands. Of all my enemies still breathing, only Dongfang Yue would stoop to hiring such third-rate mercenaries. But before I could act, a bizarre cartoonish dragon materialized in the sky with a comical roar. The attackers froze, baffled by the sudden appearance of the creature. Its strange cry seemed to paralyze them where they stood. Their minds were ensnared, their eyes swirling with confusion. One of them managed to break the spell, pointing a trembling finger toward the heavens. It wasn't a meteor but something stranger, something drawn into existence. The mercenaries stared up in a panic as the fiery rock descended. The object crashed into the ground with a plume of stylized fire. One of the attackers braced for death, but the impact felt strangely weak. He looked down at himself, surprised to find he was still alive. He laughed, boasting that the meteor only did 3,000 damage, and his high health pool saved him. As if on cue, dark tendrils erupted from the ground beneath his feet. In an instant they pierced his body, and his head snapped back as his life force was violently drained. The remaining mercenaries stared in horror. Their leader was dead, and they had no idea who or what had killed him. A woman in a pointed hat, holding a massive brush, wondered aloud if it was my work. Her guards dismissed it, claiming my power was beyond common sense, perhaps even allowing permanent invisibility. She identified her group as the Sky Dome Guild, and I finally recognized her, Zhang Jinshuan, the Soul Painter. That explained the peculiar nature of the dragon roar and the meteor. They were her creations, drawn into reality. Soul Painters, a class that bypasses incantations by drawing their skills, turning magic into an art form. Their power is directly proportional to their artistic skill, making them masters of positional warfare but leaving them vulnerable in close quarters. Senior Shadow, she called out into the open air. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Her men gasped, realizing I was indeed present, as she brazenly asked to enter my hideout to search for something. She claimed it was related to her class advancement, and promised to pay a proper price for the inconvenience. It all made sense now. In the previous timeline, the Sky Dome Guild had been based out of Wraith Academy because she had discovered it for her quest. I recalled her grandfather, Old Zhang, a retired business mogul who became a famous streamer with her. He had cherished his granddaughter, even becoming a gamer himself to spend more time with her. After the world changed, he founded one of the top guilds, and I knew all of this, because in a different life, I had been a fan of their streams. Come in and talk directly, my voice echoed from the gate itself, which began to grind open. She and her two guards watched, stunned, as the massive doors to my fortress parted for them. Before me stood a representative from the Sky Dome Guild, a child really, asking what I wanted from them. Amusing. They came to my fortress, to my throne room, and asked for my terms, as if they were the ones in a position of power. This girl explained they needed a special material for her class advancement, a material that just so happened to be inside my Wraith Academy. They'd heard I once traded a hideout for 2,000 years of lifespan, and clearly thought I was just some merchant they could bargain with. So, with the misplaced confidence of a spoiled child, she offered to buy the entire academy from me. I almost laughed. Sorry, I said, my voice devoid of any warmth. I'm not planning on selling Wraith Academy. I granted her access, just to see what she'd do next. Unsurprisingly, she pushed her luck, offering to rent the first floor for a mere 500 years of lifespan. I had already agreed to give her what she claimed she needed, yet she insisted on this ridiculous 500-year contract. It was obvious this wasn't about a class advancement item. What they truly wanted was to buy a connection to me. To prove their sincerity, she offered to help me eliminate the Black Dragon Palace Guild, the very same insects that had dared to attack my hideout. She called it cleaning it up, as if declaring war on a major guild was a simple housekeeping chore. She even claimed her grandfather Man Zhang was a non-factor, and that they could crush their enemies with ease. Such decisiveness from someone so young, it was a fatal kind of arrogance. I accepted the deal, and she practically flipped with joy. The fool. 500 years of lifespan secured. I gave her the terms of the lease and sent her on her way, a useful pawn now tied to my interests. Her childish energy was grating. It was time to get back to my own advancement. I approached the altar of Barfitch's equivalent exchange, a system that lets you gamble one item for another of the same grade. I offered up a useless training manual, and in return the system granted me a skill called Crimson Fang. It was an emerald-grade, assassin-type limit break skill, capable of dealing massive blood elemental damage that scaled with the target's remaining health. A limit break skill. A rare and pleasant surprise. These abilities are game-changers, capable of turning the tide of any battle, and Crimson Fang was one of the most potent single-target attacks in existence. At its base emerald grade, it was already impressive, but I had no intention of leaving it that way. With my remaining evolution points, I could could easily push its damage past 100,000 with the right buffs, but I had a better idea. I spent 500 points to evolve a different skill entirely. My Depths of Darkness invisibility skill ascended to mythic grade, granting me a new legendary effect. While invisible, the speed of my lifespan drain would be reduced by 90%. The recent exchanges had also granted me a nearly complete set of emerald grade gear, starting with a new sharp eye veil. The fragile white gloves and invisible boots completed the set, each piece adding to my formidable stats. Aside from my leg piece, my entire combat equipment was now emerald grade. I had to admit the default appearance of this world's gear was horrendously ugly. I immediately switched back to my preferred shadow class skin, cloaking myself in darkness once more. That was much better. Now it was time to visit my next hideout. The scene shifted from the game's ethereal gloom to the harsh light of reality. On the outskirts of Magic City, a convoy approached one of my many properties, a secluded mansion. One of my guards asked the leader how many lifespan sellers he'd brought. 4, came the pathetic answer. As the fools disembarked, they gawked at the mansion like peasants entering a king's court. Their leader, a man in a cheap suit, told them to wait outside while he announced their arrival to Lady Dongfang. The brood of their group immediately started complaining about being looked down upon. Another, a girl hiding in a hoodie, just seemed impatient. A motley crew of idiots, about to learn a very hard lesson. My guard entered and bowed. "So you're the one selling lifespan?" I asked. My voice altered to that of Lady Dongfang. Standing beside me was an illusion of a small child, the perfect bait. I gave my order, convert it into light orbs and drop them on the ground. The brawler's face contorted in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? You want us to hand over the goods without even seeing the money?" My expression hardened, a glint of killing intent flashing in my eyes. "If you don't want to die," I stated coldly, "convert your lifespan into orbs and drop them on the ground." On my signal, my security team raised their rifles, surrounding the 4 pathetic sellers. The one with the ridiculous glasses spread his hands in mock surrender. "Don't tell me, you're trying to rob us?" A sickening grin spread across his face as he realized we were players. "Same class as us," he sneered, utterly clueless. My guards didn't hesitate, immediately opening fire with a deafening roar. I casually shielded the illusion beside me from the incoming volley, completely unfazed. The man with the glasses revealed his true nature, a hidden class insect manipulator, laughing as he called me a fat sheep. The hooded figure's eyes began to glow with a menacing light. "Brothers," she hissed, "loot this beautiful woman clean." They saw a prize. I saw corpses that just didn't know it yet. The bullets ping uselessly off my companion's platinum-grade shield. These fools are still relying on primitive firearms and flashy, ineffective skills. Their brute tries to shatter the ground, a desperate tantrum that does nothing but kick up dust. Meanwhile, their so-called marksman peppers the area with more useless lead. He leaps through the air like an acrobat, a pathetic display of agility he mistakes for power. He twists his body into a ridiculous pose, thinking he's found a clever angle. A bright flash erupts from his finger, a cheap parlor trick meant to intimidate. The system calls his little talent a hidden class capable of shooting with his bare hands. How novel. Their lookout finally spots my ally, screaming that a class wielder is at the gate. A bit late for that observation, wouldn't you say? My hooded associate plummets from the sky, a silent omen of their impending doom. She lands with a grin, always eager for the slaughter. With a cry to prepare to die, she launches herself at the first piece of trash she sees. The man named Dongfan is sent flying backward, his face a mask of shock. He spins through the air, completely helpless. Their leader, a woman with delusions of grandeur, orders her guard to capture them alive for her son. Her man seems to finally realize they're not fighting amateurs, noting that we are class holders too. He gives a quick, panicked assessment of our abilities. 1 hit kills and gear that blocks firearms. The man in the coat, their prize asset, smirks, hoping we've extracted enough power to make this thrilling. He seems to believe a good fight is the only thing that will be enough. I'll be sure to give him a memorable one. His bandaged dog calls us arrogant and sends a grotesque insect buzzing towards me, claiming the battle has already begun. The creature's stinger glances off my back. He's utterly stunned that his pet failed to even scratch me. I snatch the insect out of the air without even turning around. He boasts that his Xiao Swan flies at 200 kilometers per hour. I apply the slightest pressure, and the creature bursts into a mess of pulp and chitin. Their shocked faces are almost reward enough for this tedious exercise. I let the remains of his pet fall to the ground. My ally informs them that I've already set up a barrier around the entire area. Their escape was never an option. The system calls my class the Fart Master, a crude name for a terrifying power that consumes and spreads a plague beyond their comprehension. With the trap set, I decide it's time to begin. The bandaged brute sees me coming and summons his iron wall defense. He dares me to try him. A pathetic beam of energy erupts from his mouth, his so-called air cannon. The strain on his face is obvious. This is the best he can do. He struggles to maintain his pitiful attack. The gunslinger screams a warning, telling his friend I'm coming and not to let me get close. I weave through his pathetic light show as if it were standing still. The fool thinks my jump was a tactical error, a suicide attempt right in front of him. I exhale, releasing a whole sonic boom. A wave of pure force, invisible and absolute, washes over him. His glasses shatter, his eyes wide with the realization that he is already dead. He died from the sound shock alone. His extracted level must have been pathetically low. The man in the coat can only watch in horror, his arrogance completely gone. I grab him, and he immediately starts begging for his life. I tell him that 2 are dead and 2 are alive, a 50% success rate just as I promised their madam. He's confused, stammering that both of his brothers are dead, and that they have no invisible teammate. He asks if I'm talking about the short man who arrived with them. He admits they were strangers, brought together only because they were all foolish enough to be selling their lifespan. The magic sigil hovering over this leaning tower pulsed with a faint, almost mocking energy. I arrived at the outskirts of Magic City, the ruins of the oblique tower looming before me like a forgotten tombstone. Stepping through the grand entrance, I immediately noticed the guardian monster was gone, its post empty. It seems someone else had the same idea, breaking the seal and venturing into this three-dimensional library maze. The legend was simple. Deep within this labyrinth of books lay a sealed monster, once a princess transformed by an evil dragon. The lower floors were completely picked clean, a clear sign that the intruders had pushed quite far ahead. Fortunately, I had no intention of walking. I remembered a hidden mechanism, a teleport spell triggered by pulling a specific, and rather distastefully titled, book. A blinding flash of light engulfed me, tearing me from the lower levels. I materialized on the top floor, just in time to see a pathetic guild struggling against the tower's guardian. They were flinging themselves at the Despair Princess, a monstrosity of tentacles and sorrow. I analyzed the scene with detached curiosity. Their equipment was mediocre, yet their suicidal persistence had somehow gotten them this far. Their leader, Huang Heifan, was barking orders, telling her guild members to just revive and charge back in if they died. Ah yes. Fike Heavy Industries, a corporation that converted its entire workforce into a guild after the world changed. Hong Hufan's class, the Illusionist, was the core of their strategy, her signature skill being the creation of portals. She placed one entrance at the respawn point and the exit right here, near the boss. A simple yet effective tactic that allowed her cannon fodder to instantly return to the fight, reclaiming their lost lifespan upon revival. In my past life, this very strategy made them one of the top 20 guilds in Granjia, but against this particular platinum-grade boss their tactics were utterly meaningless. The Despair Princess absorbs the lifespan of her victims, and she does it 100 times faster than a normal monster. Every time one of their grunts died, their life force was instantly converted into her power, pushing her closer to a full evolution. If this continued, the lifespan they'd sacrificed in this war of attrition would be enough to destroy them all. I stepped out of the shadows, my voice cutting through the chaos. Give me 1,000 years of lifespan, and all assassin-class items that drop will be mine. Some arrogant fool in cheap armor immediately took offense. Who the hell do you think you are? What makes you think we can't win? Hong Huifan tried to silence her subordinate, but it was far too late for manners. Before the boy could finish his next pointless word, my hand was clamped over his mouth, my other palm slamming a Dark Knight binding blade into his chest. I sent him sprawling to the ground, pinned and paralyzed by dark energy. My son, she cried out before stealing her nerves. Shadow, punishing him is fine, but why did you destroy my portal? I ignored her concern, my gaze fixed on the boss. You'll understand soon enough. Remember my terms. 1,000 years. The fools don't realize the boss is on the verge of evolving. If I hadn't destroyed their portal, these hotheads would have mindlessly fed her, until she became unstoppable. The fall of Fike Heavy Industries is of no consequence to me, but losing 1,000 years of their collective lifespan is a hefty price, and one I fully intended to collect. I had calculated it perfectly. The remaining members were just enough fodder to trigger the final stage of the boss's evolution. Killing her emerald grade form would yield far greater rewards, and just as that thought crossed my mind, a whisper reached me from my ghost shade. She'd found Dongfang Yo, hiding in a villa protected by a powerful class user she could barely escape from. Come tell me in detail, I commanded. I'll wait for you at the graveyard of bones. It seems the little spirit is more capable than I anticipated. We met among the skeletal remains, and I had a report on the target's bodyguard. His main attack method is farting. Farting. How utterly absurd. She clarified that it was a plague ability, a smoke that reveals her invisibility within a 10-meter radius. She called him immortal, his regeneration and body strengthening making him seem invincible. Does that mean he has no weakness? She asked, her voice filled with a desperate need for revenge. No, I corrected her. Plague corrodes the mind. Mental weakness is the true vulnerability of a source of plague user. This is where her own power would come into play, once she evolved her class to its second tier, the Wraith of the Netherworld. The Wraith's gaze traps its targets in a powerful illusion, an attack that targets the mind directly. Get your class to tier 2 as soon as possible, I stated, my voice echoing slightly in the boneyard. That is your only path to breaking through. She looked up, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. I see, senior, how do you know so much about my class? I turned my back to her, gazing at the dead horizon. The godforsaken game is vast and profound. Glancing over my shoulder, I fixed her with a cold stare. Think about it. Did you ever truly explore while leveling? Train diligently, stay grounded. She practically vibrated with naive enthusiasm. Yeah, I understand now. Only through steady accumulation can greatness erupt. It was almost painful to watch her piece together a pathetic, idealized version of me. So that's the reason the senior is so powerful. Tireless effort, step by step. I ignored her fawning. This graveyard of withered bones is the best place for you to level up. Leaping atop a crumbling tombstone, I surveyed the field of death I had prepared for her. The monsters here respawn quickly, and defeating them helps upgrade your exclusive weapon, Netherworld Chainblade. If there's any drawback, it's the danger. As if on cue, skeletal hands and mummified horrors clawed their way out of the earth. All the monsters here are elite, triple the HP, defense and attack of regular monsters. A flicker of blue energy coiled around my fist. But with the right skills, hitting their weak spots precisely each time makes quick kills not that hard. I moved through them like a phantom, my cloak weaving between their feudal attacks as they disintegrated into dust and light. Her gasp was audible, her eyes wide with awe. So strong. I stopped directly in front of her, my presence suffocating. Give it your all. Leaning in, I let the ice in my voice cut deep, only by risking everything. She stood frozen, the word hanging in the air between us. Can you walk the path of revenge? My words struck their intended mark, leaving her to grapple with the darkness I had just offered her. A flicker of fear finally crossed her face as she processed what I'd said. Was it my imagination? When revenge was mentioned for a brief moment, she was more perceptive than I gave her credit for. The senior seemed to emit a terrifying killing intent. While I forged my new tool of vengeance, other insects were scurrying through the ruins of Jianghai City, completely oblivious. One of them, a girl with red hair, was whining pathetically to her mount. "Ah, I'm so tired. I'm hungry." She consulted a map, feigning diligence. "But this area is almost fully explored. Just a little more. Hang in there." Her eyes landed on a piece of fruit lying in the dirt. What's this? A fruit? Without a moment of hesitation, the fool popped it into her mouth. It's red and shiny, looks like a black plum. She chewed, a look of simple pleasure on her face. A system window confirmed her luck. Whoa, what kind of divine fruit is this? It even gives experience. Then she sawed a trail of the same fruit leading into the woods. Like the simple-minded animal she was, she followed the bait, snatching up the free experience points. A sudden message from a talking cat interrupted her feast. "Xiaohei, where are you? Come to the corrupted coast." Ma Naliang got captured by a boss. Her loyalty was as predictable as her greed. "I'm right around the corrupted coast area." "Really? Wait there, we're coming now." Even as she scrambled to her feet, her base instincts took over. "That Ma Naliang is such a fool. That aside, these plums are really good." She followed the trail of plums to the edge of a dark, twisted shoreline. The trail ended at the source, a disgusting creature lurking near the water's edge, aptly marking this place as the corrupted coast. It was a bloated mass of flesh, its back split open with several vertical, gnashing mouths. The girl finally took in the scene. "So this is the corrupted coast. What's that giant fatty, some kind of boss?" Her eyes then fell upon a familiar figure on the ground. "Wait, hold on, that's Ma Naliang." The monster, a level 20 soul devourer, was preparing its next meal. It casually picked up a smaller creature and stuffed it into one of its back maws. The girl watched in horror. This boss is actually eating other monsters? It ground the creature into a bloody pulp inside a stone bowl. "Ew, he's making handmade meatballs," she muttered, her stomach turning. Her companions arrived just in time for the show. "Xiaohei, we're here. Do you see Ma Naliang and the boss?" They stood at a distance, observing with foolish confidence. "And it's emerald grade, but oddly enough he hasn't attacked any players yet." The boss suddenly squatted, its massive form straining. "Let's observe for now, don't act recklessly." "But what is this boss doing? That pose?" Their tactical discussion was interrupted by the grotesque sight. "Wah! It's really pooping." A single dark plum-like orb dropped to the ground. "Wait a sec, that shape looks just like those black plums." The horrifying realization struck her like a physical blow. Her friends tried to muffle her scream, but it was too late. "What did I just eat?" The boss turned its head, alerted by their pathetic shrieking. A massive wave of energy descended upon them from above, a skill called Whispers of the Glutton. Their brief adventure had come to a fittingly disgusting end. Oh no. A wave of gnawing, mind-shattering hunger slams into my consciousness. A curse whispered from this grotesque beast. My so-called elite squad immediately succumbs, their eyes glowing red as they scream about their starvation like mindless animals. Xiaohei, the only one unaffected, can only stare in horror at her comrades' pathetic display. They scramble towards a massive bowl of rancid flesh conjured by the beast, their training and discipline dissolving in an instant. Their faces are twisted masks of pure gluttony, their humanity completely erased by a basic desire. Without a shred of hesitation, they begin shoveling the filth into their mouths, completely lost to the monster's influence. They just keep eating, gorging themselves like pigs at a trough, utterly oblivious to the trap they've sprung. Xiaohei watches them swell into obese caricatures of their former selves, wondering why she alone is fine. The reason becomes apparent as the monster reaches for the most bloated of the fools, its trap now ready to be sprung. It opens its cavernous mouth, not to speak, but to feed on the prey it has so easily fattened. She finally understands the creature's simple yet effective hunting method. In her desperation, she knows there's only one person who can salvage this disaster, and she begins the call. Her plea for Lord Shadow cuts through the ether, a desperate cry for my intervention. She rapidly explains the situation. An emerald-grade boss called a soul devourer. How interesting, this is the exact bloodline monster I've been searching for. I instruct her to send the coordinates immediately. This is nothing more than a convenient stop on my path to absolute power. This timing is perfect. It will serve as an excellent catalyst for Despair Princess's impending evolution. When I arrive, Xiaohei confirms my assumptions. Her teammates have already been eaten. Predictable. The beast is now contorting strangely, and she remarks that it looks like it's about to defecate. It then expels one of her teammates, Ma Naliang, encased in a disgusting fleshy sack. And Xiaohei recoils, realizing this is the fate awaiting the others. But I am merely analyzing the creature's biological process. A system notification helpfully explains the mechanics. The soul devourer, a servant of some forgotten god, uses whispers to induce gluttony and feasts on the victim's lifespan. The only way to avoid its influence is to consume its excrement. Before Xiaohei can even voice her disgust, I silence her. She falls to her knees, begging me to save them. Her pleas are irrelevant. I was going to act anyway. I move in, striking the fleshy prison containing one of the idiots. The beast swings at me, a clumsy and slow attack that I effortlessly evade. My blade cuts cleanly through the sack's membrane. It rips open, vomiting its contents onto the ground. The monster spits out the other two, still alive but thoroughly degraded by the experience. They are now free, and the creature's full, undivided attention is on me. Finally, a minor challenge. I draw upon my own power, releasing the shadows that cling to my very being. My instant shadow slash tears into its flesh, the damage counters exploding across its body with every strike. My ultimate skill gauge flares to its maximum level. It's time to see what this can really do. A blade of pure crimson energy materializes in my hand, humming with destructive force. The resulting strike lands for over 1,000,000 points of damage, and a system announcement declares the world's first kill of an emerald-grade boss. Xiaohei can only stare, her mind unable to process the sheer scale of my power. Across the world, lesser players chatter about the name Shadow, attempting to comprehend a power far beyond their reach. The rewards flow in, but I only care about one thing. The system confirms I have acquired the Soul Devourer bloodline. The system explains that bloodlines are a rare power inherited from unique monsters, a way to amplify one's core strengths. Finding a bloodline that synergizes with your class is paramount. This one is perfect. I activate it without a second thought. The stat conversions are impressive, offering substantial boosts to my primary attributes. Its first skill, Soul Devour, allows me to consume my own skills to gain permanent attribute boosts. The second conjures a spectral mouth that can absorb enemy attacks and convert them to health, a useful defensive tool. The attribute boost mechanic is simple. Devouring skills enhances my base stat conversions. I decide to test it on a worthless bronze tier Poison Blade skill that dropped from the boss. I use Soul Devour, and the system confirms the skill has been consumed, increasing my strength conversion from 3 to 3. The initial gain is small, but the true value is that the devoured skill can now be evolved. I immediately spend my evolution points, upgrading it to legendary. The result is instantaneous. My strength conversion leaps from 3 to 5 physical attack per point. The potential of this power is limitless. By devouring countless skills, my power will scale exponentially, leaving everyone else so far behind they may as well not exist. The survivors groveled from within the grotesque slime creature I had summoned to contain them. Their gratitude is worthless as their combat prowess. Jiang An, ever the sentimentalist, comforted one of her bloated companions with meaningless platitudes about inner beauty. They then had the audacity to ask for my help finding some assassin skill books, a trivial task I agreed to only because their continued existence served a minor purpose. After I vanished, Jiang An immediately asserted her flimsy authority, commanding them to keep what they saw a secret, as if their silence held any real value. Her followers, predictably, obeyed without a single thought of their own. But let's rewind time, to see just how pathetic their predecessors truly were at the Magic Spire. Another guild, arrogant and foolish, had cornered the boss, her health whittled down to a final sliver. The guildmaster, a woman blinded by imminent victory, commanded her healers to activate the Tree of Life. Bathed in the verdant glow, she screamed for an all-out attack, certain that victory was within her grasp. Her frontline roared, shields raised, believing their own hype for a fleeting, foolish moment. The leaders were already celebrating, thanking their sacrificial pawns for capturing a hideout that was not yet theirs. Their delusion was shattered as the boss's tentacles effortlessly crushed their tank. The creature they thought was dying was merely gathering her power, absorbing the ambient energy around her. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with a terrifying light that finally pierced their thick skulls with the truth of their situation. An explosion of pure energy erupted from her, a final beautiful judgment on their incompetence. The entire spire was consumed in the blast, a monument to their failure. The shockwave ripped through the foundations, a cleansing fire that left nothing behind. Nothing but rubble and ash. In the center of the devastation, a pristine blue egg sat on a pedestal, its health bar completely full. The system notification confirmed their utter defeat. A level 80 emerald grade despair egg had replaced the boss they thought they'd killed. Inside its translucent shell, a new form of life was gestating. Later, a survivor recounted the disaster, his voice trembling as he described the massacre to his guildmaster. "Did you kill the boss?" she was asked, and she could only admit their failure. "We got her to a sliver of health," she explained, "but she just recovered and turned into an egg." Her voice cracked as she recalled the final moments. Then she unleashed a devastating skill, and we were wiped out. It was then that she finally understood. Shadow knew, she muttered, realizing my strategy accounted for the very evolution that had annihilated them. Looking at the egg, she accepted the truth. Her guild was worthless here, and only I could handle a platinum-grade evolution. I materialized in the chamber, a silent observer of their ruin. This was no mere emerald-grade transformation. The change was too drastic, too complete. Peering into the egg, I saw the dormant figure within. It had no offensive power, which could only mean one thing. It was incubating something far worse. I tested its defenses with a casual strike. The damage was negligible, barely scratching its surface. 10 million HP. The durability of a legendary boss, packed into a stationary egg. A tedious but not impossible problem. Its fatal flaw was its simplicity. It lacked any anti-stealth capabilities, rendering it completely blind to my presence. It was nothing more than a training dummy, and I began to methodically dismantle it, charging my ultimate with each strike. My crimson blade tore into its defenses again and again. The red energy of my attacks clashed violently with the egg's placid blue aura. I would bleed it dry, strike by agonizing strike. I stood back for a moment, watching the cracks spread across its shell. No matter how much health it has, killing it is just a matter of time. When the egg finally shattered, it didn't reveal a monster, but a young girl lying unconscious on the cold stone floor. The system identified her as the Despair Princess, level 1, with a laughable 10 hit points. The old legend of a princess cursed by a white dragon, it seemed the fairy tale was real, and to defeat this boss I had to execute this defenseless child. I reached out, my hand crackling with dark power, to deliver the final blow. But as my fingers neared her skin, I paused, a strange feeling echoing in the chamber. Suddenly, a terrifying vortex of black lightning tore open the space behind me. From the raging tempest, a monstrous form emerged, a dragon of pure shadow and cursed energy. This was not the boss. This was the curse itself, made manifest. The cursed white dragon, Artes, a level 100 mythical grade opponent. A crimson flash erupts from the ground, the very air crackling with malevolent energy. The skeletal remains of a dragon, twisted and corrupted, burst forth, its empty sockets glaring down at me with an ancient rage. A mythical grade boss, here of all places? This confirms the old whispers. The legend of the princess cursed by the white dragon was more than just a fairy tale. So, this is a hidden boss, an unexpected variable in my calculations. I stare into the abyss of its maw, utterly unimpressed by its theatrical entrance. Then a faint sound reaches me, echoing from within the monstrous form, a heartbeat. A spectral woman with pale green hair materializes from its bones, her expression one of profound sorrow. She floats through the air, drifting not away from the beast, but towards me. With a final mournful glance, her spirit dissolves into a wave of light and plunges directly into my chest. A system window pops up as the cursed energy floods my senses, informing me I've acquired the heart of the curse. It offers me a choice: use the heart to become a kin of this forgotten god, Kexis, or destroy it for a different prize. The description is clear: this is a parasitic curse, a promise of power that would eventually consume me. I have no interest in becoming a vessel for some dead god's ambition. Without hesitation, I clench my fist and shatter the pulsating heart. A blinding light fills my vision, but I don't feel the familiar sensation of teleportation. The light fades, and I find myself standing in the same obelisk, but the scene has changed. This isn't my time. I'm witnessing a memory. Before me, a young girl with the same green hair confronts a man in pristine white armor. "Liar," she shouts, her childish voice filled with genuine anger. He seems amused by her fury, dismissing her accusations about broken promises. She presents him with a single gleaming scale, calling it the Scale of Promise. A pathetic, sentimental trinket meant to bind him, ensuring that if he broke his word, he would lose his wings. He takes it, his expression softening for a moment as he walks away. Great white wings sprout from his back, a magnificent and foolish display of power. He makes one last promise to return for dinner, leaving 3 shadow guards to watch over her. With a powerful thrust, he launches into the sky, leaving the girl to wave at his rapidly shrinking form. Her determination is almost admirable as she declares she won't be left behind. She turns to her guards, announcing her intention to prepare a grand feast for his return. So this is their story: the Princess of Despair and the White Dragon Artes, sealed within the heart I just destroyed. The memory shifts, showing her foraging in a forest for bizarre, toxic-looking mushrooms. She hunts strange creatures with her guards, gathering ingredients with a child's singular focus. Every part of her quest is dedicated to preparing this one perfect meal. The sun sets over the kingdom as she finally finishes her work, exhausted but satisfied. The dishes she's prepared are grotesque: chicken bones with toxic mushrooms and something called volcanic ash pizza, a feast fit for a monster. A spread of all of Artes's favorite dishes. She clasps her hands together, waiting patiently for the man who promised he would return. Hours pass, and she eventually slumps over the table, asleep amidst the cooling, noxious food. A servant gently wakes her, informing her that the midnight bells for evening prayers are about to ring. She bolts upright in a panic, her eyes wide with dawning horror as she screams, "Where's Artes? Hasn't he returned yet?" The old fool prattles on about the intense battle, feeding the princess's anxiety about my supposed delay. She parrots the kingdom's propaganda, calling me their guardian, a hero who slaughters any enemy like a lamb. The scholar then spins a tale of the monster I faced, a leviathan from the sea designed to inspire terror in lesser men. Her faith, so easily given, begins to waver at the thought of something being strong enough to challenge me. And just like that, the communication crystal shatters, a cheap theatrical trick to symbolize my demise. In her panic, she immediately seeks my replacement, begging the scholar to find another dragon knight while he feigns frailty. She's so blinded by desperation that she nearly runs right past me as I stand in the doorway, watching the pathetic display. "What's the panic? Why are you rushing around?" I ask, my voice calm, enjoying the flicker of disbelief on their faces. The shock gives way to a predictable flood of tears as she throws herself into my arms. "Thank goodness you're back," the old man says, his relief almost convincing, as I placate the child with a reminder of a promise I never intended to truly keep. He asks about the front lines, fishing for a report for his king, but I give him nothing. "What's left is cleanup," I declare, dismissing the trivialities for the army to handle. "Now I'm starving." The feast she prepared is cold, but I praise it anyway. A few empty compliments are a small price to pay for her loyalty. Her childish delight is almost amusing as she drags me away, her energy renewed. It was time for her wind arts lesson. Another tedious duty required to maintain this charade. But of course she's too exhausted from her hard work preparing my meal. A convenient excuse to delay her training. She then has the audacity to blame me for being late, demanding a flight in my dragon form as compensation. I agree, but on the condition she keeps it a secret from the king. A shared confidence is a useful tool of manipulation. The transformation begins, a familiar rush of power that they mistake for a holy spectacle. My true form is a testament to my power, a magnificent beast they foolishly believe serves them. Her gasp of awe is exactly the reaction I expected from someone so naive. "Be sure to pay attention to safety," I say, the words meaningless, as she practically vibrates with excitement. I command her to hold on tight, and we launch into the night sky. The wind whips past as I ascend, the castle and its inhabitants shrinking into insignificance below. From this height, their entire world is just a map, a game board waiting for a true player. We soar over the forests, a silent predator in the moonlight. Below us I can see the king's little spies watching, always watching. "So this is the world Artes sees from above," she whispers, completely captivated. "Yes, this is the world I see, and the world I will one day claim." "It's beautiful, isn't it?" I ask, playing my part. She then asks the critical question, her voice full of hope. "You'll protect this place forever, won't you?" "Of course, princess." I lie, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. Her trust is so absolute that she simply falls asleep, leaving me to carry the future queen back to her gilded cage. I place her gently in her bed, the picture of a loyal knight. But as soon as she is safe, the king appears from the shadows, his eyes sharp enough to see the truth. "You're badly hurt, Artes." "I'll live," I state flatly, confirming I reduced the monster to ash with dragon fire, a detail to cement my power in his mind. He speaks of the Mariga Empire and some ritual, warning of a terrifying tide that is coming for the continent. "I'll follow your lead in everything, your majesty," I pledge, the perfect loyal soldier. The moment he leaves, the illusion shatters along with my armor, my blood staining the cold stone floor. I clutch my chest as a wave of agony I'd been suppressing finally breaks through, forcing a cough that brings up more blood. collapsing to my knees. I can no longer hide the grievous wound the creature left upon me. This was no mere injury. It was a curse, a festering corruption burrowing into my very core, and I could feel it pulsing beneath my skin, a parasitic core of dark energy, threatening to consume me from within. My blade hums with a power this world has long forgotten, a darkness that coils around me like a shroud. 5 years have passed since they made their choice, and now the consequences are tearing down their gates, a maw of teeth and mindless rage. With every swing of its monstrous claws, it carves through their pathetic defenses. Their soldiers, once so proud, are thrown about like discarded dolls. The screams of the panicked masses are almost music, a symphony of terror as they realize their enemy is a nation of monsters. Their entire army is made of these abominations, a relentless tide of flesh and bone. Another worthless guard is crushed under the weight of his own failure. From his high walls, the king watches his city burn, murmuring what a fool can plainly see. So many monsters. He dares to claim that my people, the Mariga Empire, want to drag the entire world into the grave with them. The irony is exquisite. Just as the chaos reaches its peak, I hear a familiar, shrill voice cry my name. Artis. The princess runs toward me, her face a mask of desperation. She demands to know why I'm not acting, as if her kingdom's plight is my concern. Princess, I say, my voice devoid of any warmth. I was just about to come find you. She tells me to hurry and repel the enemy, but I simply state my intention to protect her here, by the magic leaning tower. What are you saying, Artis? She shrieks, her naivety grating on my nerves. You are the kingdom's guardian. The capital is falling. She demands I transform into the dragon and burn them all, just like I've always done for them. It's time she learned the truth. 5 years ago, I begin, my voice cutting through her panic. We discovered the Mariga Empire was performing a mysterious ritual, a ceremony with a fitting name, abandoned by God. The ritual was simple, sacrifice lifespan to summon non-human beings. The more life given, the more terrifying the monster. An ancient and rarely used rite, because no sane person would trade their own life for an ugly beast. But the Mariga Empire was different. They possessed the blood flower, a magical plant that granted them an average lifespan of 700 years. This very longevity made them a target for millennia, a prize the rest of the greedy world desperately coveted. To appease the other nations, Mariga sent emissaries, powerful guardians like myself, to serve their kingdoms, hoping it would bring peace. The old king was a fool. He truly believed it would maintain balance, but they all underestimated the depths of human malice. The appearance of the emissaries only made the other nations realize that my people were the greatest threat on the continent. So the kings of humanity formed a secret consensus. The people of Mariga must be completely eradicated. Curses, plagues, betrayal, they unleashed wave after wave of catastrophe upon my homeland, even turning our own brainwashed emissaries against us. Due to the endless devastation, the blood flower finally began to wither. Without the source of our longevity, my people lost their last remaining value in the eyes of the world. The petals of the dying flower were the final snowflake that caused the avalanche. The human kingdoms launched their final ferocious attack, razing our homeland and slaughtering my people without mercy. Their justification was simple greed. No resource of Mariga must fall into other nations' hands, even if it must be destroyed. And in the darkness, as my people lay dying, they instinctively grasped onto their last ray of hope. They performed the ritual they had never used, abandoned by God. It was less a ritual, and more a curse upon this wretched world. The survivors like me were branded with a mark. Our lifespan was drained away as countless monsters hatched and burst from inside us, with only one objective: destroy humanity. I look her dead in the eye, letting the cold reality sink in. Therefore, your highness, I watched the old king, his face a mask of weary resolve as he began his final pathetic monologue. His men were already dust, scattered by a single contemptuous stomp of my foot. I knelt, feigning exhaustion, granting him the dignity of a final speech he hadn't earned. He spoke my name, his voice trembling with the weight of his own foolishness. His mind drifted back to the day we met, when he was a boy and I, already ancient, wore the face of a youth. He rambled on about my kind, how a century for me was barely the start of a life, as if that explained his weakness. He reminisced about our supposed friendship, calling us inseparable as we fought side by side. For him it was a bond, for me it was a tactical convenience. But as the years gnawed at his flesh, his admiration curdled into something else. He watched me, forever untouched by time, and his envy began to fester like a disease. He tried to justify his coming betrayal, whining about the burdens of a king that I could never understand. Humans cannot understand you, he said, a convenient excuse to label me a monster. I remember the look in his eyes that day, surrounded by the flames of his own making, the moment he finally decided to act on his petty jealousy. It all started when his daughter was born. He saw me holding her once, a fragile human infant in the arms of a dragon. In that moment, the fool finally realized he wasn't creating a legacy. He was just a placeholder for a power he could never truly command. So he summoned his final desperate gambit from the abyss. The shadowy creature of a forgotten god took form before me. As it unleashed its pathetic blast of energy, the king watched, hoping it would be enough to erase his greatest fear. I looked into the light, not with fear, but with a profound sense of disappointment. I could almost hear his final fleeting thought. He finally understood that he was terribly, fatally wrong. The resulting explosion tore the imperial capital apart. The price of one man's insecurity. From the ramparts of the last standing tower, his daughter could only stare in horror at the ruins of her home. It didn't take long for the scavengers to arrive, drawn to the scent of death and destruction. One of the winged beasts dove at us, its attack easily swatted away like a bothersome insect. She foolishly believed the tower's barrier would protect us. A child's faith in crumbling magic. Then an old man stumbled towards us, calling out to the princess. It was Scholar Lewin, the king's most trusted advisor, bleeding and broken but alive. He delivered the news I already knew. Her father, the king, was dead. The girl then turned to me, asking if I would flee with them to safety. I had to explain the simple, brutal truth. These monsters and I were kin, and the world of men would hunt me no matter where I went. I sat on the ledge, informing her that this place, the dragon's tomb, would be where my life finally ends. But she refused to accept it, leaping over the wall in a grand pointless gesture of defiance. She declared herself my knight, promising to protect me in this place she called her home. Flawless, I said, the word dripping with sarcasm as I gestured for her to seal this absurd pact. She extended her hand, her eyes filled with a desperate, naive hope. I placed the scale of promise in her palm, a simple trinket to finalize our agreement. Let's make a promise then, I said, a faint smile on my lips. Never to meet again. Her face contorted in shock as the teleportation magic I'd embedded in the scale activated beneath her feet. She screamed my name, betrayed, as the light consumed her and the old scholar. You have a place that belongs to you, I told her fading form. You shouldn't stay with a dragon. But her place was with humans, and humans are the cruelest monsters of all. My eyes widened as the scholar's own eyes began to glow with a malevolent red light, his true nature revealed. Foul tentacles erupted from the old man's back as he transformed into something truly profane. The creature that was once Lewin plunged its claws into her, savoring the taste of her life force. It then turned its gaze to me, its voice a sickening squelch, asking if I would avenge my precious murdered beloved. The creature's laughter echoes in my memory, the pathetic sound of a parasite that thought it had won. It held up her heart, a cheap trophy, and asked if my revenge was worth her life. I answered not with words, but with a fist that pulverized its borrowed ribcage. Of course, killing the puppet accomplished nothing. The master's true form slithered out from the ruin. It called its next attack the Shadow of Annihilation, a name far too grand for such a simple spell. The darkness tore at my flesh, an agonizing but ultimately temporary inconvenience. My mortal shell was ripped to shreds, a satisfyingly gruesome sight for my tormentor. It giggled like a child, calling my struggle useless as I knelt over her cooling body. I could only whisper her name, a final goodbye to the life that was stolen from us. The creature droned on about the arrogance of my race and the futility of our sacrifices. It explained that this form was just one of countless avatars, a mere fragment of its true self. It boasted of its parasitic seeds spreading across the world, and how I was already caught in its curse. It painted a grim picture of me becoming a mindless beast, destined to slaughter my own kin. Then it began its sales pitch, listing my emotions, hatred, sorrow, despair like commodities it found beautiful. What if I told you, it whispered, dangling the one thing it thought I couldn't refuse, that I can change all of this? It named itself Thusis, some forgotten god, and offered me a deal. Her resurrection, the kingdom's salvation. All it asked for in return was a trifle. Give me your heart. The choice it presented was simple. Die here with her, a forgotten failure, or live on as her eternal protector, the Dragon Knight of the kingdom. It reminded me that my time was running out, that my mortal body was failing. My answer was the tremor I sent through the stone as my fist met the floor. Oh my dear white dragon, the fool cooed, mistaking my acceptance for submission. It was convinced I had made the right choice as it prepared its foul blessing. It promised her heart would be infused with its power, allowing it to beat forever. And while I would lose my own, I would be spared death and monstrosity. I would be reborn as her guardian dragon, eternally bound to her side. The agony of transformation was absolute. Every fiber of my being rewritten by its profane power. A column of dark energy erupted from the tower, a beacon of my rebirth. A roar of pure, untamed power was torn from my new throat. My form twisted, shedding the weakness of flesh and bone. Wings of shadow and fire burst from my back, a monument to my vow. And so, under the blessing of a parasite that believed itself a god, I began my work. I unleashed a torrent of fire, not of its power but my own grief made manifest. The world burned. I purged the land of its filth, every last monster that plagued our kingdom. A single beat of my wings was enough to level their strongholds. Entire armies were reduced to cinders before me. My fire washed over the world in a cleansing wave. It had promised me the strength to purge the kingdom, and I held it to its word. The cities that betrayed her, the nobles who stood by and watched, they all burned. The entity watched, believing all the lifespans I extinguished would soon be its feast. But as the last ember died, a different power surged from the tower's peak. Its vessel, the princess it had tried to reanimate, began to convulse and break apart. Her form dissolved into nothingness. The entity, desperate, tried to absorb what was left, its shadowy tendrils grasping at her essence. All shall belong to me, it declared, a final, arrogant boast. It took her form, believing it had secured its new host. It even mocked her weakness, noting it could only use her to drain my lifespan over time. Then it looked to the sky, a flicker of confusion in its eyes as it wondered why I had not returned to its side. That is when it saw them, the two scales of my vow, shimmering in the air. The scale of oath to never see the princess again, and the scale of oath to forever guard this tower. The pathetic creature finally understood. I had made my true pact long before I ever spoke to it. It screamed, enraged, that I would choose to become an undying statue rather than its slave. It vowed to make the tower its nest, a petty tantrum from within its new prison. It can dream of its future conquests and world domination all at once. The stars turned, the seas shifted, and countless ages passed, and I am still here, guarding this tower, waiting. The lingering echoes of the White Dragon's memories settled around me, visions of a forgotten war fading into the desolate landscape of the tower. I stood in silence, the dark energy left behind by the fallen beast swirling at my feet. This wasn't some scripted backstory designed for a game. The anguish, the desperation, it felt like I had just witnessed a fragment of actual history. As the realization solidified, the very shadows around me began to writhe and contort, drawn to the power I now possessed. A system notification flashed into existence, its cold blue light illuminating the darkness. I had obtained a mythic level skill, Shadow of Annihilation. The skill's description was as brutal as its name, allowing me to create 3 perfect shadow clones that would mirror my attacks with 100% of my power. This wasn't just some random ability, it was the crystallized essence of the White Dragon's shadow, born from 15 years of guarding what it cherished, a power that could sustain itself even from light. I could feel the potential coursing through me, a mythic skill that quadrupled my burst damage in an instant, truly terrifying. The system wasn't finished, showering me with a cascade of rewards. A level up, evolution points, equipment, and most importantly the key to this very tower. Another notification followed, granting me a key to a place called Skull City, a map I had never encountered in my past life. The map unfurled in my mind, revealing an island within the inner sea, a forgotten piece of the Mariga Empire. This was undoubtedly the White Dragon's homeland, a place surely filled with secrets and treasures that would dwarf anything I'd found so far, but entry was restricted until I reached level 20. I was almost there, but before I ventured to that forgotten island, I had a more immediate use for the key in my hand. It was time to make a sale. My destination was the Feike Industries hideout, a pathetic place they called the courtyard of the face trees. Inside, their leadership was in chaos, whining about their inability to defeat the very Emerald tier boss I had just effortlessly dispatched. President Huang, their so-called leader, was considering contacting a guild in Shanghai City just to relay a message to me. How utterly inefficient. I decided to save them the trouble, materializing from the shadows right in their meeting room. "Let's trade directly," I announced. Her guards, startled like frightened children, jumped to their feet, shouting empty accusations about me being a sneaky bastard. I let out a sigh. "Relax. If I meant you any harm, you'd all be dead already. Besides, your hideout's barrier is down, anyone could have just walked in." Huang ignored her useless subordinates and focused on me. "Shadow, what did you mean by trade?" I simply held up the gleaming golden key. The room fell silent, her men staring in disbelief. "Impossible," one of them muttered, unable to comprehend that I had killed the boss that had wiped them out. Huang, however, understood value when she saw it. "Of course I want it. Name your price," she said, her eyes gleaming with greed. "Same as before," I stated flatly. 1,000 years. Before she could even respond, her idiot son Huang Ziking erupted. "You truly are despicable and shameless. Shadow, you planned all of this, didn't you?" He pointed a trembling finger at me, his voice cracking with impotent rage as he accused me of orchestrating their defeat just so I could sell them the key. His mother tried to silence him, but the boy was lost in his own self-righteous tantrum. A truly pathetic sight. I turned my head slightly, my gaze boring into him. "Oh, so, what do you want?" The little fool puffed out his chest, believing he had the upper hand. "Give the key to us, and then compensate us with 1,800 years of lifespan, and we'll drop the matter." He smirked, looking to his mother for approval. I let the silence hang for a moment before giving a slight nod. "Fine, we'll go with what he said. 1,800 years. The boy laughed, a triumphant, grating sound. "Haha, Mom. See, this is how you handle a petty person like this." He was utterly clueless. I waited for his laughter to die down. "Wait, what did you say?" I asked, my voice laced with cold amusement. "I came here genuinely to do business with you," I said, stepping closer. "That's why I didn't attack you when you cursed me just now. But there are no more discounts on the price. 1,800 years. Not a day less." The brat's smug expression finally shattered as he understood his catastrophic miscalculation. President Huang didn't hesitate. She struck her son across the face with a resounding crack and ordered her subordinate to drag him away to grind levels until she said so. She turned back to me, her face a mask of strained composure. "Regarding the price you just mentioned, I was wondering if we could—" "Don't make me repeat myself," I said, my voice leaving no room for negotiation. She swallowed hard, defeated. 1,800 years. It is a fair price, after all. She then pleaded that her guild had suffered great losses and asked if they could pay in installments. I considered it for a moment. "Fine. Pay 1,000 now. I'll come for the remaining 810 days. The transaction completed, a surge of 1,000 years of lifespan flowing into me. Deal. As I turned to leave, I thought to myself that Feike Industries still had some potential. Selling them a good hideout might let them grow, making them a more valuable asset to exploit later. I heard Huang addressing her guild, announcing their new base and the new 50% lifespan tax that would be levied on everyone until the debt was paid. As he was dragged away, Huang Ziking continued to glare at me, muttering pathetic threats. "Damn that Shadow. One day, I'll make him pay." He shoved his cousin aside and stormed off, abandoning his party right before a boss fight. I carved my way through the magic capital's bone graveyard, a fitting nursery for my rebirth. With a final silent slice, my blade drank the essence of the last Shadow Wraith, its runes glowing as it ascended from silver to gold. I sank to one knee, the whispers of the dead fading around me. Finally, I gathered enough experience. There was no celebration, only a cold command to the uncaring system that governed this world. Advance. Power, raw and violent, surged through me, lifting my body into the eye of a swirling vortex of violet energy. The ground itself trembled as that power erupted from me, a cleansing pillar of flame that scoured the filth from this forgotten place. The system confirmed what I already felt. I was now a ghost of the Yellow Springs, and my new abilities were promising. The Yellow Springs Eye could trap a mind in an illusion, a far more elegant tool than a simple blade. Yellow Springs Touch would allow me to track my enemies by scent alone. There would be no escape. And my chain blade, now gold tier, dealt double damage with a chance to inflict a pale flame burn, a perfect countermeasure for the psychic filth that plague-sourcing bastard calls power. A grim smile touched my lips as I examined my new claws, feeling the cold hum of death within them. "Dongfang," I whispered to the empty air, "this time I will end you." I sent a curt message to my master before logging off. He would understand that my guidance was complete, and my retribution was about to begin. I could already picture his concern. He'd see my sudden departure as recklessness, his mind drifting back to my past. He would remember the last time I trusted someone, how that dog tamer was betrayed and hunted down by her own faction, until they bled themselves dry. He sees my potential, but he also sees the recklessness born from that betrayal. He thinks my mind isn't steady. He isn't wrong. To be safe, he would follow me into the real world, a silent guardian trying to prevent me from making the same mistake twice. His concern is a weakness I can't afford, but I let him have it. He can watch from the shadows. It didn't take long to find my destination in reality. The Dongfang Ming Manor, a gilded cage reeking of corruption. I slipped into the darkness and listened to the guards. They were pathetic, complaining about their holiday and talking about women. Their crude fantasies even turned to me, laughing about taking down the Plague King and having some fun with his wife. How utterly predictable. So I gave the insects what they wanted. An illusion shimmered into existence before them, a woman in the mist. They stared, their jaws hanging open as the phantasm of Madame Dongfang knelt, the perfect damsel in distress. My illusion fed them the lines they were desperate to hear, a tragic tale of a weak husband, and an unsatisfied desire. Would you two do that for me? She purred, and the fools practically tripped over themselves in their eagerness. They actually began to argue over who would get to defile her first. I let them squabble for a moment before the illusion invited them both at once. In that instant of pure disgusting idiocy, my true power struck, tendrils of shadow erupting from the ground to impale them. Their pathetic lives were extinguished before they could even scream, their souls becoming a trivial appetizer for the main course. The illusion faded from my eyes as I watched them fall. A simple, efficient extermination. I absorbed what little life force they possessed. Every drop counts. He felt that. Inside his fortress, the bandaged monster stirred. A little mouse has snuck in, Dongfang Yu murmured. I was already on his rooftop, poised to strike. I dropped from the eaves, a blade of vengeance falling from the sky. He reacted instantly, a grotesque spike of bone shooting from his arm to block my path. A burst of foul-smelling ammonia gas propelled him backward with sickening speed. It was a crude but surprisingly fast technique. He was behind me in an instant, gloating that his ammonia barrier had detected me the moment I set foot on his property. His hand clamped around my throat, lifting me into the air as if I were a doll. He recognized me. You're much stronger than before, he mused, his grip tightening. The arrogance of this man was astounding. He actually contemplated letting me go, just so I could become a more satisfying opponent for him later. But his twisted amusement quickly faded. He couldn't risk it. He applied pressure, and I let out a choked gasp, playing my role in his little drama. With a final sickening crunch, he snapped my neck and tossed my corpse to the ground, annoyed that he'd used too much force. But as he cursed his own lack of control, my real chain blade emerged from the shadows and pierced clean through his back. He stared in disbelief at the weapon protruding from his chest, then at my body, which was already dissolving into motes of light. What? You're not dead, he sputtered, his voice thick with blood and confusion. I let him suffer in that ignorance for a moment. You've been trapped in my illusion all along, idiot. His eyes widened in terror as he met my gaze, and saw the cold, inescapable glow of the Yellow Spring's eye. Now die. The fool finally realizes he's been fighting a ghost, his mind trapped since the moment our battle began. He looks at me, his pathetic bravado gone, replaced by a flicker of understanding. The moment you looked into my eyes, I explained from the shadows, you were already doomed to die. He remembers the brief touch, the instant I placed the psychic curse upon him, and a bitter laugh escapes his lips before the end. He was a decent opponent, I'll grant him that, but ultimately nothing more than a stepping stone. The commotion finally reaches the master bedroom, interrupting the slumber of the woman I came here to kill. Her pathetic guards finally realize their defenses have been shattered, and one of them starts screaming about an intruder. A full alert echoes through the mansion, a useless gesture now that I'm already inside the heart of their fortress. The target, Madame Dongfang, rushes to her son's side, promising to call his father for help. The boy, filled with a pathetic and unearned sense of heroism, puffs out his chest and claims he will protect her. She embraces her son, a touching final moment for a family of filth. A floorboard creaks under my boot, and they both freeze in terror. The guard posted outside their door slumps to the floor in a pool of blackness, his life extinguished without a sound. She stares in horror at the corpse of her loyal dog, unable to process how I moved so quickly. I manifest behind her like a phantom, my voice a cold whisper against her skin. What plan? She spins around, her face a mask of fear and indignation as she demands to know who I am. No grudge, I ask, letting a wisp of my power dance on my fingertips. Open your eyes and take a good look. I let my aura flare, my eyes glowing with the crimson light of vengeance, forcing her to remember the face she thought she had erased forever. Recognition finally dawns, and her fear curdles into pure hatred. Damn brat, she snarls. So you're still alive. I don't give her the satisfaction of another word. A spike of pure shadow erupts from her chest. Her scream is music to my ears as my power tears her apart from the inside. I turn to the trembling child in the bed. You killed my parents, I state flatly. Now I'll kill you in front of your son. Dongfang collapses, begging me to spare the boy, admitting her defeat in a pathetic whimper. I lift her into the air with my telekinesis and laugh at the absurdity of her request. She tries to bargain, pleading that her son is innocent of her crimes. My patience finally snaps. Shut up, I roar, my voice shaking the very foundations of the room. Did she spare my family? Did she ever consider mercy? Did you ever think about this day when you killed my parents? I scream, unleashing my full power. Her body is annihilated in a torrent of shadow and red lightning, leaving nothing behind but a stain on the floor. The boy and his mutt can only sob under the covers, witnesses to my righteous fury. I approach the bed, my cold eyes boring into the child, savoring his terror. He's paralyzed, staring at the empty space where his mother just ceased to exist. I turn to leave, my work here almost done. But then a small chilling chuckle comes from the bed. I was sick of Mom's endless control, the boy whispers, his voice devoid of grief. I really have to thank you. I halt, a sliver of genuine surprise piercing my cold composure as he speaks to his dog about his plans for me. The shadows in the room coalesce, and the corpses of the guards I killed rise to their feet, their eyes glowing with a sickly purple light. light. Capture her alive, the boy commands, revealing his true power as an undead lich. I want to have some fun with her. He boasts that his undead minions retain all the skills they had in life, only enhanced by his dark magic. His reanimated puppets surround me, a grotesque parody of an honor guard. With a flick of his wrist, he sends his mother's newly reanimated corpse flying toward me like a cannonball. The impact throws me back and I cough, caught off guard by the sheer depravity of the attack. The undead swarm me, their cold hands grabbing at my limbs. A volley of dark projectiles slams into me, pinning me to the ground. I'm forced to my knees, the weight of his undead army pressing down on me. A memory surfaces, a lesson from my master I had long since forgotten. Showing mercy to your enemies, his voice echoes in my mind. The vision shows him standing over a defeated foe, his face hidden by a mask. I finally understand his words as I lie here, trapped by the boy I foolishly spared. Is cruelty to yourself. I watched from the shattered doorway as the last of her family's enemies dissolved into nothingness. The girl, Giling, finally looked up from the ground and asked who I was, so I gave her the only name that mattered now. You must never show an ounce of pity to your enemies, I told her, a lesson she would do well to remember. As the last remnants of her targets were torn apart by the curse of the flower, she could only whimper. Tears streamed down her face as she finally declared her vengeance complete for her dead parents. The system confirmed the transaction, absorbing 788 years of tradable lifespan from the filth I had just purged. What do you plan to do next? I asked, though I already knew the answer of a weak mind. If you are content to fade away, I stated coldly, then I have nothing more to say. But this world, this god-forsaken game, holds possibilities far beyond mere revenge, including perhaps a way to resurrect the dead. If you only view revenge as the finish line, then disregard everything I've said. But if you wish to continue moving forward, then you will follow me. I left her with the ultimatum, letting the silence hang in the air as I told her the choice was hers. She made her decision, pushing herself up from the ground, ready to leave her past behind. Without another word, I brought her to my personal domain, the soul purification sanctuary. Master, this is, she stammered, standing on the water's surface as the cityscape shimmered around us. I confirmed her suspicions. This was my real-world hideout, a fortress of my own design. The opulent doors to my inner sanctum opened, and her gasp of awe was predictable. The sight of a cat-eared maid inquiring about dinner preparations seemed to short-circuit her brain entirely. The Book of Divine Authority, I explained, is a tool that allows for such creations, and soon you will acquire one for yourself. She bowed her head, finally grasping the new reality I was offering her. Back in the physical world, the fools from the military finally arrived at the Qin family manor, long after I had departed. The patriarch, a man named Chu Kunshan, arrived screaming for the safety of the wife and son he would never see again. It didn't take him long to connect this to me, the shadow his pathetic organization hunts so obsessively. He collapsed, his mind racing, wondering if I had discovered his little fireworks factory ambush. His men reported exactly what I wanted them to find, a scene of violence, but no people. He bellowed for answers they didn't have, his authority crumbling with every passing second. When his subordinate confirmed there were no bodies either, the man's face went pale with terror. He instantly made the connection to the Dongfang family, another clan of insects I had recently erased. The realization finally broke him, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. He shrieked my name, demanding my arrest as if his words held any power over me. A silver-haired woman, Lin Qingwan, coolly questioned how he could be so certain. She correctly pointed out the utter lack of evidence in the Dongfang case, and then asked if he knew something he shouldn't. The man was trapped, sweating under the sudden pressure of her interrogation. He tried to posture, pathetically telling an officer of her caliber to watch her tone. She didn't even blink, warning him not to threaten her before revealing that captured guild members had already confessed everything. She laid his entire plan bare, how he intended to lure me into a trap and blow me to smithereens. With his co-conspirator conveniently missing, she accused him of abusing his power to plot a terrorist attack. She gave the order, and her men moved in to take him into custody. He thrashed and yelled, his authority stripped away in an instant. He accused her of colluding with me, but she simply replied that she stood on the side of justice. She told him to cooperate quietly if he was truly innocent, her voice dripping with condescending pity. Then she delivered the final blow, informing him he was being sent to a prison where lifespan depletion is 100 times faster. He was dragged away screaming, his empty threats to report her echoing into the night. From the shadows of the trees, a new group of hunters watched the scene unfold, confirming their target. That's right, that's him, one of them whispered. Their eyes locked on Chu Kunshin. A hand began to glow with a menacing purple aura as the leader gave the command to move in. The fool in the lab coat screamed threats as they dragged him into the armored transport. His captors, government dogs themselves, smugly informed him the order came from the top, as if that name held any real power. Suddenly, the road ahead was bathed in an unnatural, blinding light. The impact was immediate and brutal, a cheap trick from a third-rate player. I watched the memory play out in my mind, the steel coffin twisting and screeching to a halt. Inside, the survivors were a mess of confusion and pain, coughing up blood and dust. They cried out in panic, pinned by the wreckage, their professional demeanor shattering like cheap glass. One of my old associates, a brute named Lei Gong, ripped the target from the vehicle, casually declaring the mission a success. He and his partner Mei Jing paraded their captive like a trophy. Of course, more government fodder arrived, making their empty threats of execution. Lei Gong and Mei Jing simply laughed in their faces, utterly unimpressed by these pathetic dogs. Then the real muscle showed up, another pawn of Mr. Theodore, leaping from the shadows with a ridiculously large hammer. He called out his attack like a child in a play, Meteor Fire Hammer. The resulting explosion was loud and flashy, but ultimately inefficient. My former guildmates celebrated, amazed by the power their new master had granted them. Lei Gong stood there, chest puffed out, gloating about killing Daxia's agents. He held up the source of his newfound arrogance, a temporary enhancement card. He boasted that its fivefold boost made him, a mere level 10, feel like a level 50. How pitiful. They trade their loyalty for a taste of power that isn't even theirs, all for the promise of a longer lifespan from a man who sees them as disposable tools. As they prepared to leave, Mei Jing paused, her senses tingling. Her eyes flared with a borrowed energy, a cheap imitation of true perception. She sensed a single terrified survivor hiding in the wreckage, a loose end. A simple fireball was her solution, a crude and messy way to silence a witness. The second explosion lit up the night, a monument to their barbarism. Mei Jing coldly declared that no government dog would be left alive, while Lei Gong tried his pathetic attempts at flirting, masking his jealousy over her attachment to a dead woman. He spoke of honoring their fallen comrade's memory, as if their bloody rampage was anything more than petty vengeance. But one did survive their little massacre, a demon hunter who used a rare passive skill to escape the flames. She now knows the remnants of the Alice Guild are active, a minor complication, but irrelevant. While they were busy settling old scores, I was aiming for a far greater prize. I brought my new apprentice to the ruins of the Magic City, to the base of the Tower of Divine Authority. I explained that the guardian of this place is an NPC known as Mom, a tragic figure named Virginie. She was once a player who watched her children die, and the trauma shattered her mind, trapping her here as a guardian who gives an impossible quest to find them. But I know the cheat code. The only way to bypass her madness is to present her with what she desires most, a young man and woman to stand in as her deceased children. I turned to my apprentice, her face a mask of confusion. When we go in, I commanded, you will call her Mom. Her shock was predictable, but her obedience was all that mattered. Just say the word, I told her. I'll handle the rest. Inside, the guardian floated on a sliver of moonlight, lost in her eternal grief. As she turned to us, her eyes filled with a flicker of hope. My children, she whispered, you finally returned. My apprentice, to her credit, played her part perfectly, her voice trembling as she said, that's right, Mom. She even managed to squeeze out a few tears, fully embracing the role I had given her. But even in her delusion, the tower's system had rules. Virginie regretfully informed us that we had to defeat her clone to proceed. A colossal, ethereal version of her materialized before us, radiating the power of an emerald-ranked boss. The system granted us Mother's Blessing, a paltry 20% buff to our stats. As my apprentice cloaked herself in shadow, I didn't need the buff. I simply drew my power and unleashed my instant shadow slash. The air filled with a cascade of impossible damage numbers, each one a death sentence. The system announced our victory before the clone's light had even faded. My apprentice could only stare, whispering, one-hit kill. She saw then the truth of my power. It wasn't one attack, but 3 perfect strikes delivered in the same instant. Even then, the shadow of my past self, the so-called fourth of the kin family, was just a phantom I was destined to consume. I remember the look on their faces when my clones first manifested, effortlessly erasing the pathetic constructs they called a test. My supposed mother, Virginie, looked upon us with something akin to pride, mistaking my power for bravery. She foolishly showered Anna with gifts, 9 books of divine decree as if kindness could ever be a shield. The girl embraced her, a display of fleeting sentimentality I had no time for. Virginie was known for her selfless nature, trading her own lifespan for items, a fatal flaw that would eventually be her undoing. When she turned to me and asked what I wanted, my request was simple. I want the book of divine decree for the communication bracelet. Without a moment's hesitation, she began to weave her own life force into the object of my desire. The system confirmed the transaction as the book materialized in my hand. 15 days of her life, a small price for such a useful tool. She brushed off my attempt to repay the lifespan, calling it a token of affection as we prepared to leave. Travel safely, she said, telling Anna that her brother would protect her. Anna, ever the innocent, seemed to accept this new reality without question. She stumbled over her words, asking if she should call me master or brother, as if the title mattered in the slightest. Call me whatever you want, I told her, cutting through the pointless deliberation, just not brother. She agreed, though I could see the confusion in her eyes, a past tragedy she could never comprehend. Just as the memory faded, a message snapped me back to the present. It was Yu. She informed me of a string of murders in Shanghai City, and that rumors were circulating, painting me as the killer. A clumsy, transparent ploy. The killer knew how to dispose of bodies to avoid official investigators, meaning they had inside knowledge. And Yu assured me she knew I wasn't responsible, remarking that such a crime was too low level for me. She correctly deduced that whoever was framing me must be on my friend list to track my online and offline times. I told her to have her people investigate the list she recited, though I already knew who was behind it. She was all too eager to help, promising to send the locations of the bodies immediately. Guling, I commanded my subordinate, log off. I have a mission for you. In the real world, I handed him the very communication bracelet I'd acquired from Virginie's sacrifice, along with a ghost wolf mount. He was hesitant, claiming he was no investigator, but I had no time for his self-doubt. I laid out the facts. I was being framed. My movements were being tracked by a mole, and it was his job to uncover the truth. His unique skill, Touch of the Yellow Springs, could track the aura of objects, making him the perfect tool for this hunt. His resolve hardened instantly. I will definitely find the mastermind, he declared, desperate not to disappoint me. While my pawn moved into position, other pieces were being set on the board elsewhere. In a Shanghai hotel, a man named Chu was being delivered to a Mr. Theodore. The researcher was forced to his knees, a pathetic display of dominance for his new master. Theodore, a man I knew by reputation, feigned familiarity, speaking of pleasantries from a past life. The desperate fool Chu actually looked relieved, believing this powerful man from the embassy was there to rescue him. He questioned Theodore's association with wanted criminals, a question born from sheer naivety. Theodore merely laughed, stating the obvious truth. In this world, the officials and the criminal underworld known as Shadow are one and the same. Chu then spilled his predictable tragic story, a murdered family, a corrupt system, and claimed that his divination led him here for revenge. When asked his profession, the man revealed his true value. He was a feng shui master, the only hidden profession in the priest class. a unique and valuable asset, though Theodore's thugs were too stupid to see it. One of them mocked Chu's support class, calling it useless against Shadow. This sparked an argument among the hired muscle, their lack of discipline on full display. Predictably, their fragile egos led to blows, a pointless brawl erupting in the room, but Chu just smiled. His skill, yin-yang harmony, had turned them on each other, forcing them to fight to the death. Theodore, unimpressed by the chaos, simply drew a card to end the pathetic spectacle. It was the moon card, a tool of purification. He unleashed its power, a cascade of moonlight washing over his brawling subordinates. The light instantly purged Chu's influence, breaking the spell. With his dogs back on their leashes, Theodore ordered them to be healed, a calm and efficient manager of his assets. Chu could only stare in disbelief, realizing his new master's power far exceeded his own. "We officially welcome you to join us," Theodore stated, extending his offer. He then revealed his own power, the hidden profession of a diviner, capable of drawing cards to shape fate itself. Back in the ruins of Jianghai City, the lingering stench of battle hangs heavy in the air. My senses, honed sharper than any blade, latch onto a crimson trail of energy, the killer's aura. My ghost wolf confirms the direction, its spectral form sniffing out the path of the fool who dared to cross me. We move as one, a silent, vengeful blur streaking through the desolate streets. Meanwhile, at the residence of the man I killed, a pathetic little drama is unfolding. His sister Qin Xiaoyu opens the door to her mother, her face a mask of false cheer. The mother, a woman whose ambition reeks more than the city's rot, has brought a guest. She introduces him as Ren Tu, a diviner hired to find the very brother I already sent to his grave. Xiaoyu questions this sudden concern, and her mother reveals she's abandoning her to join a guild. She claims the authorities have invited her to a platinum-tier hideout, a pathetic attempt to justify her selfishness. The diviner smoothly interjects, assuring the girl of his reliability and urging her to beg for my help. But Xiaoyu's pride is as fragile as her intellect. She spits that after 19 years of his neglect, she doesn't want his affection anymore. She deludes herself into thinking she can earn my favor by guarding my hideout, as if a mutt sitting by the door could ever impress a wolf. The mother, having served her purpose of delivering the pawn, quickly makes her exit. Rentu insists on performing his divination, claiming he has a special connection to me. He conjures a card and a crystal ball, a cheap magician's trick for a gullible audience. His little light show reveals a vision, a body sinking into the depths of the sea. With a completely straight face, he declares that her brother has been burned to death and his body thrown into the ocean. Her reaction isn't sorrow, but rage that he died before she could make him grovel for her forgiveness. With his hook set, Rentu offers his condolences, then immediately pivots, claiming he's divined my location. He dangles a teleportation card, offering to take her there if she accepts me as her new brother. The foolish girl agrees, sneering that Qin Feng got off too easy while fantasizing about how I'll praise her for guarding my gate. The teleportation spell activates, sealing her fate. She arrives in a dark, unfamiliar room, her confusion palpable. Before she can even process the betrayal, the diviner strikes, his facade of a gentleman crumbling away. He holds her upside down by one leg, his true predatory nature revealed. She tries to feign ignorance, a pathetic lie that he sees through instantly. He slams her to the ground, reminding her of her own words about watching my gate, but she's already passed out from the impact. He notes she's weak, having extracted no abilities from the game, and announces to his hidden comrades that the prey is ready. His men emerge from the shadows, thirsty for violence after 2 days of inactivity. He gives them permission to play, but not to kill, as his instructions are clear. They begin their work, a slow and methodical torture designed to break her. Elsewhere, one of my contacts grows concerned, noting that I haven't been online in 2 days. He knows my enhanced body doesn't require me to log off for something as mundane as food. The only explanation is that a trap has been set, and he realizes he needs to accelerate his plans to counter it. He begins maneuvering, planning to fight the web of lies being spun about me. He knows it won't be long before public opinion is weaponized, turning the entire city against me. But they are all too late. I'm already here. My wolf and I glide through the night, our presence completely undetectable. The aura I was tracking leads directly into this dilapidated warehouse. I phase through the wall like a ghost, a silent predator entering the lair. The fools inside are completely oblivious, engrossed in their sick games. Through the shadows, my eyes lock onto the scene. It's been a while since I've witnessed such amateurish cruelty. Qin Xiaoyu hangs from the ceiling, broken and bleeding, and Ren Tu sits below, laughing to himself about how much fun they've had. The system message flashed again, a pointless denial of her only escape. Tears and muffled sobs were the only sounds she could make, suspended in the darkness like a piece of meat. Meanwhile, the pathetic real estate agent who fancied himself a predator was having the time of his life, babbling about his own demise. She begged for a savior, for anyone to end this nightmare. And in her final moments of despair, she thought of me, wondering why the man she thought was dead wasn't there to protect her. She believed I should have been there, a promise I supposedly made. A sudden warmth washed over her, a healing spell that gave her a surge of false hope. The fool torturing her let out a theatrical laugh, reintroducing himself as Butcher, a priest in the godforsaken game. He assured his little victim that he wouldn't let her die so quickly, that the real fun was just beginning. He chose the priest class for this very reason, to prolong the suffering, to savor the despair. The sheer depravity of his words was too much for her fragile mind, and she simply passed out. He laughed, mocking her weakness, completely oblivious to the shadow that had just materialized behind him. I moved faster than his primitive senses could track. From the shadows, I drew my blade of the Yellow Springs. A single silent strike was all it took to hook him like a fish. I pulled him close, my voice a whisper in the silent room, demanding to know why he was framing me. He tried to cast his healing spell, a useless gesture against a power that negates life itself. I slammed his worthless body into the floor, shattering the concrete beneath him. My foot pressed down on his chest, a subtle reminder of who was in control. I gave him a simple choice. Tell me everything, or I would give him a practical lesson in amputation. Back in the city ruins, my subordinates were already piecing together the conspiracy. They knew I wasn't some perverted killer. They understood that this was a deliberate attempt to ruin my name and draw me out. They correctly deduced the mastermind's plan, to force the authorities to hunt me down, creating chaos. And you, ever the sharp one, knew the authorities stood no chance against me, and that such a conflict would be a national disaster. The others were beginning to see the larger picture. A war with me would leave our country vulnerable to its enemies. And you already knew who was behind it. The one person within the authorities with a pathetic grudge against me. And she was right. Ma Niaolang was stewing in his office, frustrated that his little pawn hadn't confirmed my death yet. His entire plan was built on a childish obsession with An Yu, believing my death would somehow make her notice him. He was willing to betray his country, to unleash chaos, all for a woman who wouldn't spit on him if he were on fire. Then his phone chimed with news. It was a message from his pet butcher, reporting that the prey had escaped and he needed more power to track her. Furious at the incompetence, Ma Niaolang decided his own hands were needed to clean up the mess. He arrived at the abandoned warehouse, a place I had already prepared for him. He strode in, calling for his useless dog. "Butcher, I'm here. What are you doing?" He yelled into the darkness, demanding to know how he could fail such a simple task. And then he saw them, his failed assassin and the girl, both hanging silently from the ceiling. Before he could process his shock, my power shot out from the shadows, ensnaring his leg. My servant, Little Slime, emerged from the darkness, its voice cold and accusatory. "You're the one who tried to frame my master, right?" He blustered and threatened, but my servant calmly explained that Butcher had already confessed everything. My servant offered him a reward for his troubles, a chance to enjoy the same fate he'd planned for others. On cue, Butcher's corpse began to twitch, reanimated by my will and glowing with a hungry purple light. The fool Ma Niaolang chuckled as if he'd been given a gift, eager to follow my subordinate's command to kill his partner. A moment later he was on his knees, screaming for the very same subordinate, the butcher, to stop as her shadow fell over him. The other one, Ren 2, was already suspended upside down, pathetically apologizing to his boss as a blade was pressed to his throat. Ma Niaolang desperately scrambled back, a flicker of panic in his eyes as his accomplice was tossed aside like garbage. But their desperation culminated in a cheap trick, a sudden explosion meant to catch my agent off guard. Ma Niaolang actually thought he came prepared, while his partner Ren 2, recognizing my influence, invoked a pathetic talisman against my disciple. He poured what little power he had into a card blessed by some forgotten sun god, vowing to deal with her first. The insect then had the audacity to scream that he would kill me and all my lackeys. He threw a volley of fire, roaring die, like a cornered animal trying to appear threatening. My ghost spirit simply sidestepped his tantrum and unleashed a multi-shot of her own, a silent, efficient counter. His eyes widened in disbelief as my agent's attack materialized right beside him, his own spell dissolving into nothing. In the next instant, he was ensnared by her shadowy chains, a signature skill of the true assassin class. The rings of dark energy tightened around him, and he could do nothing but scream. Ghost Spirit watched his pathetic struggle with cold indifference, her glowing eyes reflecting only the task at hand. She pointed out the obvious. The power he wielded was borrowed and weak, demanding to know who was pulling his strings. The man broke immediately, his bravado evaporating into pleas for mercy as he confessed everything about foreigners and a woman named Qian Shishi. He blubbered on about a big shot helping them, hoping the name would somehow save him from his fate. Finally, he resorted to the most common defense of the worthless, crying about his father, the mayor, and promising riches. Ghost Spirit found his incessant whining to be noisy, and the shadowy tendrils multiplied, silencing him for good. She was simply following my orders. I have a very simple rule. We must not let any enemy escape. She turned to the girl they'd used as bait, noting her maimed condition with detached pity. Ghost Spirit decided to let the authorities rescue her. Whether the girl lived or died from that point on was of no concern to me. Soon enough the police arrived, guided by the anonymous report she left behind. The scene was exactly as she'd staged it. 2 dead men, Ma Niaolang identified, and 1 critically injured witness. They found the girl alive but unconscious, and more importantly, the phone containing a carefully crafted message. The note laid out a perfect narrative of a murder plot gone wrong, painting the 2 dead men as criminals who tried to frame me. The officers quickly verified the phone's records, which confirmed my innocence and even implicated another insider who had been feeding them information. The captain didn't hesitate, immediately dispatching a team to apprehend this final loose end. My informant, Xing Cheng, called with the good news, cheerfully reporting a major breakthrough in the case against me. I feigned surprise as she told me the culprits were tentatively identified as Ma Niaolang and Ren Tu, both conveniently dead. She relayed the official story. The evidence was overwhelming, and the surviving victim, though tortured, would hopefully corroborate everything. Though the case required the girl's testimony to be officially closed, it was clear that Ghost Spirit had executed her mission perfectly. As an apology for the trouble, Xing Cheng offered me some fresh intel about a new area where flying monsters swarmed the sky. These creatures were unique. Their numbers didn't decrease no matter how many were killed. She theorized that such a strange phenomenon meant a great treasure was nearby, much like the last time a horde of bosses had gathered, and my senses sharpened when she confirmed another ancient god tablet had appeared. The intel was good. A tablet floating in the sky was a prize I couldn't ignore. Acquiring flight is a long and tedious process for most players, so my most efficient path would be to secure a flying mount. I remembered the Skull City key I'd acquired, a key to the homeland of the dragon race, the perfect hunting ground for a dragon mount. The only obstacle was the level requirement. Entry was restricted to level 20, and I was just 1 level shy. I had my next destination. The Skull City outer beach was a wasteland of bone, a perfect quiet place to grind out that final level. I began absorbing the latent energy from the skeletons, my crimson arm pulsing with power. But my work was interrupted by the sounds of a nearby struggle. I spotted a party of fools hopelessly fighting a massive crab monster. The beast dwarfed them, letting out a guttural roar as it prepared to attack. One of their mages was baffled by its skill, a pathetic display of incompetence. Their tank, a bald brute, stepped forward with foolish confidence, eager to show off his abilities. He began chanting, forming a shield of sickly green energy. The monster unleashed a torrent of acid that was caught in strange floating bubbles. The entire party was quickly trapped within the strange projectiles. The tank barked orders, explaining that his soul-detaching skill would allow them to attack. A mediocre strategy for a mediocre team. As I watched them flail, a flicker of recognition sparked in my mind. I knew these people from my past life. Theodore, Zuma, and their worthless crew of scammers, who brought ruin to Modu. Their schemes led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands, and now fate had delivered them to me on the eve of my ascension. The boss shrieked, a final pathetic noise as its life force dwindled. One of the mortals I was observing warned the others about a phase 2, as if a dying insect changing its pattern was something to fear. Bubbles erupted from its carapace as it began to spawn lesser creatures. Their tank, a clumsy brute with a glowing shield, was immediately overwhelmed by the swarm of tiny shrimp. The white-haired woman began shouting at someone named Zuma, begging him to use a skill called soul conversion on the mobs. But Zuma just stood there, his back turned, completely ignoring their pleas as his supposed teammates cried out. Her distraction cost her dearly, as one of the larger pincers caught her by the arm. The others were barely holding on, still screaming for their useless teammate to stop daydreaming and help. It was a pathetic sight, watching another of their party get dragged down by the swarm. The woman was now on the ground, a monstrous insect poised to end her insignificant life. A flash of blue energy was all she saw as I intercepted the creature moments before its strike. My blades moved faster than their eyes could follow, turning the entire swarm into a shower of blue light and severed limbs. I materialized from the shadows, the name of my skill echoing in the sudden silence. She collapsed to the ground, safe for now, as I turned my attention to the actual target. It was time to end this farce. I gathered my dark energy for a final strike. The system lit up with my rewards as my night blade cleaved the boss in two, granting me experience, lifespan, and even some new equipment. I heard a gasp and turned to see the one they called Zuma staring at me in shock, muttering my name. I didn't give him time to ask questions. I was on him in an instant, a blur of pure killing intent. The system confirmed his death before his body even hit the ground. The woman stared, confused, thanking me before asking the obvious foolish question. I ignored her thanks and cut straight to the heart of the matter, my gaze cold. She tried to justify his presence, explaining he was an external hire brought in specifically for this fight. When she pathetically wondered if he was merely distracted, I corrected her flawed assumption. I don't think he was distracted, I stated, letting the implication hang in the air. I spelled it out for her slowly, as if speaking to a child. Those not of our kind will have different intentions. His betrayal was her problem to report, not mine. I was merely the solution to her incompetence. I laid out my terms. Any boss platinum grade or higher was mine to kill, and I would claim all assassin gear, lifespan, and looting rights as my payment. The news spread like wildfire through their comms, a wave of desperate relief washing over their pathetic teams. They were celebrating, thinking their troubles were over now that I had arrived. My communicator immediately lit up with coordinates, the locations of bosses they were too weak to handle themselves. She admitted their dire situation, even with my previous assistance to their allies, and promptly sent me the location of the nearest target. They waved me off like some departing hero, their gratitude utterly meaningless to me. My next target was a hulking minotaur, standing idle in a rocky canyon. A nearby team of scavengers was gossiping, one wondering about my appearance while the other doubted my capabilities. A single silent strike was my only answer, cleaving the platinum-grade beast in two before they could even register my presence. The system confirmed the kill, flooding my senses with experience, lifespan, and even a new skill book. The Minotaur giant dissolved into motes of light, its purpose served. The onlookers were left staring at the empty space, stunned that it was over in a single unseen blow. One of them realized I had kept my word, leaving the non-assassin items behind on the ground. There was no time to waste. I was already moving toward the next cluster of fools. The boss's ground-shattering attack sent them flying, their screams of pain a familiar symphony of failure. Their leader berated his underling for getting too close, a classic mistake for the unskilled. This one was an emerald-grade boss, its detection range far greater, which explained their current predicament. It's over. One of them whimpered as the boss's molten blade descended upon him. A flicker of purple shadow intercepted the blow, shattering the attack just before it made contact. I emerged from the darkness, a shield between the monster and its prey. My shadow slash struck 4 times in the same instant, each blow multiplying the damage. The system announced the death of the Emerald Grade boss along with a cascade of valuable rewards. The survivors could only stare, one of them correctly noting that the gap between us was not one of skill, but of species. The influx of power was immense, triggering a system notification that I had finally reached level 20. At the same time, I felt a familiar hum as my disaster ancient god cursed stone tablet reached its full charge. It was time to draw a new affix, to see what new power my endless slaughter had earned me. With my remaining evolution points, I upgraded a key skill. This new ability, Meld with Darkness, made my old stealth skills look like a child's party trick, granting a level of concealment that even diamond-grade bosses would fail to perceive. The pathetic smoke bomb was next on the list, a useless parlor trick that I would evolve and then devour for its essence. By consuming its very nature with Soul Devour, I permanently augmented my own mental and elemental resistances, a necessary preparation for the trials ahead. Now, with my preparations complete, I could finally proceed to the Skull City ruins without a hitch. The problem was access. There were no ships, no teleportation arrays, just an impassable sea guarded by monsters. In a world governed by a system, attempting to cross that abyss unprepared was a certified method of suicide. But I knew something the others didn't. A peculiar detail on an old map about a locked door hidden on the coast. Following my intuition, I located a series of caves exactly where logic dictated they should be. And there, hidden from the world, was the entrance I sought. The gate was magically sealed, but the system prompt confirmed my suspicions. It required the very Skull City key I had acquired long ago. I almost had to admire the convoluted design, to think this specific key was meant for a door hundreds of miles from the city itself. As the ancient doors swung open, I couldn't help but wonder what kind of lunatic would build a path to the ruins through a coastal entrance. The path wasn't a bridge or a tunnel, but a sheer drop into the abyss. As I descended, the winding passage confirmed my theory about this place. I finally understood the truth behind the seemingly impossible geography. This wasn't a teleportation gate, it was a physical, hidden passage. I emerged from the darkness, having traversed the secret route. Before me, under a perpetually stormy sky, lay the skeletal remains of the Mariga Empire. A system notification confirmed my arrival, warning me of the Berserk Zone's lethal life depletion rate, a minor inconvenience. In my past life, I'd heard a lunatic ramble about a secret passage under the sea, and everyone had dismissed him as insane. It seems even fools can stumble upon the truth, as something massive stirred beneath the cracked earth. A colossal skeleton, like the spine of some ancient dragon, erupted from the ground. Its segmented body was a terrifying construct of bone and shadow. When it fully emerged, I saw the grotesque truth of it. A creature whose upper half was a woman, fused to the body of a monstrous centipede. The system identified her as Morwen, the thousand-bladed centipede, bearing wounds identical to those of the white dragon Atraz, another piece of a puzzle falling into place. She was a citizen of Mariga, twisted into this horrific form by the curse of Suthis. The scars that littered her human torso told a story of agony. It was clear that before her transformation, she had endured torture that defied imagination. Her skeletal limbs lashed out, forming a cage of bone meant to impale me. Her attacks were a flurry of throat slits, a desperate and violent dance. But her rage made her predictable, and I melted into the shadows to prepare my response. I unleashed a storm of shadow slashes, tearing through her defenses. My cooldowns reset instantly. Her mindless assault left her completely exposed. It was time to end her suffering, and I activated my own skill, Mercy Kill. A vortex of purple energy ripped through her, a final absolute strike to sever the curse. As her monstrous form disintegrated, it was consumed by purifying flames. The system rewarded me handsomely for putting down the tortured guardian. Her spirit, finally free from its prison of bone and rage, looked at me with gratitude before fading. And so Morwen was finally granted the peace she had been denied for so long. The storms over this cursed city are a fitting welcome, a theater of pathetic fallacy for the fools who died here. My own power mirrors the chaos, shadows twisting around my hand as I delve deeper into this wasteland. One of the twisted residents, a half-woman, half-abomination, lunges from the darkness, only to be impaled by my shadow blade. The system chimes in with my rewards. Experience evolution points and another 10 years of tradable lifespan. A pathetic creature's life converted into something useful. As its body dissolves into motes of light, I'm reminded that every monster here is a grotesque mockery of a human form. The ground is littered with the remains of the former populace, twisted skeletons that still bear their human names. Ahead, a massive deformed skull rests among the ruins, clearly once a dragon but now something far more disgusting. It's not natural decay. The entire structure is warped, a product of some vile biochemical modification. I already know the cause to win a long-forgotten war. The people of Mariga summoned an ancient god named Skuthesis and paid the price. Their savior repaid their faith with a curse that turned them all into these monsters, leaving behind this monument to their stupidity. I feel the curse's grip tighten with every step I take towards the city's heart, but an ambush from the side barely registers as a threat. A hulking beast of stone and rage erupts from the ground, swinging a crude stone blade. A system window identifies it as the Royal City Guard Captain, a platinum-grade boss at a laughable level 25. I stand before the towering creature, utterly unimpressed by its pathetic attempt at intimidation. Platinum grade? Such a low-level creature is hardly worth my time. Its clumsy strike descends, a predictable and slow-moving attack. I sidestep the blow with contemptuous ease, the ground cracking where I just stood. My counter is a blur of motion, landing a series of precise strikes against its rocky hide. But as my blades connect, the damage numbers appear over my own body as well. The thousands of damage points I inflicted are reflected right back at me. The creature stands completely unharmed, its passive ability now obvious. Its health is 10 times that of a normal platinum boss, and it possesses a full damage reflection effect. A flicker of annoyance crosses my mind. If not for my blacklight shield, that foolish exchange would have been fatal. I can't be careless, even against trash like this. This place is more dangerous than it appears. Leaping into the air, I put some distance between us and manifest a 10-layered blacklight shield for insurance. With my defense secured, I unleash a volley of 10 shadow blades, a test of its limits. The plan is simple. I'll use a series of low-damage skills to build up the power for my finishing move. Just as I predicted, the reflected damage is completely nullified by my shield. With the charge complete, I focus my power into a single point, ready to end this farce. I descend upon it like a blood-red meteor, unleashing my crimson blade. The attack connects with absolute finality, an execution that tears through its defense for 450,000 damage. I hold my ground, my eyes glowing as I anticipate the backlash. The full force of my own attack slams back into me, a tidal wave of reflected power. But damage reflection is utterly meaningless to me. My Crimson Blade has 600% lifesteal, and the massive shield it grants makes any reflected damage feel like a tickle. The system confirms the kill, rewarding me with a 250,000 experience and another 14 years of lifespan. The moment the captain dies, a system alert echoes through the ruins. All city guards have been alerted to my presence. What? Before I can even react, a swirling green horror erupts from the ground right in front of me. It's not alone. More winged demons and twisted abominations claw their way to the surface. The entire cliffside comes alive, a writhing horde of monsters answering the call. Towering over them all is a colossal beast, its form a nightmarish fusion of bone and white fur. A system notification flashes before my eyes. A monster frenzy has been triggered, and I must kill them all. Monster frenzy, huh? I mutter, looking over the sea of snarling faces. This is not a threat, this is a gift. The pathetic creatures seem confused by my complete lack of fear. I answer their snarls with a storm of crimson power, my Dark Knight ring blade ready to feast. The system struggles to keep up, confirming the first 32 kills in a single effortless instant. The last of the mindless husks falls, and a system prompt confirms the inevitable. The path to the city's heart is now open. The stolen life force of the fallen swirls around me in a cloud of golden orbs. For wiping out an entire region, I'm granted a paltry 500 experience points and a single year of tradable lifespan. Such a pathetic return only confirms my suspicion. The curse on this city is still actively siphoning the life from these creatures, even after their transformation. All the collected life essence begins to coalesce, forming a blinding pillar before me. The light solidifies, stretching across the chasm like a bridge forged from the very souls I just liberated. It's a clear invitation into the city's depths, constructed from the remains of the dead. As I step onto the path, the energy surges around me, a strange warmth in this desolate place. A system notification appears. I've gained a buff, the blessing of the Skull City people. They thank me for their liberation by offering me a chance to gain dragon power while fighting in their city. So they want me to be their avenging angel. It seems the source of their suffering still festers within these walls, and they're counting on me to excise it. The bridge leads not to a gate, but to a grotesque, fleshy pit gaping from the earth. There's no hesitation, this is the only way forward. Dark tendrils whip around me as I descend into the cursed cavern. I've arrived. A system warning flashes. Inside the Skull City cursed great cavern, the lifespan depletion rate is 1,000 times faster. My landing is cushioned by the organic filth and blood that pools at the bottom, and I'm not alone. The desiccated corpse of some previous fool is impaled on fleshy spikes, a monument to failure. His face is a permanent mask of pure agony, but something else stirs in the darkness. A faint violet flame flickers to life near the body. The corpse groans, speaking in a tongue I shouldn't know, the ancient god language. He's saying, Morwen. It screams the name again and again, as if it's both a prayer and a curse. His body contorts, bones snapping and reforming into something utterly monstrous. The transformation completes, revealing Acarius, the last guardian of Skull City, an emerald-grade monster, a trivial threat. I simply meld with the darkness. He's blind to my presence, a lumbering brute thrashing at the shadows. It lashes out at the empty air, sensing something but seeing nothing. Strange. It shouldn't be able to detect me at all. My stealth is level 21, yet it continues to howl that name, Morwen. It pounds the ground in frustration, its blind rage growing with every passing second. He keeps calling for Morwen in the ancient tongue. Could it be the captain from the Royal Guard whose lifespan I now possess? The spikes on his body are identical to those on the guards. This Acarius must be tracking me through Morwen's life thread, and he likely has the same damage reflection ability. I test my theory, leaking a fraction of my aura. Just as I predicted, the beast recoils in pain, taking 840 points of damage. Indeed, my very presence is poison to him. The beast roars, and in its agony, it lays a clutch of pulsating eggs, trapping me in a circle of its spawn. Eggs that also have a damage reflection effect. If they hatch, I'll be dealing with a swarm of elite mobs. It takes 3 of my shadow blades to destroy a single egg. Even with my reduced cooldowns, generating my blacklight shield fast enough to weather the assault would be inefficient. There's no way to clear these eggs in time. They'll just have to hatch, but that's irrelevant. My finishing move is fully charged. I unleash my Crimson Blade, and a clean 45,000 damage rips through the beast. Its health bar evaporates instantly. The Guardian collapses, the life draining from its monstrous form. As it dies, the eggs crack open, just as I anticipated. Cursed wormlings. Pathetic, newly hatched vermin. They are nothing to me. A maelstrom of shadow and steel obliterates the entire brood in a single fluid motion. The system confirms their demise. With a blood shield active, their damage reflection is no longer a threat. More orbs of life essence are released from the fallen creatures. But this guardian was merely a symptom, not the disease. A far more imposing presence finally reveals itself, its voice booming through the cavern. Outsider, you will not exterminate my clan. The true master of this place appears. Flesh Curse Acarius, another emerald-grade monster. But this one is the source of the curse. The ground beneath me pulsed, a grotesque heart of churning blood as the beast prepared its next move. It lunged, claws extended, a desperate attempt to overwhelm me with brute force. A waste of energy, I met its charge with my own technique, instant shadow slash. My blade struck true, only to be met by a shimmering barrier that absorbed nearly all the force. So it possessed some form of damage immunity, a classic tiresome gimmick for a cornered animal. The beast threw a clumsy punch, which I deflected with contemptuous ease, sending it stumbling backward. I followed its retreat, driving my fist into its chest and shattering its false confidence, with over 28,000 points of damage. The impact echoed like splintering bone, a satisfying sound. It began to spout nonsense about its bloodline and soul, declaring that Skull City would never fall. The creature proudly stated that only monsters above the epic grade could speak, as if that little fact would save it from oblivion. It then began to prepare a final dramatic attack, vowing to protect those it had already damned with its own cowardice. A pillar of dark energy erupted from the ground, a so-called demon dragon cannon, aimed directly at me. I readied my own blade, unimpressed by the light show. It watched in disbelief as its ultimate attack dissipated against my defenses, pathetically wondering how to break my shield. In a final desperate gambit, it unleashed a far more insidious power. A prison of gore and sinew erupted around me, trapping me completely as my lifespan began to drain away. It was a vile curse, undodgeable and absolute, siphoning my very life essence to fuel its pathetic existence. But the system had other plans. It detected the lingering power of the Dragon Guardian within me, and triggered a new buff, Eights' Flame of Annihilation. This flame ignored all defenses, burned the soul itself, and doubled my damage output. A new, exhilarating power surged through my veins. The Dragon's Shadow of Binding Slaughter. The very curse meant to kill me was now engulfed in my annihilating fire, turning its own power against it. I unleashed my Dragon Instant Shadow Slash, wreathed in the black and orange flames of judgment. Thousands of damage points began to tick away, searing its very soul. The flame of annihilation consumed it entirely as it screamed, pleading that it couldn't die. It cried out to some forgotten god named Xus, begging for the power to continue its clan's legacy. A voice from the abyss answered, condemning the beast for trapping everyone in an eternal curse by summoning a cosmic horror. I had heard enough. I ended its miserable existence with a final technique, the Dragon Blade of Crimson. The attack tore it asunder, leaving nothing but fading numbers and scorched earth. The system confirmed the kill, flooding me with 1,000,000 experience points and restoring the 8 years of life the creature had stolen. The rewards continued to pour in, including a new set of bone wings and another 8 years of lifespan. As the dragon power faded, I considered the loot. The lifespan gain seemed suspiciously specific. A special notification appeared. For using dragon power to eliminate a creature tainted by Cthulhus, I received a bonus reward. Inside the grotesque chest was an epic grade mount bell. I also acquired a bone rune, a key to some ancient tomb ruins, and a bell that felt cold to the touch. I summoned the mount, and a colossal skeletal dragon materialized from the shadows before me. Osiris, the Predator King. The creature spoke, its voice like grinding stone, acknowledging that I had killed Achilles and remarking, "Not bad." It explained that it was once a guardian of this city, revived by dark magic after its death. It recounted the city's pathetic history, a losing war, and a desperate lord, Achilles, who made a pact with an outer god. The price for this power was the sacrifice of his own daughter, Morel, but the coward reneged on the deal. Instead, he sacrificed his entire city, cursing every last citizen to gain the power he craved. They became monsters, strong enough to repel their enemies, but they lost their sanity in the exchange. His daughter, the only human survivor, was tormented by the very monsters her father created, until she too became one of them. The dragon thanked me for ending the city's tragedy, then noted it could sense a familiar power within me. I stood silent, letting the creature connect the pieces. It lowered its massive head, pledging its eternal service to me and asking for my name. Shadow, I replied. The ancient bone dragon lowers its head, its will completely broken and remade by my power. I analyze my new undead servant, Orleo. For an epic level mount, its attributes are a disappointment. An epic level boss should have at least 10 million health, yet this pathetic creature barely scrapes past 100,000. A predictable side effect of its resurrection. Having been dead for so long, most of its original power has eroded into nothing. Its combat skills are standard fare, bone shields and spikes, hardly worth mentioning. However, its skeletal frame makes it incredibly lightweight, granting it the highest possible flight speed tier, at 450 meters per second. It shatters the sound barrier with ease. Its combat weakness is irrelevant. This supersonic speed is more than enough to satisfy my needs. Just then, a system notification appears, offering a job advancement and saving me 1,000,000 experience points in the process. My eyes burn with anticipation as I issue the command without a moment's hesitation. Advance. I'm instantly consumed by a vortex of pure shadow, the raw essence of my power swirling around me. In the crushing darkness, only my glowing eyes remain, observing my own metamorphosis. The power condenses, forming a crimson seal beneath my feet as my evolution reaches its climax. The system confirms my ascension. I have now reached the 3rd tier of the shadow job. My core attributes have all doubled, and a new passive skill has been etched into my very soul, Shadow Arc Light. This ability is a true game changer. When damaged in stealth, the negative effects in stealth release are delayed by a full second. I can't help but let out a cold laugh. With this, I am practically untouchable. As long as my reflexes are sharp, I can negate any ambush within that 1-second window. A truth the fool who held this job in my past life never grasped. To an amateur, 1 second is fleeting, but for me it is an eternity to counter and kill. The system also grants me a new weapon, a diamond-level assassin's dagger pulsing with lethal energy. Its unique effect is what truly matters. It shatters 30% of a target's physical defense and negates all elemental resistance. Standing atop my new steed, I equip the weapon instantly. This is a monumental upgrade. It's time to put these new toys to the test. I channel my power, whispering the command into the ether. My own advanced invisibility skill flows outward, shrouding both myself and the bone dragon in absolute darkness. Orleo recoils in shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. This is level 21 invisibility. It stammers, "How is your level higher than my own?" I scoff at its ignorance. Get used to it. Now stop wasting my time and show me your speed. The dragon obeys, its loyalty absolute. We launch from the ground in an explosion of displaced air, a sonic boom marking our departure. The world blurs into an incomprehensible streak of color and light. Even I am momentarily impressed by the sheer velocity of our ascent. Indeed, the dragon's voice echoes in my mind, a hint of awe in its tone. It is so fast. We tear through the sky like a phantom missile, the ground below a forgotten memory. I give my new tool its first mission: find the demon beast and you spoke of, and retrieve the next stone tablet. Our route is simple: a quick flight to the ruins of Magic City, then a teleport to our final destination. A journey that once took hours is now a matter of minutes, and as we arrive, I spot some insects squabbling below. A party of worthless adventurers are struggling against a common monster, their tactics laughably inept. Their mage casts a pathetic excuse for a fireball that barely singes the creature's hide. Suddenly, one of their members is shrouded in a brilliant light, a clumsy distraction I immediately see through. The beast, conveniently blinded, stumbles directly onto another sword, and the fools celebrate their luck. With Orleo, reaching the ruins of Magic City takes a mere 10 minutes. My eyes catch a disgusting display of human sentimentality on the streets below. A man and a woman, tangled in some pathetic drama, seal their empty promises with a kiss. I decide to land, and the shockwave of our arrival sends their fragile bodies tumbling through the air. They crumple to the ground in a heap, unconscious before they even knew what hit them. My mount seems confused. Master, it feels like we bumped into something. I glance down at the human-shaped refuse on the pavement, completely unbothered. Whatever, never mind. I manifest in a swirl of shimmering blue energy, the world twisting back into focus around me. The system confirms the transaction, peeling away 4 years from my lifespan, just to teleport back to this starting zone. An expensive trip, but with over 2 millennia at my disposal, I can afford to be generous with time, even if these 2 guards mistake my efficiency for frugality. The male guard notes the presence of other officials, his surprise betraying just how much this place has changed. In my previous life, this town was a lawless pit where newcomers were prey, but now it seems they've established a system to protect the weak. I watch my spectral form drift through the streets, observing older players cooperating with the new arrivals. Suddenly, the pathetic screams of the elderly cut through the air. A familiar sound of impending death. One of the insectoid monsters I'm here to hunt bursts through a gate, sending the so-called guards into a predictable panic. The woman raises a book, chanting the incantation for a sacred shield. Her flimsy barrier barely deflects the creature's initial strike, a pathetic display of defensive magic. Her partner follows up with a forward leap slash, a move so textbook it's almost insulting to watch. His blade scrapes uselessly against the monster's carapace, achieving nothing. The woman tries again, this time conjuring a sacred fireball, another elementary spell. The ball of light impacts the creature, doing little more than annoying it. It sidesteps the follow-up attack with contemptuous ease, a clear sign of the massive gap in their abilities. The monster shrieks, mocking their incompetence before more of its kind emerge from the shadows. These fools are trying to fight a boss that requires overwhelming numbers or precise execution, and they possess neither. They abandon the fight to tend to a weeping old man, their priorities as disordered as their tactics. The man screeches at them, calling them wastes, and for once I find myself agreeing with one of these mortals. He continues his tirade, blaming them for his inability to go hunt, as if his feeble efforts would make any difference. They try to placate him by mentioning my name, Shadow, but the ignorant fool only scoffs. Soon, a crowd of equally useless citizens gathers to complain about how long their big shot is taking to solve their problems. The guards are quickly surrounded, their attempts to calm the mob utterly failing against a tide of selfish demands. They press in, demanding explanations, their fear curdling into misplaced anger. One particularly loud-mouthed idiot points at the male guard, mocking his low level while being completely worthless himself. Another old man feigns being struck, initiating a tired, pathetic play for sympathy from the crowd. He collapses to the ground, clutching his chest and pretending his heart is failing, a truly disgusting performance. The guard insists he didn't even touch him, but truth has no place in a mob's frenzy. The crowd's theatrics escalate, daring the officials to kill them, weaponizing their own fragility like cowards. In the chaos, someone shoves the female official from behind, taking advantage of the confusion. She stumbles and falls, completely overwhelmed by the sheer stupidity surrounding her. A stray spark of magic from the crowd strikes one of the old men, and they immediately begin screaming about murder. They blame the officials, their tiny minds incapable of processing their own incompetence. The female guard throws up another shield, a last desperate defense against a rabble that has lost its mind. But they don't attack with weapons or magic. They begin throwing filth, a perfect reflection of their own character. Actual garbage and even undergarments splatter against her barrier, dragging this farce to a new level of pathetic. This is the moment I decide I have seen enough of this human circus. Darkness begins to bleed from my form, an aura of pure, unadulterated power that silences the air. The shadow coalesces into a monstrous shape, its maw filled with razors of solidified night. My eyes ignite within the abyss, twin points of violet fury staring out at the vermin. With a silent command, I unleash a shockwave of pure energy that tears through the square. The entire mob is flung backwards like discarded dolls, their pathetic screams swallowed by my power. Only the 2 guards remain untouched, kneeling within a protective sphere I've granted them. I step out of the shadows, my presence crushing the very ground beneath my feet. They can only stare, trembling as they finally comprehend the difference between a big shot and a god. The vortex of shadow energy tore open the sky, a gaping maw in the fabric of this world. From its depths, my silhouette emerged, a promise of the absolute authority that was about to descend upon these insects. The fools below could only whisper my name, their minds too small to comprehend what they were witnessing. From the same gate, my loyal wyvern Kaisel unfurled its spectral wings, ready to answer my call. I stood atop its colossal head, a king surveying a field of pests. The grotesque insects summoned by the bosses presented their pathetic magic cards, a meaningless gesture before true power. Kaisel's tail, a blur of crimson and shadow, whipped through the air with contemptuous ease. The impact was absolute, a wave of pure force that obliterated the monsters and shocked the lesser beings watching from below. Yet, the moment the immediate threat was gone, the resurrected rabble found their voices again, an old man foolishly demanding I answer to him. They swarmed forward, a chorus of pathetic complaints about the lifespan they'd lost due to their own incompetence. Another flick of Kaisel's tail silenced a few more, more, crushing one of the remaining boss monsters into the dirt. The ground shattered beneath the blow, a testament to the casual destruction at my command. My beast paused, tilting its head as if confused by the sight before it. It was perplexed by the sheer volume of loot on the ground. It knew I had only killed 5 bosses, unaware that these trinkets were from the trash it had just cleared. One of the resurrected peasants began screaming at me, accusing me of disorderly conduct for dropping items from a height. The old fool continued his tirade, puffing out his chest and lecturing me as if his age gave him some sort of immunity. His incessant noise was grating. I calmly reached down and picked up one of the heavy stone tablets dropped by a boss. With a flick of my wrist, I sent the slab of rock hurtling through the air, wiping the indignant look right off his face. I then turned to my necromancer. Asulik, I commanded, summon the little bone dragons. At my word, the sky began to fill with my creations, a swarm of skeletal wyverns blotting out the sun. The onlookers stared in horror, finally beginning to grasp the sheer scale of the army at my disposal. Still, one of the mob leaders found the courage to point a finger at me, calling me an uncultured guy. An old hag then began to shriek, weaving a pathetic lie that I was colluding with the city officials to steal their wealth. The official's companion tried to speak reason, questioning how a crone like her could possibly possess 1,000 years of lifespan. The hag simply pivoted, offering the mob a year of her stolen lifespan each if they helped her reclaim it from me. Their greed ignited, the mindless crowd began to chant, demanding I return something I never took. My bone dragons descended upon them, their talons easily finding purchase on the loudest of the fools. Panic erupted as the mob was lifted helplessly into the air, their bravado vanishing in an instant. Their pathetic screams for help echoed through the streets as my dragons carried them higher and higher. I gave the silent command, and my dragons released their cargo. One of the falling men begged for his life, but his pleas fell on deaf ears as I ignited his body with a touch of hellfire. I turned to the 2 officials watching. The safe zone only prevents HP loss, I stated coldly. It does not negate the laws of physics. I left them with an ultimatum: save the falling trash, or let them splatter. The choice was theirs. Before departing, I gestured to the spoils on the ground. The remaining treasures are yours. I have no need for them. The man was stunned by my generosity, seeing the value of the items I considered mere scraps. His female companion, however, was completely lost in a daze, staring at me with hearts in her eyes. She clasped her hands to her chest, whispering some nonsense about her heart falling for me. Her companion, having no patience for such foolishness, sent a sharp uppercut into her jaw to bring her back to reality. He called her a toad lusting for swan meat, an apt if crude description of her delusion. Their ensuing argument was utterly beneath my notice, a pathetic display of mortal trivialities. While my enemies were busy orchestrating their petty dramas, I was reviewing the intel on one of their pawns at the Shanghai City Hospital. A girl named Kin Sayo was wasting away, her life measured by the monotonous beeping of a heart monitor. Official vultures from the reimbursement office descended upon her, dripping with false sympathy for her condition. They laid out the bill for her treatment, a cost of 50 years of lifespan, and informed her she still owed 40. In her desperation, she offered her 2 houses as collateral, only for them to coldly inform her they were worth a meaningless 3 days. Her cash was worthless, they explained. In this new world, only lifespan held any real value. She was given a 3-day ultimatum: pay the debt or become an indentured servant for the logistics team. She cried about her disability, as if her personal tragedy was of any consequence to the system. The official reminded her that in the game she was still whole, a perfectly usable asset for labor, with the false hope of future healing. Her predictable breakdown was pathetic, wailing about not wanting to work with the common rabble. She shrieked that it wasn't her fault, a classic refuge for the weak who refused to accept their circumstances. They offered her a final cruel lifeline: find someone foolish enough to guarantee a 40-year loan for her. Her mind immediately went to family, but her brother Chin Feng was already a corpse. She weakly wondered if her mother would vouch for her, the question dying on her lips before it was even fully formed. The crushing reality set in: she was utterly alone and worthless to everyone. Just then, a self-styled savior made his grand entrance, kicking the door open to announce his arrival. It was Chen Wuming, the leader of the Knights Temple Guild, radiating a disgusting manufactured aura of heroism. He feigned surprise, asking her if she was the guild member who suffered such a terrible fate. With a dramatic flourish, he transferred 100 years of lifespan to her account, basking in her shocked gratitude. He then leaned in close, wrapping his arm around her like a predator, whispering that the guild was her new home. He casually mentioned the 30% annual interest, framing the predatory loan as a heroic act of salvation. She was completely captivated, blushing as she thanked her benevolent guild leader. He told her to rest well before turning to leave, his performance complete. His parting words were a thinly veiled threat, reminding her the guild would be waiting for her to repay her debt. His lackey, of course, captured the entire tearful staged moment on his phone. The girl nodded earnestly, a perfect little lamb for the slaughter. The moment they were in the hallway, Chen Wuming ordered the video to be edited and published immediately. The objective was simple: leverage this girl's misery to paint the guild as a charitable organization and attract new fools. Waste utilization, he called it, a truly fitting term for his brand of pathetic scheming. While he was playing his little games, it was time for my own appointment in the godforsaken ruins he called a hideout. I materialized in the shadows of the Knights Temple base. I found him muttering to himself, complaining about the negative press surrounding my name online, foolishly admitting he'd kill me if he could. Are the remaining slaughterers prepared? I asked, my voice cutting through his treasonous thoughts as I stepped into the light. He dropped to his knees, his arrogance vanishing instantly, even offering me a toilet as a makeshift throne. He gestured to a line of his own bound men, presenting them to me like a tribute. I looked over the traitors he had served up to save his own skin. My subordinate's voice crackles through the comms, a hint of concern in his tone. Too much. Someone is actually spreading rumors about Master. The holographic report materializes before me, displaying the headline from some trashy newsfeed in Shanghai City. Too disgusting, I mutter, looking at the face of the fool who dared to use my name in his petty squabbles. He screams into the night sky, a pathetic vow of vengeance. I watch him leap from the rooftop, his cloak billowing as he plays the part of some dark avenger. His grand declaration to bring someone to justice echoes through the city, a meaningless noise in the night. I follow his trajectory, a blur of motion as he races through the streets below. He lands at an apartment complex, Shanghai City Lakeview Garden, ready to confront his target. He pounds on the door, his wife and child cowering behind him as he bellows for someone named Feng Xiaoying. Don't even think about evading responsibility, he screams, demanding someone answer for his crippled son. Suddenly, the door to the adjacent apartment flies open, and the old crone from the news report stomps out, screeching, "Are you guys done or not?" She points a withered finger at the man, her voice a shrill accusation. "Ma Dagon, you think you're hot stuff, huh? All day using your X-ray vision to peep at me bathing." The fool, Dagon, actually tries to reason with the lunatic, explaining her son was simply too clumsy and fell down the stairs. She dismisses his logic entirely, demanding he produce evidence as if she'd accept it. He pulls out a phone to show her the footage, but she simply kicks it from his hand with a contemptuous sneer. "Where's the evidence?" she shrieks, as if destroying it somehow proves her point. Dagon's patience finally breaks, and he activates one of his mediocre skills, threatening to attack her with venomous mist. The old woman just laughs in his face, calling him a third-rate actor playing tough. He decides to force the issue, activating his eagle eye skill to lock onto her, a pathetic tracking skill, justified by a ridiculous claim of indecent assault. But as he tries to cast, a system notification pops up, informing him that he is unable to release his skills. The man's face twists in confusion. The old woman's grin is pure malice as she taunts him, asking where his precious skills have gone. As Dagon panics, the woman's son steps forward, a smug smile plastered on his face. "Let me tell you," he says, his voice dripping with arrogance, "my son is a hidden class, a forbidden magician." The man, Feng Xiaoying, spreads his arms wide as a dark silhouette manifests behind him. "This place has long been set up with his forbidden magic barrier," the old hag boasts. "No one can release skills here." She then points at the powerless Dagon, shrieking to her son that this was the man who harassed her. Feng Xiaoying steps out, a grotesque dog perched on his shoulder, and mutters a single word: "Outrageous." He moves in a blur, striking Dagon and sending him crashing to the floor. The man lies broken and defeated, his power completely nullified. His wife rushes to his side, but her healing magic fizzles out, useless within the barrier. Feng Xiaoying grabs the woman by her collar, his voice laced with contempt. "I don't hit women," he sneers. "Take your family's wimp and get lost," he commands, shoving her away. Through her tears, she actually tries to argue, demanding he take responsibility. She pleads for her husband and child, an appeal to a morality that simply doesn't exist in this household. Obstinate, Feng Xiaoying scoffs, raising his hand to strike her down. She flinches, awaiting the inevitable blow. But the impact never comes. I finally step out of the shadows, my presence halting the pathetic drama. "You freaks, you made me search so hard. You don't have the qualification to know who I am," I state coldly, ignoring the woman's question. "But I know who you are," spreading rumors everywhere. My eyes burn with purple energy as I fix my gaze on the source of my irritation. "I will make you pay the price." Feng Xiaoying looks shocked. "Could it be you are Shadow?" he stammers, though his mother insists my build is wrong. He puffs out his chest, a laughable display of bravado. "In my forbidden magic barrier," he declares, "purely competing in physical techniques, I am invincible." I let out a short, sharp laugh. With my arms crossed, I calmly watched the fool slam his fists against the walls of his own cage. He called it a forbidden magic barrier, a space from which he believed there was no escape. Delusions of grandeur are a common sickness among the weak. "I am invincible," he bellowed, a laughable claim from a frog who has never seen the sky. Before the echo of his boast even faded, I was already in motion. My fist found its home in his chest before his primitive brain could even process my speed. I moved past him, a phantom of death he could never hope to grasp. My follow-up strike was just as effortless, a simple punch to his oversized jaw. He was sent spiraling, his entire body convulsing from the sheer force of my casual blows. He finally came to a stop, clutching that ridiculous poodle as he stared back at me, a flicker of genuine fear finally dawning in his eyes. He threw a clumsy punch, which I intercepted with a single hand. "Your speed is acceptable," I stated, my voice devoid of emotion, "but your power is utterly insufficient." You see, inside his precious barrier, his strength-based attacks were nothing more than a child's tantrum. He finally managed to land a wild haymaker, a desperate swing fueled by pure frustration. The brute actually thought he had accomplished something, gloating about showing me the absolute gap between us. He demanded I not die, claiming we had some kind of relationship because my profession was similar to his target, a player named Shadow. Apparently this Shadow had repeatedly killed his mother in-game, and for that petty grievance he was on a crusade. He held up his pathetic little dog, declaring his intent to kill this Shadow with the conviction of a true moron. Then he grabbed me by my cloak, issuing his final fatal mistake. 10 seconds, he snarled, or I'll rip off your arm. I simply smiled. A predator watching its prey stumble into the last trap. A miasma of virulent green energy erupted from his body, consuming him from the inside out. He coughed, finally realizing the truth, his eyes wide with panic as he choked out the word poison. Before I even entered his barrier, I had activated my deadly poison enchant. Every single one of my tickles had been coating his body in a fatal toxin, stacking with each blow. His dying breaths were spent screaming for his mother, who appeared just in time to watch her failure of a son collapse. It was a pathetic end for a pathetic man. My research on Feng Xiaoying was, as always, flawless. A priest who foolishly poured every point into strength. He was a bully who relied on cheap tricks, but he never bothered to learn the most basic priest skill, dispel. Without it, my poison was a death sentence, and his mother could only watch him choke on his own blood. The hag shrieked, fumbling for her phone to call for help, but I had no time for such nonsense, and simply kicked it from her grasp. As the barrier faded, my associate stepped forward to handle the cleanup. The old woman recoiled in terror as Da-Jen approached. She began screaming absurd accusations, a last-ditch effort to garner sympathy that earned her nothing but a boot to the face. Da-Jen, ever the enthusiast, activated his fierce poison enhancement, eager to begin the interrogation. His body swelled into a monstrous form, a side effect of the skill that poisons the user while drastically increasing their power. The screams that followed were music to my ears, a symphony of well-deserved suffering. Da-Jen was relentless, his rage unchecked. Q-Sha, my ever-reliable healer, stood by, ensuring he wouldn't succumb to his own poison before the job was done. The old woman's shrieks were abruptly cut short. It seemed she had a final trick, a rare item called the Heart of the Archangel, that saved her at the very last second. Exhausted, Da-Jen and Q-Sha decided to leave the rest to the officials. Da-Jen looked around for me, his benefactor, but I was already gone. I do not linger for pointless gratitude. My mission was complete, and I was already moving on to the next. There were far more important matters at hand. 300 kilometers away, in the toxic ruins of Magic City, my true enemies were on the move. They trudged through the poisonous wasteland, completely oblivious that their every move was being monitored. One of them used a perception skill, confirming their proximity to their prize. They were searching for a weapon, something they believed could finally put an end to Shadow. Their leader, a man named Theodore, ordered his subordinate to prepare an invincibility skill, a precaution against being discovered. They crept forward, fools marching toward an artifact they could never hope to control. And then their eyes fell upon it, their greedy faces lighting up with triumph. There it was, pulsing with a malevolent energy in the heart of the toxic swamp. They had found it, the Nightmare Hellflower, the very tool they believed would secure their victory and seal my doom. A system notification chimes in the darkness, a death sentence for the weak. These fools actually walked right into their own graves, and now they're whining about the lifespan drain as if they didn't choose this path. One of them even feels his soul shuddering at the sight of the Nightmare Hellflower, a pathetic creature I could extinguish with a single thought. Their supposed leader, Theodore, offers empty reassurances to his trembling subordinate, trying to project an aura of control he is laughably far from possessing. He then reveals his trump card, a glowing book, the last hope of the desperate and the foolish. His other lackey, Tony, is instructed to test this divine grant book of theirs. With a flash of light, a pitifully small wall materializes from nothing. An amusing party trick at best. The user is impressed, announcing its 100,000 durability, as if it were an impenetrable fortress, conveniently ignoring the cost of 10 days of his own life. At least one of them has a sliver of sense, pointing out that this flimsy barricade could never hope to stop my attacks. Of course, Theodore already knows this, revealing the next tedious step of his plan. Grind the skill until the wall is stronger. His grand strategy is to lure me and the Hoxie officials into a cave, raise the wall durability to a still insufficient 10 million, and trap us inside. Then the inevitable betrayal. He instructs Tony to block the only exit once we're inside, while he and his favorite dog Zuma will guard us. Once the trap is sprung, Zuma is to use a Soulwalker skill to escape with Theodore, leaving everyone else, including his own men, to die. They will leave the rest of us to the tender mercies of the so-called boss of this cave. Their plan is as transparent as it is cowardly. One of his pawns raises a valid point. Even if we die, we'll just revive. Theodore smugly explains that the cave has a hidden mechanic, a nightmare meter. Once that meter is full, the Hellflower will seize control of its victims, draining every last second of their lifespan, ensuring a true final death. A moderately clever trap, I'll admit, but one built on the flawed assumption that I would ever allow myself to be cornered by insects. He finally reveals the motive behind this elaborate suicide mission. They are puppets of Country M, and by eliminating me and Ja's elite, they believe they'll become heroes. They stand there, basking in the imaginary glow of future glory, deluded fools dreaming of wealth they will never live to spend. Then the sheer incompetence of his team is put on full display. One of them asks how to wake the boss, and another simply picks up a rock, mocking him for his stupidity. He lobs the pathetic stone at the dormant flower, a child's tantrum disguised as a strategy. The flower erupts in a column of fire, and the idiots are sent scrambling for their lives. The sheer, unadulterated panic on their faces is almost satisfying to watch. Zuma hastily activates his escape skill, and they phase out of the immediate danger they themselves created. Back in the volcano's outer ring, Theodore strikes the fool who woke the beast, the frustration of managing such useless tools written all over his face. He then threatens the wall builder, Tony, ordering him to practice here under penalty of being reported to his foreign masters. Meanwhile, miles away in the corrosive forest, the very pawns these traitors are targeting are blissfully unaware. A team of so-called elites celebrates as their captain's new pet one-shots a few weak monsters. They fawn over her new mount, completely oblivious to the far greater dangers of this world. They identify it as a rare dragon, its only noteworthy feature being its speed, perfect for fleeing. Suddenly their little excursion is interrupted by a cloud of poison gas. A real threat emerges from the toxic haze, a corrosion ancestor, an emerald-grade boss. The children panic, their attacks doing absolutely nothing to its million-point health bar. Defeated and desperate, the captain frantically opens her comms, begging for help from the big shot. The message reaches me, a desperate plea with a set of coordinates. I accept the party invitation, informing them I am dozens of kilometers away, but will be arriving shortly. Their healer screams about the overwhelming poison damage, claiming they have half an hour at best before they're wiped out. Just as they're about to retreat, I make my entrance, silencing their panic chatter with my mere presence. A simple gust of wind from my descent disperses the poison that was about to kill them, and they stare up, mouths agape, as my flying dragon blots out the sky. My shadow dragon, Raizu, materialized from the void, his presence alone enough to make these insects flinch. The bizarre goat-like creature gawked, its voice grating as it questioned what it was seeing. Raizu, never one for pleasantries, immediately asked for permission to devour the pathetic thing. The woman accompanying them stared with wide eyes, clearly intimidated by a power level she couldn't possibly comprehend. I ignored their useless chatter, my gaze fixed on the true objective in the distance, the ancient corrupted tree that was clearly the region's boss. Killing it in a single blow would be an inefficient fantasy. I'd need to perfectly chain my abilities and unleash my ultimate. As if on cue, the universe provided the perfect tool for the job. The blood source Old God Slate, a relic of a forgotten god. Its purpose was simple: to imbue one of my skills with a random divine blessing. I didn't hesitate, choosing to empower my most versatile attack, Instant Shadow Slash. The system confirmed the blessing, and the results were beyond my expectations. The slate didn't just buff my skill, it transformed it, increasing the hit count sixfold and guaranteeing every strike would land on a critical weak point. Raizu vocalized the math for me. With my Shadow of Execution, a single cast would now unleash 216 hits instantly, more than enough to fully charge my ultimate multiple times over. The two mortals watched, whispering about the golden aura now enveloping me, cluelessly trying to grasp the source of my overwhelming power. Time to move out, I stated, not for their benefit, but to signal the start of the execution. My power flared, startling the useless onlookers as I vanished from their sight. They pointed dumbly as I was already engaging the boss, a blur of motion they could barely track. I unleashed the newly blessed Instant Shadow Slash, my form of phantom dancing around the colossal beast. A cascade of blades, both real and ethereal, tore into the ancient wood. The boss didn't even have time to register the attack before a storm of damage numbers erupted across its entire body. In that same instant, my ultimate gauge shot to maximum, my limit break fully charged. My eyes burned red with power as I prepared to end this. With a single thought, I unleashed the Crimson Blade, a concentrated ray of annihilation that tore through the boss for a staggering 450,000 damage. The system notifications flooded in, confirming the kill of the Jade Grade boss as my stunned audience stared in disbelief. They were gawking at a single attack dealing 500,000 damage, but I was already calculating the new numbers. My empowered Instant Shadow Slash now outdamaged my ultimate, and the resulting shield was formidable, but it was still inadequate for the true threats that lay ahead. This slate was merely the first piece of a much larger puzzle, a tool that perfected my single target burst. But I knew this was just the tip of the iceberg for what my Shadow class was truly capable of. There had to be more artifacts like this, more power waiting for me to claim it. The woman approached me, her voice filled with an irritating mix of fear and awe, offering me the loot as if it was ever hers to give. I cut her off, demanding the location of the next boss, and her partner eagerly listed them off like a good little informant. One at a time, I commanded, gesturing for the woman to get on Raizu. We ascended in a violent burst of speed, leaving her companions behind without a second thought. They just stood there, mouths agape, as they were abandoned in the wilderness. As they finally began to question their fate, I was already focused on the next hunt, leaving them to fend for themselves. Elsewhere, in the world I left behind, bureaucrats were having a meeting. Some fool from the M Nation was offering them intel on a diamond-grade boss, and they were rightly suspicious of the price. They debated the risk, questioning if they even possessed the strength to attempt such a feat. Of course they didn't, which led them to the only logical conclusion. Someone finally spoke my name, Shadow, suggesting that cooperation was their only path to success. A skeptic in the room was quickly silenced, when another presented phone footage of my power, evidence recorded by a god's tome. Faced with irrefutable proof, the debate was over. They would seek me out. It seems the world is finally learning its place. The metallic shell of the golem groaned under the strain of my assault, a pathetic ringing of steel against steel. It barely had time to register its own destruction as my blade flashed through its core in an instant. My Shadow Flash Slash is an execution, not a battle, and this lumbering fool was just another name crossed off a list. As the light from my attack faded, the official's voice cut through the silence, telling me the cleanup crew could handle the mess. She approached with an air of urgency, trying to entice me with what she considered a grand opportunity. A diamond-level boss, she said, as if dangling a shiny trinket in front of a child. The moment she uttered its name, Nightmare Hellflower, the gears in my head began to turn. I know this creature, not from some dusty official report, but from the blood and fire of my past life. This is the very same monster that brought Magic City to its knees, an instrument of chaos unleashed by a foreign power against Daxia. And I remember the name of the puppet master who pulled the strings, a man called Theodore. I questioned her on the specifics, my voice laced with disdain for her agency's incompetence. They want to assemble a 100-person team for this? How utterly predictable. She doesn't understand that while the flower is ranked diamond, its true power is that of an epic-level catastrophe. There are only two ways to deal with it: crush it with overwhelming force, which is currently beyond me, or use a more precise method. She questioned why a 100-person group was assembled if my strategy required fewer, her naivety almost painful to witness. I can't explain it to you, I stated flatly, leaving no room for argument. If she didn't believe me, she was free to proceed with her own doomed strategy. Her expression faltered, a flicker of understanding finally breaking through her professional facade. She conceded, admitting her superiors were clueless, but stated she could only gather 10 people who met my stringent requirements. 10 is enough, I replied, turning away as my own plans began to materialize. I will handle the rest. 3 days later, we stood in the ruins of Magic City, a graveyard of her agency's past failures. I could feel her gaze on my back, her mind riddled with doubt. She wonders if she can trust me. A foolish question. Trust has nothing to do with it. Her only option is to obey. Meanwhile, in some forgotten corner of the world, my past actions were stirring in someone's memory. A dream of a foolish knight, protecting a girl from monsters. He offers a gentle smile and hollow reassurances. This is how she remembers me. A distorted, sentimental image of the man I once was. Xiaoyu bolts upright in her bed, the dream's clarity shattering her peace. It's a memory she's clung to, of the man who gave her everything before it was all torn away. This time the face was not a blur. She saw me, Qin Feng, and the tears began to fall. The realization struck her like lightning. I wasn't dead. And if Qinfeng was alive, then the cold, merciless player known as Shadow could only be one person. The pieces of her fragmented past clicked into place, a horrifying and beautiful mosaic of truth. She nearly rushed into the game to confront me, but her own broken logic stopped her. She correctly surmised that my repeated dismissal of her meant I had no intention of acknowledging my past self. The memory of her crippled legs was a stark reminder of the price of weakness and misplaced trust in this world. She lay there, a broken girl in a sterile room, utterly alone with her impossible revelation. But even in that despair, a flicker of defiance ignited. This was her last hope, a final gamble to chase a ghost. With grim determination, she entered the game. Her brother found her immediately, his voice filled with a pathetic mix of pity and concern over her weakened state. She collapsed almost instantly, the in-game debuff a cruel echo of her real-world paralysis. She claimed she only wanted to repay the guild by guarding the entrance for me, a noble but ultimately useless gesture. Just then, my message arrived, an offer for him to claim the glory of the first kill. He abandoned her in his excitement, telling her to wait for others I was sending. He had his orders, and like a good dog, he would obey. I suppose it was inevitable that even my underlings would get swept up in the hysteria. Another one of my guild members rushes in, shouting that Shadow is recruiting, completely oblivious that I'm standing right there. She drags her friend away from a meal, who protests with the desperation of a starving animal. The pathetic display was almost enough to make me reconsider my choice in personnel. While they scrambled, I was giving more precise orders to a subordinate who actually mattered. Return to Modu, I commanded my succubus student. Use the guild's teleport and come to the Academy of Evil Spirits. Her obedience was immediate and absolute, just as I expected. The old ruins of Modu now serve as my personal stronghold, a fitting place to gather my tools. Soon enough, the witch I summoned arrived, bursting through the doors with an irritating amount of flair. "Big shot, you're looking for me?" she asked before her eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, how come you're only level 10? She explained she'd used all her experience for her job advancement, as if that were some grand achievement. I merely smirked behind my mask. "You've already done 3 job advancements. You're quite bold," I said, just as my succubus teleported in. The witch's jaw dropped again. How are you also only level 10? My patience wore thin. Job advancement is important, but falling this far behind in levels is just foolish. Their childish excitement as we departed was a grating noise, but a necessary one for the task ahead. 3 days later, we arrived at the coordinates I'd sent out, the wild volcano in the Modu ruins. My new recruits were stunned by the sheer number of people gathered here. They recognized the faces immediately. These were all top-ranked players I had summoned. Of course, among the elites were rats who thought they could hide in the shadows. A man named Theodore whispered to his companion, Zuma, "Don't worry, my plan is flawless." They noted the small size of my hand-picked party, interpreting it as a sign of Dasha's importance, a focus on quality over quantity. Their assumptions were as pathetic as Theodore's claims of divination. "My divination shows my plan will be a great success," he boasted. "Everyone will die in nightmares." He then revealed his true colors, gloating that while the others perished, he would escape. His monologue was cut short by the ground trembling violently beneath his feet. A colossal shadow erupted from the earth, a skeletal beast of pure malice. "A dragon?" they screamed, thinking it was the boss. A foolish mistake. They looked closer and saw my figure standing calmly on its head. "Shadow," one of them gasped. "This dragon is Shadow's mount." Theodore stared in pure terror, whispering about my impossible rate of growth. I landed amongst them, my very presence silencing the entire raid party. His face, along with those of his co-conspirators, was a mask of cold sweat and dread. "Everyone's here," I stated, my gaze sweeping across the crowd and locking onto him. I stepped forward, my voice low and cold. "Lead the way, Theodore." The fool was stunned that I knew his name, his mind racing to figure out how. He tried to posture, puffing his chest out and shouting for everyone to follow him, insisting his plan was foolproof. Deeper in the cave, 2 of his other pawns were engaged in a far more carnal and disgusting activity, complaining about our arrival. The man promised his partner they could escape to another country and enjoy themselves after I was dealt with, a promise he would never keep. The system's alert echoed in the suffocating heat, a meaningless formality announcing our arrival in the depths of Purgatory Volcano. A grotesque flower of pure flame bloomed before us, and the fools I was leading immediately identified it as the Diamond Boss, Nightmare Hellflower. Their supposed leader Theodore had the audacity to ask if my people felt the pressure, as his own grunts were already suggesting they should have brought more bodies to throw at the problem. "No need," the bald imbecile declared, puffing out his chest with an air of unearned confidence. "Everyone in this team is an elite." He then tried to build suspense, warning that there was no turning back, claiming the boss's mechanics were too complex to explain twice. He asked one final time if we were truly determined to fight with such a small force, a pathetic attempt at theatricality. My followers, utterly devoted, cheered my name, their blind faith a perfect instrument for the coming lesson. Theodore took this as his cue, sneering as he called me a newbie, then let his true colors show with a disgusting remark about my people's stubbornness. He held up a smoldering rock, preparing for his grand reveal, claiming the strategy was simple. "You will all die," he finally spat out, the treachery hanging naked in the air. His men let out a collective gasp of mock surprise, and Theodore lunged forward, screaming, "Attack!" He didn't strike the boss but slammed his fist into the ground before it. The earth fractured, glowing with a malevolent red energy. The Hellflower erupted in a violent surge of power. A shockwave of pure nightmare energy washed over us all, the air filled with panicked screams. I watched my team fall under the nightmare state, their minds ensnared by the trap. As they realized their predicament and screamed to retreat, Theodore's mocking laughter echoed through the chamber. One of his subordinates stepped forward, contemptuously saying "No way," as he began to cast a spell. A massive wall of rock erupted from the ground, sealing the entrance and their fate. One of his lackeys smugly noted that I was trapped too, but Theodore just scoffed, asking if they really thought he was as stupid as us. He desperately began to call out for his escape route, a man named Zuma, who was supposed to use a skill called Soul Walker. But when he turned, expecting to see his pawn, he saw only me standing right behind him, the color draining from his face as he finally understood. The silver-haired woman in my party finally caught on, drawing her bow and declaring that foreigners like him could never be trusted. She fired a so-called magic-breaking arrow, aimed squarely at one of the traitors. The man just smirked, calling her naive as the arrow approached. His pathetic magic shield absorbed the attack without effort. It was the last thing he ever did before my shadows erupted from the ground and impaled him from behind. He let out a final gurgling scream as his life was extinguished. The woman stared in shock, frantically searching for Theodore, the man she thought was in charge. She fell to her knees in despair, asking why fate would choose someone else, as if destiny had anything to do with this execution. A shimmering blue light began to form on the ground where the traitors had stood. Their master had arrived via a position-swapping card, demanding to know where his useless subordinate Zuma had gone. His remaining men began to panic, realizing their plan had been exposed and their only option was to log off. But it was too late. A system message confirmed that safe logouts were no longer possible in this zone. The newly arrived leader could only mutter his pathetic racist creed about those not of his race having different hearts. Back in the real world, two of his men jolted awake in their beds, the shock of their in-game deaths ripping them from their slumber. Their guildmaster was debriefing others, lamenting the loss of Zuma, who they believed died in the boss territory. He then confidently assured his followers that my team of elites would undoubtedly perish as well. He spoke of some ridiculous prophecy, completely convinced that his grand design was falling into place. The fool actually believed he was about to land a great blow against my nation. He boasted of dispatching even more forces to secure a victory he had already lost. And in his delusion he swore that my people and everything we stood for would be completely annihilated. The system's tracking matrix was almost complete, pinpointing the location of the scum who orchestrated my family's ruin, when my screen was hijacked by this pathetic noise. This diamond boss will serve as a perfect test dummy. It's time to see what true unrestricted firepower feels like. I allow a fraction of my killing intent to manifest, cloaking my form in the shadow of murderous intent. This is what I call graceful liberation, the release of overwhelming power. My shadow clones descend upon the beast, their movements synchronized as they unleash Crimson Blade. The damage numbers explode across its form, a satisfying burst of crimson light. The system confirms the throat slash, a triple damage strike that inflicts a nasty bleed effect. Even with a 50% damage reduction, I've already carved off 6 million of its health in a single volley, a decent start. Naturally, this is the moment the amateurs begin to panic, their cries of "this is bad" echoing pointlessly in the chamber. The boss spawns orbs of light, and the so-called elites scatter like frightened insects. One of them screams at another to get out of the way, pathetically claiming they're handling the vines. They shout in terror as they realize the orbs accelerate the vines, making them impossible to evade. I have already calculated the trajectory and timing. They have less than 8 seconds left. In fact, I'll force the boss into its third phase in the next 5. They seem to forget the tedious but necessary buffs I applied before this farce began. Silent concealment was just the first layer. The Abyss skill empowers my next stealth strike, a detail they are blissfully unaware of. The Shield of Blacklight increases my attack by another 30%, and my clones inherit every last buff. I move, a blur of motion before unleashing the Shadow Instant Slash. My blade flashes through the air, striking the boss with a flurry of blows. The system confirms a 216 hit combo, but I am far from finished. I follow up with another 4 stacks of Crimson Blade, tearing through its remaining defenses. My final skill activates, a simple brutal attack named Judgment. Foul green blood erupts from the boss's throat as the attack lands true. 20 million damage in a single wave. The fool beside me can only stammer, questioning if I'm even human. The creature convulses, but it clings to life, just as I predicted. They scream as it enters phase 3, a transformation that was always part of my plan. The boss warps into a grotesque thorny flower, its true form revealed. The useless knight can only gape at the massive vine pillars erupting from the ground. "What are these?" he cries out, his ignorance a liability as always. I have to spell it out for them. The pillars absorb the light orbs to heal the boss. Destroy the pillars, I command, and do not let them touch the orbs, as it now triggers a nightmare state. In that state, a second orb creates a nightmare bug that feeds on your very lifespan until there is nothing left. Focus and hold on for 10 more seconds. I order, my patience wearing thin. My skills are almost ready, and one more fully buffed assault will end this. But of course, an agonizing scream proves their incompetence is boundless. Someone has already maxed out their nightmare gauge, succumbing to the pressure like the weakling he is. These fools were screaming as if it would help, watching one of their own get pummeled by the nightmare's energy orbs. The self-proclaimed captain was shouting about the nightmare gauge reaching its limit, as if I couldn't see the obvious. He finally grasped the reality of the situation. A wall with 50 million HP stood between them and survival, and their pathetic attacks were doing nothing. For a fleeting moment he even considered using his escape item to abandon his team, a predictable flicker of cowardice. Then the paladin Wang Meng decided to play the hero, activating his holy barrier for a grand total of 7 seconds of invincibility. "Boss, you focus on the boss," he yelled, as if I needed his permission to do my job. He then cast an acceleration blessing on himself, a desperate suicidal charge that even his comrades questioned. With his temporary invincibility, he began soaking up the lethal light balls, a foolish attempt to buy a few seconds, and was right to call him reckless. The moment that golden light faded, the accumulated nightmare energy would consume what little lifespan he had left, but he simply spouted some nonsense about believing in me, placing his faith in a power he couldn't possibly comprehend, and surprisingly agreed with his sentiment, deciding to waste her own energy by summoning her symbiotic dragon spirit. She was entrusting everything to me, summoning a phantom dragon to aid in their futile defense. The spectral beast lunged forward, a brilliant but ultimately pointless display against the encroaching nightmare. The backlash was immediate, and she coughed up blood as her invincibility shattered, leaving only me standing. With Wang Meng on his knees and unfaltering, the rest of the cannon fodder finally decided to make themselves useful. They resolved to sacrifice what remained of their life force to intercept the attacks, all to buy me a little more time. Worst case, we die, one of them laughed, a hollow sound in the face of annihilation, as she prepared one final buff. The mages began chanting, pouring every last drop of their mana into empowering me with a flurry of enchantments. Their buffs swirled around me, bloodlust, heroism, protection, a desperate final investment. Pull us out of the nightmare, they begged, their pleas fueling the storm of power gathering at my command. Their hope was a resource, and I intended to spend it all. I entered silent concealment, layering it with the shield of black light. Then came Blessing Dispel to strip the boss of its defenses, followed immediately by my Shadow of Execution. My attack tore through the air, a vortex of pure destructive energy. The storm of blades descended upon the monstrous flower at the heart of this nightmare. The system registered a 216-hit combo in less than a second. I stood impassively as the echoes of my assault faded, but it wasn't over yet. I moved in for the finishing blow. Gathering the abyssal energy around my blade, I prepared to end this farce. With a single clean strike, my sword dissected the very fabric of the creature's existence. It was ordered to disperse, and it obeyed. The monster dissolved into nothing but corrupted dust motes. A blinding flash of light confirmed its complete annihilation. The system announcement was swift, declaring our victory and listing my name at the very top. A global first kill on a diamond-grade boss. 60 reputation points. A trivial reward for such an irritating ordeal. My teammates celebrated, chattering about how losing 10 years of their lifespan was a worthy price for survival. How short-sighted. They turned their attention to the loot, their greed overriding their exhaustion. Someone finally noticed my absence, calling out for me as if I cared about their trinkets. The boss is indeed dead, I announced from the shadows, silencing their foolish chatter. Stepping back into view, I clarified the situation for their simple minds. But the damned one is still alive, and he's already on a plane back to the US. They would never catch him, but that was never part of my plan. Behind me, the shadow of a true nightmare began to form, its wings eclipsing the sky. They thought the sky was their escape route. The system confirmed the assimilation was complete. It had taken nearly 2 millennia of compressed time to sink my power, but it was a worthy investment for what was to come. Riding my epic Mount Osorio, a creature born from 1600 years of extracted power, I cut through the clouds like a phantom. The metal tube carrying my prey was nothing more than a cage in the sky, and I was closing in fast. I landed on the wing of the aircraft with less effort than a feather settling on the ground. The wind howled around me, a symphony for the hunt. From my vantage point on the fuselage, I could feel the vibrations of their ignorant bliss from within. Inside, the fools were celebrating their supposed success, toasting to their own genius. They congratulated each other on their return to the homeland, completely oblivious that their final destination was already determined by me. One of the traitors, Tony, even had the gall to joke about me, wondering aloud if the great Xia pigs were following. Then the first piece of their fragile reality shattered as they saw the news. Theodore's little pet looked at his phone, his face draining of all color. Mr. Theodore, bad news. The great Xia people, the screen told a story they refused to believe. They first cleared the diamond boss, with almost no personnel losses. Theodore's wineglass slipped from his fingers as he read about our victory over the Hell Nightmare Flower, his mind reeling. How is that possible? He muttered about his prophecy, how everything was meant to go so smoothly for him. His eyes widened as he reread the words, the true meaning finally dawning on his pathetic intellect. The pitiful ones in his precious prophecy were never my people. They were the pawns he'd so willingly sacrificed. The terrible equation finally solved itself in his head. His 2 companions were marked for death. The man was paralyzed by a terror so profound it was almost amusing to watch. He began to scream, clutching his head as he finally felt the cold touch of my presence. Shadow is outside the window. His lackeys saw nothing, calling him a fool, but Theodore knew I was there, a ghost haunting their final moments. Then as my Mount Osorio revealed itself, their disbelief turned to sheer, unadulterated dread. The woman trembled, realizing the scale of power she was facing. He actually extracted an epic mount. We're doomed. Theodore, ever the strategist, tried to calm his worthless allies by appealing to my non-existent morality. He wouldn't dare crash a civilian plane, he reasoned, convinced that the lives of insects would deter me. He boasted of the elite forces waiting for him at the airport, a welcome party he had arranged just for me. His message was received, and his soldiers on the ground began to mobilize. The mission status was elevated to maximum alert, all for a single man they couldn't even see. A new directive was issued, accompanied by the glow of a teleportation blocking array on the tarmac. Their new mission was simple: exterminate Shadow. Theodore puffed his chest out, reassuring his doomed companions that their country would protect them. But in his black heart, he had already cut them loose, believing he was the only lucky one destined to survive. He clutched his secret escape plan, a teleportation card that would let him swap places with some poor soul on the ground. He approached a random passenger, preparing to sacrifice another life for his own. Holding out the cards, he began his offer, a snake whispering poison. But before he could finish, his chosen victim simply died. The passenger's body erupted into a bloom of crimson flowers and blood, a small taste of the nightmare I had prepared. Theodore stared, horrified, finally understanding that his enemy was not outside the plane, but already among them. The corpse and the flowers dissolved into nothingness, leaving him to question how it was even possible. His composure finally broke. No more hesitation, he resolved, his last gambit at hand. He had to use his teleportation card immediately, his only chance to escape the inevitable. He screamed the activation word, a desperate prayer to a god that wasn't listening. But my hand, already on his wrist, stopped him. Don't worry, Theodore, I whispered. You will return to M country. He turned to see me standing behind him, holding his precious card. We Daxians value returning to our roots, I said calmly. My eyes met his, and in them, he saw the end of his journey. By the way, I added, letting the silence hang in the air. Remember to pass on a message for me. The flowers of death I planted bloomed just as I promised, turning their pathetic sense of security into a waking nightmare. And for the man who sent them, a special crimson petal was left just for him, a sign that he was the only lucky one I'd be visiting next. This path of vengeance is an invisible one, carved through the sky, paved with the still-beating hearts of my enemies. Theodore, the so-called spymaster, stared up at me with the pathetic terror of a man who finally understood he was nothing more than prey. A single touch was all it took to hollow him out, leaving my shadow's essence to drip onto the pavement as a final insult. I left his corpse sprawled on the road for all to see, with a simple message written in his own blood, a promise to all who would dare cross my nation. My next move required travel, and I found their commercial airliner to be a convenient method of transport. These formless shoes are quite useful, allowing me to land silently on the wing of the jet mid-flight without anyone noticing. Their special effect eliminates self-collision, granting me 3 seconds of intangibility, more than enough time to get where I need to be. I phased directly through the fuselage, becoming little more than a ghost slipping into the belly of the beast. Once inside, I assume a more discreet form, a draconic shadow that melts into the darkness of the cargo hold, waiting patiently. As the plane begins its descent, I can feel the tension of the welcoming party they've prepared for me. Their commander confirms every countermeasure is in place, anti-magic barriers, anti-stealth fields, and marksmen ready to fire. They stand there in their hangar, an army of fools, vowing to annihilate me at all costs, completely unaware they are hunting a ghost. The civilians I'm traveling with look out the window, wondering why the Americans are so enthusiastic with their reception. Meanwhile, on the ground, the news of my handiwork finally reaches them, and their faces twist in disbelief and panic. One of them reads the report aloud, his voice trembling as he recites the bloody sentence I left behind with Theodore's body. The commander's eyes widen as the gears in his primitive brain finally turn. He realizes Shadow must be on that plane. His mage frantically checks her sensors, but the anti-stealth barrier detects nothing. My presence is simply beyond their comprehension. Finally, a flicker of true fear. The commander screams that my stealth level must be higher than their technology can handle, raising the threat level to S. One of his underlings hesitates, reminding him of the other passengers still in the cabin. But the commander is lost to his panic, bellowing that I am inside and must be destroyed. With a final desperate roar, he gives the order to open fire on the plane with everything they have. A pathetic light show of magic and munitions erupts across the tarmac. Inside, the passengers who were my unwitting cover look on in confusion just before their world is torn apart. The fools even fire their grand weapon, a comet ray, which strikes the grounded aircraft with theatrical force. The plane is consumed by a pillar of fire, a monument to their incompetence. Their life barrier detection shows no living beings, and for a moment they believe they've won. A man in a suit steps forward, not to celebrate, but to complain that this incident will disrupt his plans to transport spies into my country. He turns on the commander, calling him a coward for destroying the plane and all the evidence inside. The commander, this Gao Xiaoyi, tries to justify his cowardice by calling it courage, rambling about the necessity of facing me. He claims that even the slimmest chance of killing me is worth any sacrifice. A truly pitiful justification for murdering civilians. But then a predictable twist. The official spits that he never trusted Xiaoyi, revealing him as a hybrid with my people's blood flowing through him. He accuses the commander of being a spy and declares his intention to report him to the president. Xiaoyi doesn't hesitate, silencing the man with a brutal blow before he can say another word. A swift kick shatters his neck, ending the internal squabble with brutal efficiency. As the official chokes on his own blood, Xiaoyi claims his Daxia heritage is a vicious curse he has to bear. He then preaches to his terrified subordinates about his undying love for the US, a performance worthy of a traitor. While they tear each other apart over my ghost, my true prize is delivered to me miles away. Theodore's corpse arrives, the gaping hole in his chest a permanent reminder of his failure. Rest in peace, hero, I mock, standing over his body. I'll be sure to send you home. Of course, what I mean is that I will inherit his legacy by force, activating my unique class, Corpse Collector. The system confirms what I already knew. Theodore planted countless informants throughout Great Sha, and his entire network is about to become mine. A touch is all it takes to absorb his skills, granting me his initial diviner ability, Star God's Omen, and with this new power I make a silent vow to his cooling corpse. I will personally hunt down and annihilate every single spy you put in my homeland. The Star God's prophecy was always a thorn in my side, a ridiculous fantasy concocted by the desperate. This grand vision of a mother and child fighting Shadow, fighting me. My subordinates confirmed the details. A woman named Huang Huifan and her son Huang Ziqing, from a pathetic guild called Feike Heavy Industries. They are the so-called chosen ones, destined to be my downfall. How convenient that they've been identified for me. I gave my pawns the translocation cards. They are now my anchors, my gateways across the globe. The world is a chessboard, and I'm repositioning my pieces for the final gambit. All the power of the so-called US heroes has been consolidated into me, a fact they'll realize far too late. I initiated the translocation, tearing one of Theodore's useless friends right out of Daxia to serve as my replacement. The idiot materialized in a cloud of sulfur and confusion, complaining about being interrupted on the toilet. His pathetic mind fractured when he realized he was halfway across the world. In his place, I arrived in Daxia, the transfer seamless and absolute. My guild members were waiting for me, their awe a familiar and satisfying sight. One of them, ever the sycophant, explained how he'd saved all the boss loot exclusively for me, knowing the others were too weak to claim it. I extended my hand, a gesture they mistook for gratitude when it was merely a transaction. I activated my hand of greed, bathing the spoils in a golden light that amplified their very essence. Their gasps of awe were predictable. My power is a thing of legend to worms like them. My second-in-command handed over the haul, her efficiency the only reason she remains useful. She marveled at the treasures for a moment before her curiosity got the better of her, asking about the traitors. I answered with a single simple word: dead. Without me, these same people were nothing, flailing uselessly against a boss they couldn't even scratch. My arrival was like a god descending, a flash of absolute power that ended their struggle. I didn't even have to try. The beast that had stonewalled them for hours fell in a single instant. I walked away from its corpse without a second glance. All they could do was stare, their faces a perfect blend of terror and worship. The rewards were magnificent: a finishing move, a weapon, and a bracer. 2 of them legendary. I immediately consumed my evolution points, forging the legendary skill into something truly mythical. The system confirmed it. Endless Nightmare, a skill that plunges my enemies into a personal hell from which there is no escape. Best of all, it prevents players from logging out, forcing them to experience every last second of their demise. The next item was a blade named Grandson Maker, a title I found grimly amusing. Its unique effect was sublime. It steals the souls of other players, converting them directly into my own power. With a full 20 stacks, it would grant me an obscene 4,000 extra attack points. The blade also possessed a stripping effect, perfect for negating the defenses of a boss like the Nightmare Hellflower, but its cruelest feature was the permanent title it bestowed upon its victims, branding them as my property even in death. The final piece was a diamond-level bracer, a practical if unexciting addition to my arsenal, generating an automatic magic shield every 30 seconds. It was simply another layer of invulnerability. With my preparations complete, it was time to collect my debts from Feike Industries. But before that, I decided a small field test was in order. Using my new summoning bell, I found a desolate village filled with low-level players, the perfect lab rats for my experiment. I summoned a Bana skeleton, and the predictable screaming began. The insects panicked, their minds unable to process the sudden appearance of a boss. Their attempts at forming a strategy were pathetic, a chaotic mess of shouting and fleeing. Then, a fool in a black cloak stepped forward, declaring he would lead them to victory. It was him, Huang Ziking, the boy from the prophecy, trying to play hero against a monster I summoned for sport. He actually dared to compare himself to me, boasting that he was the true darkness of the abyss. With a flourish, the child unleashed his signature move, a wave of purple energy. It formed a pool of dark mud on the ground, a technique he called the abyssal swamp. With a flick of my wrists, I begin to reshape the very ground beneath us. A tide of viscous dark energy erupts from the earth, consuming the battlefield in my abyssal swamp. The boss, once a terrifying threat, is now caught in my domain, its movement slowed to a pathetic 1% of its normal speed. The insects I brought with me finally find their courage, screaming at each other to focus their feeble attacks now that I've done all the work. They unleash a volley of colorful, insignificant spells that rain down on the immobilized creature. The damage numbers are laughable, barely scratching its hide, and yet this simpleton grins like a fool, celebrating what he calls a ton of damage. Their pathetic celebration is cut short as the boss begins to evolve, entering its second phase. Predictably, they start screaming in terror as it charges an area of effect attack, crying for someone to activate a defensive barrier. Amateurs. I raise a single finger, silencing their useless chatter with a whisper of my own. Echo of the abyss. Chains of pure abyssal energy erupt from the void, wrapping around the boss and strangling its attack before it can even begin. They stare in disbelief, wondering how the boss's ultimate skill was simply interrupted. I turn to my pathetic mother and sneer. Look at the bunch of cowardly rats you've brought up. I face her worthless guild members, pointing at them like the disposable tools they are. With me here, this is a guaranteed win. Yet you only know how to run. Let me unlock your true potential. A dark aura flares around me as I declare, I'll show you what the real Feike heavy industry should be like. I activate my next skill, a crimson glow enveloping every single one of them. Abyss Offering. A blessing from the abyss. It siphons their very life force, temporarily boosting their attributes by a staggering 99%. They scream as their lifespans are drained, their bodies moving against their will in a frenzied suicidal charge. Transformed into my puppets, they slam into the chain boss with power they could never have imagined. The combined sacrificial assault is more than enough to obliterate the creature entirely. The resulting explosion sets the nearby ruins ablaze, all of it reflected in the eye of my abyssal familiar. When the dust settles, the only things left are motes of experience and the silence of a completed battle. The system confirms the death of the emerald level boss, and one of my puppets collapses, its life force completely spent. The remaining fools actually cheer, celebrating a victory they believe they earned. They even chant my name, Huang Ziking, as if I am their savior and not their executioner. But my so-called mother isn't celebrating. She beckons me to come with her for a moment. She leads me away from the others, to the ruins of a collapsed rooftop where we can speak privately. Her face is a mask of suspicion as she demands to know where I acquired my skills. I meet her gaze with cold indifference, grabbing her hand. I got it by defeating the boss, obviously. Lying, she snaps, her voice trembling. You are a mage, but those are obviously not mage skills. She reveals she knows the truth that my power drained 300 years of the guild's collective lifespan, a resource that was supposed to be returned to him, to Shadow. I've heard that name one too many times. Enough, I roar, the ground cracking beneath my feet. I've had enough of your incompetence and cowardice. Just watch, I'll kill Shadow soon, and make Feike Heavy Industries the #1 guild in Daxia. That useless girl Xiaohui steps in, pleading with me to stop. Auntie is doing this for your own good. I turn my gaze to her, my eyes glowing with contempt. For my own good? Then why are you trying to match me up with this ugly woman of yours every day? Before she can even register my words, my hand flashes out, striking her across the face with enough force to snap her neck. My mother screams my name in horror as the system announces the death of Xiaohui. I let out a breath of relief, looking down at the corpse. You forced me to do this. As I turn to leave, my mother calls out in a panic, asking where I'm going. The chaotic energy I absorbed fractured my perception for a moment, flooding my mind with pathetic glimpses of other timelines, tales of foolish heroes and their fleeting romances, all of them utterly insignificant compared to the vengeance I was about to enact. I can almost hear the rain as the old ghost plays his games with fate, offering the boy a so-called plan. He thinks he's being given a choice, standing in the downpour, as the omen of the star god is revealed to his naive eyes. He's shown a grand poetic vision of destruction, a prophecy carefully crafted to manipulate him. The boy's face drains of color as he begins to understand the trap, realizing the red omen star is meant to slay all darkness. When he stammers, asking if he is the one who will die, the ghost offers a vague platitude about human decisions shaping the outcome. Then come the marching orders. Use your power, strengthen your guild, and prepare to fight the shadow. He's handed the card, a brand marking him as a tool to be used and discarded, with the hollow promise that they will meet again. And just like that, the manipulator vanishes, leaving his new pawn to grapple with a future that is not his own. The boy clenches his fist, accepting the poisoned gift with a predictable surge of determination. The ghost then turns his attention to the corpse of the boy's mother, because nothing is sacred in the pursuit of power. He desecrates her remains, twisting her into a mindless puppet of the abyss to serve his own ends. The boy stands behind his reanimated mother as it speaks its first order, a plan to consolidate corporate power. While these grand schemes unfold, my attention is drawn to the South Ura ruins, a place crawling with lesser predators and their prey. Here, a group of fools thinks the apocalypse is a fine time for a tea party, utterly baffled when a monster roars nearby. A level 18 two-headed bull appears, and their first concern is that it scared away the fish. Their leader rallies the troops, their annoyance overriding any sense of actual danger as they prepare to charge. They move with textbook precision, an armor break team moving in to expose the weak points for the damage dealers. They swarm the beast with a flurry of spells and blades, eager to finish their course so they can clock out. But the bull goes berserk, unleashing a twin earth rift that shatters their neat formation and their confidence. Just as panic sets in, a girl with a fishing rod steps forward, apparently their ace in the hole. She whips her line forward with a snarl, lashing out at the rampaging beast. The line wraps around both heads of the bull, immobilizing the creature with surprising strength. She channels her ultimate skill, Hook Demon Tower. It's a vicious technique, designed to inflict massive damage based on the target's lost blood. The skill connects, felling the beast in a single calculated strike. Her guildmates erupt in pathetic cheers, and she soaks in the praise, boasting about her hidden class. While she preens, the others are already setting out teacups, their guard completely down. They turn their backs on the fresh kill, leaving the valuable loot shimmering on the ground. A fatal mistake. Another group, hidden in the shadows, mocks the Eelmouth League for their foolishness. Their leader, a brute with glowing eyes, gives the order to advance on the Oblivious Guild. Using a group invisibility spell, they bypass the celebrating fools and begin collecting the unguarded loot. But they aren't just thieves. The leader gives his true command, kill every last one of them. He activates his boiling blood domain, turning his thugs into red-eyed frenzied killers. The ambush is swift and brutal, their screams cutting through the quiet evening air. The tea party becomes a massacre in seconds. The attackers stand over the corpses, admiring their handiwork among the scattered teacups and dropped items. Their leader is gloating when his subordinate senses my approach from the sky. They see my silhouette descending, recognizing me from the Black Dragon Society's intel. Panic replaces arrogance as their leader screams for them to cast Shadow Veil and retreat. I dive, but they've already vanished into the shadows like the rats they are, landing amidst the carnage. I see they fled in such a hurry they didn't even collect all the spoils. I arrived in stealth, yet they knew I was coming. Someone is feeding them information. The predictable chorus of complaints reached my ears long before I arrived. The so-called victims were already crying about the ghost guys from the War God Guild. They whined about ambushes and lost loot, screaming about the unfairness of it all. They called our tactics dirty, conveniently forgetting they were the ones who couldn't defend their own territory, now relying on me to clean up their mess. My local contacts were already buzzing with news of my arrival, with some naive fool even expressing excitement at the prospect of meeting me. As I descended from the clouds, the skeletal wings of my mount cast a long, chilling shadow over the valley. The local guild leader and a government official met my landing party, their awe at my mount barely concealed. The blonde one correctly observed that the enemy had fled with extreme prejudice, and I confirmed her suspicion. They fled because they knew I was coming. This meant only two possibilities. There's a traitor in their ranks, or the enemy possesses a seer capable of tracking my movements. I had no time for pleasantries, demanding an immediate report on the situation in southern Guangdong. The official, a woman named A Wisp of Smoke, explained the key players, her government forces, a local guild alliance, and the source of the problem, a foreign guild called War God. She described them as petty thieves with a useful group stealth skill, nothing more than a nuisance. However, the situation had escalated now that remnants of the Black Dragon Society had joined their ranks. I knew these remnants were nothing but cornered rats, which meant this sudden rampage had a deeper, more desperate motive. She continued, detailing their indiscriminate slaughter of even the lowest level players, foregoing all loot. Such reckless killing was causing their kill value to spike to an impossibly high level. She theorized their leader was pursuing some kind of hidden class, a foolishly simplistic assumption. I corrected her. A kill value that high comes with crippling penalties, and attracts a very specific kind of attention from the system. It summons the Executioner, a system-enforced hunter that will not stop until its target is permanently erased from existence. Were they truly suicidal enough to summon their own doom? It seemed illogical, a strategy born of pure desperation, and it still didn't answer the primary question, how they knew my location, given I had already personally disposed of their diviner, Theodore. A disquieting thought emerged. Unless the Americans had a class or an item capable of reviving the dead. Pushing the thought aside for now, I turned to the immediate threat. Where is their hideout? I asked. My ally G knew the place, a den they called the Crimson Slaughterhouse, located in an old underground factory. The blonde girl immediately objected, warning of traps and defenses, convinced they would simply vanish if we attacked. I silenced her pointless chatter. Lead the way, I commanded. We don't need a strategy. We just need to find one of them and make them talk. We arrived at the so-called godforsaken game, the Crimson Slaughterhouse hideout. Inside, the rats were already celebrating. The informant was asking their leader, Quetil, if the information about me had proven useful. Quetil confirmed my arrival with smug satisfaction, as if luring me here was some grand victory. Another of his followers began reciting some pathetic prophecy they were clinging to like a holy text. It spoke of a doomstar that would extinguish all darkness, a painfully obvious metaphor for their hope that some greater power would eliminate me for them. Their grand strategy was to become so foul, so steeped in murder, that the system itself would be forced to intervene and kill me on their behalf. One of the broken puppets, his leg wrapped in bandages, seethed with hatred, blaming me for killing his precious Theodore. He swore he would repay all his debts, a promise as empty as the look in his eyes. A decrepit witch cackled, eager to settle her own score with the Sky Dome Guild. The others chimed in with their own petty vendettas, a chorus of insignificant grudges. Their leader savored their collective rage, letting it fester in the stale air. But one of them had a sliver of intelligence, questioning how a prophecy could exist when the prophet himself was dead. He voiced his caution, refusing to let his men become cannon fodder without proof that this master of theirs was legitimate. Quetil simply chuckled, dismissing the man's caution as mere insecurity. He produced a glowing tarot card, telling the doubter to open his eyes and witness a miracle. With a surge of crimson energy, he activated the card, declaring his imminent return to the United States. My subordinate gestured towards the blood-red structure, stating the obvious. The blood-stained slaughterhouse, he added, as if the ridiculously theatrical name meant anything to me. He then began to drone on with his warnings, explaining that this disgusting little hideout deliberately leaves its protection barrier down to lure in flies. Apparently, the authorities lost a significant number of their pawns to the maze of traps inside, all while a reconnaissance barrier kept them from seeing the truth. His rambling continued, mentioning a core crystal that, if taken, would transfer ownership of this dump, but I had already stopped listening. Bugs without a nest are still just bugs. You two stay here, I commanded, my patience wearing thin. I'm going. The girl G was suggested as a possibility for backup, but her partner immediately dismissed her as a source of bad luck, a superstition I found utterly pathetic. As you please, I said, turning my back on their useless debate and stepping into the darkness alone. In case of emergency, handle it yourselves. A crude alarm immediately blared through the corridor, announcing my presence. The fools inside reacted with predictable arrogance, assuming I was just another reckless government dog who'd stumbled into their web. Their leader, a man with delusions of grandeur, even asked his underling to perform a divination, as if peering into the future could save him from the present. The result of his little parlor trick was a prophecy filled with dramatic nonsense about a black dragon knight, a red fiend, and a descending ominous star. It is exactly the same as the prophecy for the fellow villagers, the diviner muttered, confused, and I finally spoke to the old man through my proxy. Prophecies only give key nodes in destiny, I explained, which means you and I now share the same fate. Realization finally dawned on his face as he connected the pieces. I was Shadow, and he was the Red Fiend Star. He puffed out his chest, declaring that Shadow would die painfully in the endless traps of his Crimson Slaughterhouse. How you interpret the prophecy is up to you, my agent replied coolly, his form dissolving. When the time is right, I will find you again. Back in the so-called realm of the Dark Star, the actual leader of the villagers looked on in shock as my agent returned. The time has come to fulfill the prophecy, my man declared with perfect conviction. Let's kill Shadow together. The old man's face was a mask of utter bewilderment, the perfect expression for a pawn who has just been moved off the board. Miles away, I stepped into the true entrance of the hideout, a vast, empty chamber soaked in red light. Boss, be careful, one of my subordinates cried out. This is a trap. The blonde one, G, recounted how they suffered a big loss here last time, insisting there was a fixed, safe route we had to follow. She began hopping across glowing blue tiles, demonstrating the path with the focus of a frightened child. With a dramatic flair, she explained that a wrong step would turn us into a hornet's nest of spikes. I picked up a small stone and tossed it onto an unlit panel right beside her. It landed with a quiet clink. She stared, absolutely dumbfounded, stammering about how she'd been killed 6 times on this very floor. The trap is broken, I stated flatly, stepping forward as her partner tried to calm her down. Let's keep going. As she took a hesitant step to follow, my foot pressed down on a nearly invisible trigger plate. In an instant, black spikes erupted from the floor beneath her, turning her surprise into a silent scream. The trap her partner mentioned was indeed real. Their fatal mistake was assuming their enemy was static. The traps in this hideout can be manually adjusted, rendering their past experience not just useless but a liability. From a newly opened gate, several guards emerged, laughing at our predicament. You think you can escape after coming in? A heavy steel door began to grind shut behind us, their attempt to seal our fate. I shoved my remaining subordinate forward, pushing him out from under the descending gate. He tumbled out just as the door slammed shut, separating us. His scream was high and pathetic as he fell into the pit below. I landed silently, watching him writhe on the ground, whimpering that it hurt. A monitor crackled to life, displaying the distorted image of a man in a horned mask. So the Shadow himself has graced my humble abode, the voice echoed, dripping with manufactured confidence. I've heard so much about you. Before I could be bothered to respond, he continued. I want to play a game with you. My subordinate Egwang picked himself up and began introducing himself, rambling on about his unlucky name, as if I cared. Meanwhile, the resurrected Ji was already complaining about the War God Guild's cowardly tactics, her voice grating on my ears.